Oh, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday stream with everyone's favorite. He's going to hold on to his stock portfolio till it goes to money. He's definitely not going to sell anything. Adam Friendon.
It's the end of the world as we know it, Sitch.
But you feel fine?
But I feel fine. I'm like,
Okay.
well, oh, no biggie. Who cares?
Nice. Well, today
Everything's
we're joined
on sale.
Exactly. Today we're joined by, I think the can we call him our spiritual son, the person we gifted the Enlightened Centrist title to?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, feudal vassal. Yeah.
We're no longer,
I like that's better.
We're no longer centrist, so you can have the label.
Yeah.
It's
Listen, it's beautiful. That's what we got to discuss because
you've taken it from us.
Yeah, and it drastically improved it.
Oh, cool. That's
what
I want to hear.
This is the thing. Listen, you birth the child, you raise them up, and
Look
then
at
they
this.
stab you in the back. Okay. Terrible.
It is true. Adam shared my video, that one of my videos that got me over 1,000 subscribers.
Wow.
So,
look at this.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Good job.
It's like
So how's the brand going? What's going on with that?
What's going on with centrism?
Yeah.
It's rough out here. It's rough out here for a centrist, guys.
Oh yeah, that's why we got rid of it. We realized we sold at the top.
Yeah. It's funny because it is the correct philosophy, obviously. But from a branding perspective,
it's shit. Yeah.
It's a little rough.
It's the Temu of politics.
That was the point. That was the whole point of enlightened centrism. That's what I was. My channel.
Well, that was always a joke for us.
But that was the point. No.
Obviously, we like dick jokes here. We're
very
not
humble,
at
obviously.
all.
Yeah.
It was, and it still is somewhat of a productive enterprise to co-opt a meme and try to take the power back from a slur and make it powerful again.
Yes,
I'm doing what black people did with
drop some M-bombs.
Okay, right. Centrism and the N-word are
it's slightly lower stakes. It's slightly lower stakes. But like enlightened centrist obviously uses a slur, but it's like, well, hold on a second. Almost invariably, the correct perspective is always, hey, let's consider, both sides here and try and synthesize something new.
Ooh,
and it's usually just
both sides. That is a slur.
Well, I know both sidesism.
Everyone hates anytime you say both sides. Everyone's like, Rawr.
I know. Well, that was
pissed.
Hence the point of trying to make enlightened centrism great again. Which, of course, it's always been great. But I will be doing another rebranding here soon enough that I think will be the final rebranding.
Oh my god!
Yeah, it'll be good.
Wow, what's the do you know? Can we get a sneak peek?
You're basically like re-gifting our gift. Well, who's gonna carry the mantle then if you're dumping it?
It's still don't worry, it's still a thing. I didn't know, were you guys unironically, or what would you say, meta-ironically, making enlightened centrism great again?
Well, I'm going to say yes, even though I don't know what that means.
Were you explicitly using the label, like to say, like the enlightened centrist position here is, and then give the correct take? Was that something you guys were doing for a while? Or is it just centrism? Because I knew you guys were the centrist vanguard or whatever. And the Jordan Peterson Defense Force some years ago.
I don't remember when we started using. We did start using the term enlightened centrist because I remember we had YouTuber or a fan enlightened centrist, took up the label. I don't remember what year that was, Adam, in our streaming career or how that all came about.
I mean, that was kind of just from the beginning. Yeah.
From the beginning. Okay.
Yeah. Well, look, I think
there's nothing. Mm-hmm.
I think like 90% of arguments, like political arguments on the internet, are straw man versions of the other team. And it seems like a lot of people just believe those straw man arguments, like they don't really understand whoever their political opposite is. They don't understand those perspectives. So we were kind of just trying to explain to people both perspectives. And obviously a lot of people who understand both perspectives, they found our commentary interesting there. Obviously, I think there's a lot more conservatives that understand progressives than there are progressives that understand conservatives. So I think that's why our audience leans conservative, is because the conservatives understand. A lot of progressives they think conservatives are just bigoted, racist, greedy assholes. So
we're also in the online political space, at least. It's hard to say because it's not a geographical space. So even just using the term space is difficult because it's certainly leans left. Like if you have people like Destiny kind of at the forefront of the political YouTube commentary space, but then you also have
Mhm.
like Tim Pool, who obviously leans right, and so it's hard to say. But I think,
How dare you? Tim Pool is a centrist. Okay.
yeah, Tim Pool. No, Tim Pool's a Russian. That's what he is.
Oh, okay, that's
Um,
fair.
but yeah, it's interesting. Increasingly, I think I want to ask you guys what the current state of centrism is or should be. So you don't call yourself centrist anymore. So what do you guys call yourselves?
I use independent. Just independent is more accurate. Like a lot of people, and you probably found discovered this, right? A lot of people think centrist means neutral.
Yeah, correct. Or moderate.
Yeah,
It's like, no.
yeah, they think you're basically like you're above it all. You're not going to take sides. I take sides all the time. So,
Yeah,
but I've taken right wing positions and left wing positions. I mean, I probably have a lot more left wing positions than right wing positions. So it's funny that I got caught up in this whole Adam is a secret right winger meme that was going around just because that's not remotely true or accurate.
yeah. Well, it's mainly Destiny fans that push that type of stuff. They're very active, which to their credit, they know how to win a meme war, right? Get a bunch of autists on a single subreddit and coordinate communication efforts. It works.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, I
I
mean,
think,
I'm probably more for redistribution of economic policies. So, I mean,
yeah,
obviously, I think a lot of the Reddit community they're basically all socialist communists. So,
yeah.
I
Well,
do
this
think
is
wealth and inequality is a problem, but I don't, their answer is we have to get rid of capitalism, which is just ridiculous.
correct. I think the future of radical centrism, which is or cultural centrism, or whatever label you want to call it, whatever the meta meme is, the future is uh, steel manning and robbing the far right and far left of their only good talking points, and then integrating that into something that is not explicitly right wing or explicitly left wing. Like the left is absolutely correct when it comes to neoliberal capitalism being a problem. I used to anytime someone would I have a minor in gender studies, so in gender studies classes,
Oh my God.
yeah, I would hear people say neoliberal, and I was like, when I heard someone say neoliberal, it was the same as hearing like a grandma say snowflake. It's like, okay, if you unironically use the word snowflake to describe people, I already can predict your worldview. And the same thing with neoliberalism.
But
But now
so
it's
many people
like,
on the right don't know what neoliberalism is. It's weird.
yeah, I know,
Yeah.
and they don't realize that to leftists, neoliberal means right wing, um,
Yes.
which is just
Well,
a
it's basically
fundamental problem of
libertarian.
communication. Yeah, correct. Libertarian economics, which I think is cancerous. Um, so embracing that, saying, "Yep, the neoliberal status quo must end," while still maintaining the right wing, um, perspectives on the necessity of religion. I think nationalism is a good thing nationalism can be a good thing, and reasonable immigration policies and all that. And that's radically centrist because it takes the best of both sides. Um, but nobody, it sounds kind of fucking lame when you call it that. So it really is. It's like you guys see Mean Girls.
Of course.
Mean Girls, not recently.
Yeah, you can't make fetch a thing. It's tough. Um,
Is that a movie? Mean Girls?
yeah, Mean
You've never
Girls.
seen Mean Girls? Jesus Christ.
And one of the characters tries
Oh
to make
my
fetch a thing
God.
like it's cool.
This this movie exudes estrogen, and so
Isn't
she's
that
like,
Lindsay Lohan movie? Everyone
Sitch
loves
is
Mean
like,
Girls.
oh
think
my
so.
God, you haven't
Everyone,
seen
wait,
Mean
nah.
Girls?
FD
You're
Holy
Signifier
shit.
said it's one of his favorite movies.
Oh my
that
God, you
okay, you
haven't
just
seen
made Adam's argument. What are
Twilight?
you talking about?
Yeah.
What do you
No,
call it?
no. First of all, wait, hold on. On Mean Girls, you're wrong. Mean Girls is a beloved movie by all genders and sexes and everything in
Really?
between, obviously. Yes. I've
Okay.
never ever heard anyone speak ill of Mean Girls.
The
Okay.
2004 classic Mean
Yes.
Girls.
Yes.
Oh, with Lindsay Lohan. Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
I
And she
think
tries to make fetch like mean cool. Like that's so
yes.
fetch.
Right.
And no one buys
Streets
onto it.
ahead. Yeah,
So
exactly.
it's a great mimetic challenge to make radical centrism or enlightened centrism a thing. Although my new rebranding, I think I'm going to get it this time. We'll see.
Well, I think the issue with why it's not sticky is a lot of the people that are kind of naturally drawn towards quote centrism or independence or whatever usually try to be they're people I think that like their temperament is more chill. And right now, people don't want chill.
No,
Everyone's
they
angry.
don't.
Yeah,
Right.
So
everyone
true.
wants you to be like
Hence the
pounding the
radical
table.
centrism.
Right, well, there you go. Everyone wants you to be pounding the table and screaming and telling how everything's horrible. But what I don't buy is there are some people who are usually like the pundits on the far left and the far right who talk about how America's thirsty for these extreme ideological changes, and I think those people are completely wrong because even if you listen to Trump, one of Trump's big talking points is common sense politics, and in America, people love the idea of common sense politics. And what is common sense politics except for
Cultural
centrism?
centrism.
Exactly. And so
Cultural centrism.
we
I'm not
really
a
need,
Christian. I'm a cultural Christian.
there
I'm
you
not
go.
a
I like that
centrist.
cultural centrism. I
I'm a
love it.
cultural
But
centrist.
that's, so I think in terms of the future, if you or a politician or somebody wants to really like make centrism a dominant force in the world, I think you're going to have to adopt the pound the desk and talk about how everything's horrible. But then you just frame everything not as, maybe this is the thing. We should get rid of the term centrist because it's not popular and just replace it with, I'm on the side of common sense, right? I'm a common sense politician, a common sense ideologue.
Yeah, well, realistically, you just like, I mean, well, if you're talking about actual politics, it just comes down, I mean, that becomes like a party game where it's like, okay, we have to get like common sense Republicans and common sense Democrats or
Right.
whatever. So
Right.
that's a separate thing. Ideologically, I don't know, like Bill Maher is constantly pushing for the common sense perspectives in the center. Joe Rogan, there's people on the left, far left, people on the far right, everyone's in the center. So it's like it's I think you're right. It is common sense and it is understood. Um, do you guys ever want to, do you ever have plans of channeling your online influence into political activism in any way, like Destiny did with canvassing?
Look, I think Destiny failed with his activism. So,
Really? With the canvassing efforts in Georgia with Warnock? He arguably might
look,
have tipped that election single-handedly given how close it was and how many
I,
people he brought down.
I think he
politics is
means in
about the
terms of,
next election.
right, right. I think he means in
Yeah.
terms of future career, in terms of
Oh, yeah,
offline.
I'm not talking about Destiny's relevance now. I'm saying,
Yeah.
as an example of an online figure who
Hmm.
leveraged their audience to engage in real life political activism that could have had a material
Look,
change. Is that in
I
your
don't even
guys'
know who I'm going to
worldview?
vote for. Why am I supposed to get out there and decide ahead of
Not for
time
people
who
so much,
other
but like
people
for
should vote
policies.
for?
Here's the hypothetical, right?
That's what's crazy. I couldn't see in the last election how anybody could be advocating for any of these people. I
Yeah,
was like, what the fuck?
federal. I think never in a federal sense. I think that doesn't make any sense. But like, let's say, for example, hypothetically, let's say ranked choice voting was on the ballot for Texas or something like that, or
Right.
some state where it was reasonable to adopt. And it's like, hey, a year from now, we know that ranked choice voting will be on the ballot, and
Canvassing for ranked choice voting.
radical centrists would certainly agree.
Well, I would
Ranked choice
endorse
voting is good.
you canvassing for ranked choice voting.
Well,
I definitely would.
listen.
If you wanted to do it, I would
Listen.
say yes, do that.
Listen, I talk a lot of shit online, and
Uh-huh.
every day I think,
I'm
should
going
be
to
turning-
canvass. Do you
I should be
really want to
turning-
canvass? Why do you want to canvass?
I'm not saying canvassing specifically, but I'm saying I think the future of I think the future landscape of politics will be dominated by alternative media, quote unquote.
Mhm.
And the biggest gap that needs to be overcome is translating widespread influence online that's very diffuse
we
into
don't-
concentrated political activism. And I think if it was something like, yeah, like ranked choice voting is on the ballot in Tennessee, get like 100, 200 people from across the spectrum to come down and I don't know, I don't know anything about fucking political activism, canvassing, stuff like that. I'm just asking hypothetically. I'm not committing anything right now. I'm gauging the waters. I'm testing
I
to
think you're
see.
greatly overestimating my influence. So,
You perhaps,
yeah.
but Sitch.
Ah, yes.
People listen to Sitch. People
That's true. I have
influenced.
no interest in what you're speaking of at all.
Interesting. So you guys just what is it? You're like the two Muppets, the two old men that
Yes.
just chirp on the sidelines.
What are their names? Standorf? They have weird names. Waldorf?
oh, that's a good name. I'll be Waldorf. I like
I mean,
that.
obviously, no. I mean,
Can I be Wendell?
Um,
Statler and Waldorf. There you go. You be Waldorf, I'll be Statler. I'm down with
Perfect.
that.
Statler.
as we discussed last time, I think we were talking about no, I think
Why
the
do you
first
bring
time.
that up? Do you think activism? Look, I
Are you? Is
first of
that the
all,
direction you're going?
I'm certainly interested in finding out how to stop just talking shit online and actually make material impacts.
oh,
And
okay.
I think these platforms are interesting and have a lot of potential. And even if it, I'm like I'm very just picking on the one example of like bringing people together to canvas. I'm not even saying that's most necessarily most effective, but even if it was just like, um, like I see, like you guys know Andrew Wilson.
Yeah.
He's been on Piers Morgan a couple times. I've talked to
Mm-hmm.
him. Um, I've seen him talk about how he wants to leverage his audience to do something like reform for like divorce court or something like that, which is like, all right, Andrew Wilson is
Hmm.
certainly far right by his own definition, and he's got all kinds of problems. But I greatly respect Andrew as a personal acquaintance. Um, and everyone, even leftists would agree, like, yeah, the divorce court's pretty fucked up, like, and skewed kind of against men. Like, there's probably stuff that could be reformed about it. I don't know in particular, but I believe that's the vibe. So if Andrew, who's very far right, does something that's actually pretty good, that even left wing people would agree is good, that's an example of like, okay, here you have online influencers leveraging their audience to achieve actual practical good material outcomes that are, somewhat different from the kind of just meme like, we need to be Christian nationalists, all that stuff. Like they're actually converting it into real material political action. And I think that trend is going to continue. And I think it's interesting. And I'm just, like I said,
I think that's
I'm just talking
well,
shit right now, yo. I'm
I
just
think
testing the
it's
waters.
terrifying. I think it's terrifying. Okay. Because everyone on space is retarded, like us. I don't want these
Hmm.
people out in the real world. Keep them,
Speak for
keep
yourself.
keep them isolated. Except for you, you're the one exception. Okay,
I
but
try.
everyone else keep them isolated. Keep us all isolated in our little internet spheres. I mean, like what you're talking with, I don't know what he's advocating for with divorce courts. But I agree, divorce courts are fucked. And even if someone I don't agree with ideologically can bring a good change in the world, I'll applaud that. But obviously, I don't want, and I assume you don't want Christian nationalism to become some predominant force going forward. And what I worry about is, it seems like a lot of people don't some people mellow out as they get older, but a lot of people they kind of like their political views get cemented when they're in their 20s. And so we're going to be kind of going forward with this generation where a large contingent of people on the left are literal socialists now for the rest of their lives probably, and probably a smaller contingent but still too large that makes me comfortable on the right, on the far right going forward, are going to just be like, anti-Semitic Christian nationalists, and those people are going to influence politics, for the next 20, 30, 40, 50 years.
Yeah, I mean, I don't just, I agree, all that's bad. Um, but that's sort of beside the point from, like, I'm willing to work with someone who hates fucking white people if it means getting ranked choice voting passed. You know? Like
Sure,
if
I guess. I mean, I
if
don't know,
if there
maybe.
was a YouTuber who
Right.
had like who could bring 100 people to
Uh-huh.
Tennessee to do canvassing for ranked choice
Is
voting,
this on the
and
ballot
that
in Tennessee? I
no,
thought
but in
this was
diff
just like a
I'm just giving an
hypothetical.
example.
Okay. I can't imagine ranked choice voting being on the ballot in
In
Tennessee.
Tennessee.
Yeah.
I'm okay. I just picked one because it's centrally located, but
Even California, I think it would be tough.
there's a few states that
So,
have already done it for
oh
federal
really?
elections too. I believe I could be wrong. I believe
Hmm.
Alaska. Um, states that have
That's funny.
Well, don't worry about it. Don't worry
implemented.
about it. Well, do
Yeah.
you worry if you, because I understand the idea, like if there's a person that, they believe some crazy shit, they like hate white people or whatever, super racist against white people, but you have some alignment and you work with them. On one hand, you say, okay, that's good because you'll get this thing changed in the real world. But on the other hand, is it bad
Is it
because
empowering them?
you're then empowering them in the future to become a more relevant political force?
Um, Maybe. I sort of view it like, you guys ever play Uncharted Drake's Fortune?
No.
Mm-mm.
Okay, there's a great, I'm gonna have to make a video just dedicated to this one scene where basically like one of the last missions, there's the main enemy that you're like fighting all along, right? And then
Mm-hmm.
the last mission is you two finally meet, but that and you're about to kill each other and fight, but then a bunch of these like zombies basically come out, and it's like, oh fuck, we have to fight like we hate each other, but neither of us are going to make it out unless we kill the zombies. So there's a scene where they go back to back and they have like the guns facing the zombies. And
Who are the zombies in this hypothetical?
the zombies are everyone who's opposed to ranked choice voting.
Okay. Is this your big issue? I didn't know this was your big issue with ranked choice voting.
I mean, it's an example of an issue that I think most informed people would agree with, left or right. It's incredibly non-partisan. And so it's sort of that, and I would say like rapid adoption of nuclear energy. Like, let's build more nuclear power plants. That's more of an engineering thing.
Main political parties though are always going to be against ranked choice voting because it completely takes away their power. So
correct.
Democrats
I'm very much
and
against the
Republicans.
two-party. I think the two-party system is a systematic problem that
that's
that
like
a radical
60%.
centrist should oppose.
That's 60% of the electorate though, right there. And a motivated 60% because it's like the 30% base of the Republicans and the 30% base of the Democrats.
True. I'll have to confirm, but several states have implemented ranked choice voting for their like senators and stuff, and even I think for president too. So
in state elections,
it can be
maybe?
done.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, you've got a chat. Someone in chat confirm if I think Alaska does their presidential elections with ranked choice voting. But anyway, that's like a simple example. I mean, another one. Well,
doesn't Andrew Wilson want to make OnlyFans illegal? Maybe you could canvass for that.
When you said doesn't Andrew Wilson want to OnlyFans for a second, I was like, what?
He wants to make.
Hold on, but to my point about
illegal.
To my point about
he
the
might want to
uncharted
make pornography illegal.
To my point about the uncharted back-to-back guns out. My point is, I don't see the argument against working with someone you hate and are fundamentally opposed to, if you both agree on a specific policy that would make everything better. Because it's like, all right, look. We're still going to fight no matter what.
If they're going to do most of the work, I'm down to work with
them. Yeah. Exactly. Like I said, I'm just putting feelers out there. Okay.
Do you think that Hassan and Destiny are going to get completely like shut out of the mainstream politics now, or is everyone just going to forgive him, not care?
Why would Hassan get shut out?
For the Ethan nuke drop and supporting terrorism and all that shit.
No, I think Destiny will be around unless he goes to prison. And
he'll be around, but I don't know if he's going to.
There's no way
Destiny's
going to prison. So.
No, unless the Cherry allegations go through, because that's an actual crime. The other one from Pixie, I think her name is the civil suit. But anyway, no, Hassan will be around because he's too popular with the fucking Queers for Palestine crew.
Right.
And yeah, so, and like I'd be very hesitant, for example, in this future radical centrist political coalition that goes from state to state, leveraging its terminally online audience to come out and touch grass and also engage in coordinated political action. You would have to be fairly strict on which influencers you like, because even if it was Destiny, it's like, well, if it was ranked choice voting, again, I'll work with anyone on that. And I don't know, like your point about do I worry about it empowers them? It's like, why?
You can't say you'd work with anyone.
Doesn't it empower me just as much? Like, I don't see what the issue is.
Everyone has their line though. Like, you'd work with a child molester.
No, I would not work with.
See, obviously, because it's gonna make you look bad.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that
also it's
autistic correction. You mean when you say you work with anyone? You work with anyone? How about
Hitler came back to life and he was like, "Let's do ranked choice voting."
No. If you're going door to door, knocking on doors, and if someone's introducing themselves as the child molester, you're like,
"Hello, I'm the friendly neighborhood. I'm on this watch list, okay? But before I tell you, like, how do you feel about ranked choice voting?"
I'll draw the line.
You
can want the extermination of the white race, but
obviously you don't want to be you don't want your movement negatively associated with like.
But that's the thing; it's not a movement. That's a different because if
that everyone against it would just label you a racist.
Right.
That's the problem.
Against.
Like if you were going around knocking on doors.
Is why
like if you teamed up with Nick Fuentes for ranked choice voting, I think it would do more harm to the movement.
Yes, right? It would definitely. It would hurt it. People would be like, ranked choice
I
voting.
don't know
Isn't
about
that
But hold on,
Nazi
because here's the thing,
policy?
hold on. Here, there's an important distinction. Yeah, right. There's an important distinction though. There's like political parties that have multiple platforms, and then there's task forces that are dedicated to specific policies. So like the ranked choice, you call it the ranked choice voting task force or whatever.
Oh
And
my
the
God.
only thing that is common between all the different people who are vile and degenerate in their own ways is that they support ranked choice voting. And because it's a policy
I
that
just-
most people support as it is,
Maybe we should explain ranked choice voting. Ranked
too hard
choice
to explain.
voting is basically where so you rank the politicians that are on the ballot, and you vote for them in order. So you've got your first choice, your second choice, and your third choice. So if the first choice doesn't get enough votes, it goes down to the second choice. So, but that second choice could be a Nazi. Okay, so
Well,
all
no,
of a
so
sudden
like
you
the
could vote
first
for anyone
election-
who beats a Nazi.
That's
What are you
true.
talking about?
like as
That's
soon
not-
as
okay,
soon
you
as
explained
the-
it poorly. No. The better
as
way
soon
to
as the
explain it.
ranked choice, look,
The better way to explain it is like
just let
this.
me finish. Like as soon as the ranked choice vote comes in, and everybody's second choice was the Nazi, and the Nazi is elected, or the
Okay.
child molester is elected. If they're left,
What is?
I agree,
oh my
this is a
God.
bad
This is-
explanation.
everyone
This
is
is
going
a
to be
bad
like, "Oh my
explanation.
God,
This
this
is-
ranked choice voting. How did these Nazis and child molesters
Oh my
get
God.
on the ballot?"
Adam talking about ranked choice voting is like CNN talking about ivermectin. Okay, just stop.
wow.
Ranked choice
Oh my
voting.
God,
Ranked choice
you're
voting.
an ivermectin guy.
Ranked
Holy
choice
shit.
voting. Ranked choice. Nobody loves horse dewormer more than I do. Ranked choice voting is like imagine that you are going to the function. Okay, doesn't matter what the function is, and there's either vanilla, strawberry, or chocolate ice cream.
Oh my God, why you're overcomplicating this? Okay, listen. If people, how people want the
Everyone
here's the easy
understood
explanation.
from my
Okay.
explanation.
No,
nobody
listen,
understood.
Listen. People were like, "Hey, I want to vote for Ron Paul," and they're like, "Well,
Right.
voting for Ron Paul is
But
a
you're
waste."
throwing
Wasted
your
vote.
vote
Yeah.
away.
Yeah, you're throwing
Yes.
your vote away. But if you have
Right.
ranked choice voting, you put Ron Paul at the top as number one. On the off chance he gets enough votes, he would win. But if he doesn't have enough to win, it goes to your second choice. So if you voted for
Which is
Donald
Nick
Trump or Kamala
Fuentes.
Harris or whoever, it would automatically
Why-
go to that way. So then you don't feel like you're wasting your vote.
Correct.
If you put
yes.
number one on.
If
for Ron
I would
Paul.
like
Okay.
if it's like, look, I want if it. Let's just say it was Trump, RFK, and Biden, and
Right.
people were like, well, look, I would vote for RFK, but I don't want to let Trump win because I want a Democrat to win. So my first choice will be RFK, and if he
Right.
gets more than 50% of the vote in the first round, or when the votes are tallied up, then he'll win.
He
But if he
wins,
doesn't, then my second vote choice will go to Biden, and then that way I'm not wasting a vote. So it guarantees that you
Exactly.
are not wasting your vote.
Right.
And
No
it's
ice
been
cream
adopted by
required.
many cities for their local elections and some states for state and federal elections. And it basically it's a strong challenge to the two-party system, so that it's not just some faceless apparatchik incumbent who's just going to suck off the special interests. You could get sort of a more radical centrist populist, people who are like, yeah, the neoliberal status quo is problematic, but the Democrats and Republicans are too invested in it from a bureaucratic perspective. So all
What
right,
if the
so
special- what if the
I'll avoid,
special
I'll
interest is
avoid,
hot?
I'll avoid the campaign stop when I kick off the movement. We start going to Tennessee for
Mhm.
ranked choice voting. I'll DM Sitch, but I'll leave Adam.
What is
I'll
your-
leave Adam to the sidelines.
Listen. You can DM me. I'm not gonna come out. I'm too lazy.
No, that's fine. No,
Okay.
again, I'm not.
I'll
I'm
listen.
not,
I'll
there's
support you. I'll send
nothing-
out a tweet. I'll be
Thank
like, "Hey,
you.
everyone in
Thank you.
Tennessee, go hang out with PF Young," and but don't hang out with the Nazis though. You don't want to associate them with ranked choice vote.
Well,
or
look,
the
if the
child
Nazis and the communists are for ranked choice voting, a vote's a vote. That's you just gotta roll with it. It depends on the issue. It's like nuclear energy. Like, let's say there was a state that was like passing a bill to construct a couple nuclear power plants. It's like
Mhm.
everyone agrees it's good, but there's this strong special interest contingent. It's like I don't care if you're a Nazi or a communist or whoever. Like I don't care. You being a Nazi or communist isn't going to taint the idea of nuclear energy as such.
He said the word. He had to do it.
Nobody loves tainting nuclear energy.
He had to do it.
I got a question for you guys.
Yeah. What's up?
I was going to change the topic a bit, but let's
Change
get
it.
some.
No, do it. Ranked choice voting is fucking boring. I can't imagine
Jordan-
someone standing on my porch trying to convince me
Jordan-
this is a good idea.
What happened? I agree. That's what canvassing. I feel like would make things worse. I don't know.
Canvassing in this day and age, oh my god. It's like-
Ballot harvesting and mail-in voting forgery is what I'm focused on.
okay, that's good.
That's what
Jordan-
you're focusing on, increasing those numbers. Is what you're saying.
Correct.
Okay.
All right. New topic. Jordan B. Peterson.
Yeah.
Mhm. That's your new topic?
What's up,
Oh
guys?
my God.
What's happening with Jordan B. Peterson? What happened to him?
He went to Russia. They put the microchip in his brain, and he got terminally online. I don't know I haven't even listened to like a Jordan Peterson video, I think, in a year, like a
Last
new
time I
one.
went over to his channel, I looked and I'm like, oh my God, his views are like way down. I was like, wow, this is
Yeah, because he
crazy.
puts out too many. At a certain point, and you interview too many people, it's like you got to pick and choose, dude.
Well, look, I never thought he was a good interviewer. I thought he was a terrible interviewer. I mean, I
True.
like when
His
people
conversations
interview.
were interesting.
I like when people interview Jordan Peterson. I want to hear what he has to say. But when he interviews other people, like it really becomes like he talks for 85% of the time. I'm like,
Yeah,
this is a
yeah,
terrible interview.
I agree. He's better in
He's still got,
stand-up
well, his views are
lectures.
all over the place. So I mean, he still gets, some really high viewed
I think
videos.
I think that what happened was Jordan Peterson joined the Daily Wire because
Hmm.
everyone on the left was calling him an artard, and so he's like, "Well, I'm gonna." He said explicitly, "Well, you go where your friends are, and if everyone's on the left is calling me an idiot, then I'll join the Daily Wire." And then he joined the Daily Wire, not realizing that it's a bunch of Israeli propaganda and corporate shill bullshit. Who
Wow.
talks about free speech and then makes Candace Owens sign an NDA while they're talking shit about her. Deserve it or not, that's just bullshit. Then you have Brett Cooper getting leaving, and Brett Cooper has said it was a bunch of bullshit. Like Jeremy Boring and them are devious people,
Actually,
which I
I
have
thought
no
she's
doubt.
being kind of mum on the whole
Yeah, but then she
situation.
was on Sean Ryan's
Oh, okay.
podcast,
She
and
said, she explained why
well,
she,
yeah, I shouldn't put words in her mouth, but I would.
I thought just money. She wanted more money or
She
something.
definitely said that, um, like her friend who took it over,
Hmm.
Reagan, I think her name is, like
Right.
backstabbed her or whatever. Um,
Wow.
and Jeremy Boring,
Sitch.
like, made that. Well, anyway, Jeremy Boring stepped down because, again, I think that they're all a bunch of devious losers. And one of the things they were considering was they were considering selling the Daily Wire to Fox News. It's like, what? You're supposed to be a. Remember that whole thing with Steven Crowder where he was like, I'm in a negotiation fight with the Daily Wire?
Hmm.
Because you're supposed to be fighting big tech and being alternative media. And then here you are selling to Fox News. So,
I mean, they
bunch of
Well,
did
bullshit.
great with that MySpace acquisition. So
there you
Did
go.
Fox
There,
News
I
buy
mean,
MySpace?
News Corp did. I think they spent $500 million on it.
George Soros bought
oof.
Hot Ones.
They're just they're great at going in there right as the business is
Yeah.
collapsing.
I
Yeah.
mean, the goal of Daily Wire was not to be independent media. The goal was to create, well, I guess it was to create like movies and television programming that was outside the Hollywood sphere. So actually, I mean, that could align with Fox pretty well if
Yeah,
that's
but
the
my
direction they
point,
go.
yes, but my point was like they're supposed to be. I mean, Fox is funded by the same pharmaceutical companies and big tech bullshit that fund CNN and all that stuff. So it's like,
Sure.
how are you being an alternative power structure?
But they would be anti woke.
Yeah, well, there you go. That's so cool. Let's just be anti woke.
What do you, I mean,
Which
It's
yeah,
so
what did you
unique or
think
so
they were going to
based.
be? What do you mean independent from these
Well, it's
people? What does that
interesting.
mean? They're going to make a movie about how pharmaceuticals, destroy the world and create the zombie
No,
apocalypse.
but
Like,
meaning if you're for free speech,
yeah.
you don't do what they did to Candace Owens, which is make her sign an NDA and then talk shit about her publicly and say, well, we should debate, knowing that they signed an NDA or knowing she
Okay,
signed it and couldn't
I
respond
have
to
a
that.
bet with someone about Candace Owens. Okay.
Yeah.
They think that Candace Owens is going to keep going further right. She's going to go so far right that she's going to have to tack back left, and she's going to do the whole like, I got sucked into the right wing echo chamber, but now I'm on the good side again. But I don't think that's going to happen. I think she's just going to just go eventually into full Nick Fuentes territory and then stay there or crash out.
Yeah, she's the exact. She was a Black Lives. Wasn't she like a radical left activist or something like that?
Not, I wouldn't say radical left. I mean, she sued her school for racism, and
Yeah.
then she created the anti-bullying doxing website. And then when Zoe Quinn of Gamergate,
oops.
thank you, when Zoe Quinn of Gamergate attacked her, I don't know why you did that. She suddenly was like, "Oh, I'm on the right now. Woke stuff is bad."
Yeah, interesting. It's people's. There's a personality type that is the same independent of which side you're on. Like Tucker
Mhm.
Carlson and Gavin Newsom are the same person, just one's left, one's right. They're both
Wait, what do you
narcissistic,
mean by
slick
that?
talking, narcissistic, slick
Oh,
talking, you know,
liars.
tall white guys, basically. Um,
White liars. You
yeah,
can't trust the whiteys.
Candace
With the
Owens is
slick
like,
back hair.
is just no, Candace Owens and Destiny are the same,
Mr. Thank you.
narcissistic,
Mr. Thank you.
aggressive, debater type person.
Hmm.
Um, and so whatever. The point is, Daily Wire is a bunch of fucking bullshit. And Jordan
I mean, I
Peterson
know you
knows it.
hate.
He
I
knows
know you
it. He
hate
knows it.
Israel.
He
So
knows it. He
you
knows
know,
it. I do hate Israel at this point in
yeah,
history. They
I
deserve
know.
to be hated.
Right.
I would like the best for them.
Hmm.
But right now, it's completely fair to hate Israel. Just
I
like it was
don't
fair to
think.
hate Israel or hate
Right.
Germany during World War II.
Are
But
you
hold on.
still on the Zog train? Because I don't think they're going to
Oh, you
rehabilitate
want to talk
that the
about Zog?
direction. I mean, briefly. I didn't know if you abandoned it or not. If you're still going with that.
I will say I was watching some of my videos the other day.
Yeah.
What is the Zog thing? We need to know the
You know what Zog
context.
is?
What is this?
Zog is a three-letter acronym that stands for Zionist Occupied Government. It refers to the
Mhm.
degree to which Israel exerts an disgustingly overwhelming amount of influence over U.S. foreign policy.
Yeah, but
That
what's
is
her position on ranked choice voting? That's what I want to know.
okay. My position on Zog is that it should be opposed. Now, like I said, I was watching one of my videos, and then that it was the archetypal mimetics video because I was doing another video. I was pulling something from it, and then I was like, "Damn, that's a good video." And then I watched the video I talk about Zog, and I was like, "It is pretty jarring to go from." Here's the archetypal substrate. Here's a clip of Jordan Peterson talking about the archetypes. Here's a clip of Richard Dawkins talking about memes. And then skip to a video of Zog.
White
Um,
nationalists. Yeah.
but I mean,
Well,
the
you're skipping the key here for I don't know. People don't know. People don't know.
yeah,
Even like so the concept of Zog seems to be used overwhelmingly primarily by groypers and people who hate Jews and
right.
the
And
crazy,
I'd say
racist
yes,
types. And so
yes.
I seem like you're like, I'm gonna go on this journey to try to rehabilitate it, I guess, to like make it so you can talk about, you know, Israel's outsized influence on American politics without being a crazy, massive anti-Semitic racist. Now, I
Yeah, I
think
don't think
that's a
that's
losing battle,
right.
but
That's fair.
you do
Yeah,
you.
yeah. I don't choose the words I use based on if bad people use them. It's just like the Charlie Kirk
Yeah,
argument
but
of
that's
socialism.
retarded.
Yeah, but it's like socialism. This is what conservatives say about socialism. You know who else called themselves socialists? The National Socialists. So basically, you're Nazi.
Yeah,
It's
but
like I don't
yeah,
care.
that's the point. I understand like the intuition, but that is kind of the purpose of language is
Okay,
to
what
associate these things with peoples and terms. And if
Zog
you
stands
have a
for Zionist. And hold on, Nazis say specifically there's no difference between a Zionist and a Jew, which is the dumbest fucking
Mhm.
thing in the world.
Right,
And Zog specifically is, if it was Jog, I wouldn't fucking use it. It sounds dumb anyway. Zog sounds like the evil Emperor Zerg. So
it
it's
does,
mimetically fit to begin with.
or
And it
Zod.
specifically calls out Zionism, which is
Hmm.
entirely and fundamentally separate from being Jewish as a race. So
Okay,
and it's a term I've seen crop up in people who are not far right, whatever, Nazis or whatever. I've like left wing progressive friends who are not even that online who have brought the term up to me. And it's partly an issue of the anti-Israel sentiment is going to continue to rise. The most important practical um, consideration to make is there has to be a universally understood distinction between Zionist and Jew. Otherwise, you will have like horrible fucking anti-Semitism turn into violence
well, even the term
on a
Zionist
massive
is
scale.
unless you're against the concept of Israel even existing.
Zionism practically now just
Hmm.
means if someone says I'm a Zionist, that what that means practically is I am a strong supporter of Israel. That's basically what that means.
Yeah, but see, even that I think there's a lot of people who'd say that they are in favor of Israel existing, but they don't agree
I'm in
with
favor of
what's
Israel
going
existing
on with
too.
God.
Yeah,
Yeah, but so
correct.
well then under the classical definition, that would make you a Zionist.
And words mean what most people think they mean, not what the
Most
class.
people I don't
Aren't
most
you
people
the one? Hold on,
online,
you're the one that when I had Rob Nor on,
yes.
you're like, I'm gonna kiss
Yes.
you on the mouth, Paul, because you said we're not getting. It's not about definitions. It doesn't matter what the
Yeah,
definition of insurrection is.
right.
What matters is the practical consequences.
Of course.
And my read of the vibes is that Zionism simply just means, are you a strong supporter of Israel as a
So
Jewish ethno state, which I don't support.
there's two issues with the Zog thing that kind of relates to the Zionism thing. So it's related, it circles back, which is number one, um, if you have a group of people who are terrible and they create a term and they use it 80% of the time, it's very difficult, if not impossible, for you or someone else to use it without having to go through the hoops of being like, I'm using it, but I don't mean it like the way this other people are doing it, blah, blah, blah. Then a huge chunk of people are never going to believe you anyway. Right. So I don't know if
True.
it's really
Yeah, and
useful from that
I've
context.
seen that already. Okay, but
Of
it's
course,
hold
I'm
on.
sure people have accused you. Yeah. They
It's
don't know
cost,
anything
but
about
it's
you.
cost
Right.
benefit, okay? Because I already look like a white nationalist, right? So I've already got the vibes going for me. So like,
No,
who
you
would
need
I
to shave
rather
your
have?
beard. You got to just get
Who,
the Ian Carroll
yeah,
mustache
or
as
do
all
a
the kids
I
are
had the
doing here.
mustache before, or
Right.
I'll
But
just
wait,
do
there's
this
the
and
second
just the beard.
problem. The second problem with it is that a lot of these mnemonic terms that you're talking about, okay, you'll have a group of someone, far left, far right, will have a term that they throw out there. And it kind of has like a dual meaning of it could be very, a dog whistle for something very extreme, but it kind of has the Mott and Bailey, like a front facing, maybe doesn't mean such an extreme thing. And they're kind of like throwing it out there and wanting to popularize it in order to draw people away from centrism, in order to draw people towards these outlets of extreme thoughts, of stupid thought, really.
Correct. That's one danger.
Right. But so to me, that's why I don't think it's useful necessarily to be like, I'm going to try to rehabilitate Zog. I just don't think it's going to work because of that.
What if by using a term like Zog, which again fundamentally you has the word Zionist in it, and
Hmm.
it naturally predisposes itself to be able to draw a differentiation between Zionist and Jew, which is important. So that's a critical aspect of using it. Now I say, well, the Nazis used it. It's like, okay, again, this is the socialism argument. You call yourself a socialist, so are the Nazis. It's like whatever. If by using the term Zog and by signaling to people who actually do lean kind of like are Sam Hyde and Nick Fuentes sympathizers and all that and curious,
Hmm.
it's like I would rather have those people listen to me. And if by using a term like Zog, which in and of itself is not problematic, I have then good. Now, am I going to pay a
You're
price
going to
because
Daryl Davis them.
Daryl Davis has been my hero since day one?
There you go.
So, I understand people's opposition to it, and admittedly, I'm not making Zog the topic of every video I make. Okay, it'll be every third or fourth video. Okay.
Well, I think, Adam, you were talking about this study like a few weeks ago about how
Me, I was talking about a study.
yes, RFK, you were talking about a study
Cheryl,
that
there's a bomb in the hospital.
that was like, what it was only like when someone listens to you talk, only 6% of what they process is the actual words you're saying.
It's
Oh, totally.
7:38:55. I got the right numbers now.
What is
Wow.
it?
Okay.
Say the study. It sounds very vibes based. I like it.
So I mean specific any study with 7% in it is not very vibes based. Obviously someone's done some research there,
No,
right?
no. I mean, the study sounds like it's validating the
It's
vibes based
validating vibes. Yes, it
epistemology
is.
that I
Yeah.
Yes.
greatly
So
admire.
when we communicate about our brains place emphasis on various things, according to this breakdown, 7% on the words that you're saying, 38% on your or no, the tone of your voice, and 55% on your facial expressions and body language.
Right. So
Yeah.
the reason I bring that up is just like,
Wow, that's incredible information.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so the words that you're writing out in your script are like completely immaterial to like
Worthless.
how
Yes.
you deliver it.
Well, so it's your argument for Zog and all that stuff. It's very intelligent. It's very head smart, right? But it's
Thank
all
you. Let's
seven
cut it there.
percent.
Don't
It's all
fight it.
Yeah,
seven
it is. It
percent.
is. It's a
It's all just
That's
gonna
7%.
fine. All right,
get
my
washed
fundamental look, my
away
fundamental thesis
in
is
the
there's a
map.
look, my
Okay.
fundamental thesis is there's a tidal wave of anti-Israel sentiment that is growing. Much of it
Yes.
for valid reasons, but in that tidal wave is a lot of poisonous anti-Semitism that is
Right.
targeted towards Jewish people as a race. So we have two options. The tidal wave is coming. We have to figure out how to divert it, or we could build a barrier and just push it back and just condemn and silence, which is what the fucking Trump administration is doing. Again, Zog reaffirming its power and reality. You saw the clip of the, it's not enough to be anti-Semitic, you have to be anti-anti-Semitic.
Yes.
That's insane.
Yeah. It's stupid.
And from my
Ibram X.
perspective, it's
Kendi.
like,
Yes.
but it's like, how could any conservative or anyone who, was anti-woke see that clip and not immediately know this is the exact same fucking playbook? Zog should be destroyed, but it's not because it's embedded deeply with political power and lobbying and shit. It's not about like ideology so much.
Hmm.
So my point is, there's this tide of anti-Israel sentiment coming for valid reasons. I think Israel, after the fucking paramedic thing, the killing the 15 paramedics and putting them in a mass grave, and then lying and saying, well, they approach us with their lights off, and then the cell phone video footage came out with their lights on. That just came out. Now I have no problem saying fuck Israel. I hate Israel. It's a genocidal state. I
Hmm.
was on the fence about that. I don't care now because it's so fucking obvious how much they're lying and
Hmm.
how absurd it is. Okay, and it genuinely does. And I as a adherent of OG Jordan Peterson, I'm fully aware of the possibility and probability and plausibility of the shit that happened in Nazi Germany happening in modern states. And I genuinely believe the biggest contributor to the threat of the safety of Jewish people, like genetically Jewish people, is the association with Israel. That the Jewish state, the one and only Jewish state, is now doing all this insane fucking bullshit and lying and dragging the United States into a war and saying that it's not enough to be anti-Semitic, you have to be anti-anti-Semitic. So it's like it is vitally important. It's a vitally important political project to separate being Jewish as a race from being a supporter of the state of Israel. And since that tide is coming, you got to figure out how to deal with it. Diversity of tactics. I'm happy to appeal to the kind of person who would otherwise fall into the Nick Fuentes, Sam Hyde camp by saying Zog and shit, and then making these points that I'm making now. And someone else can say Zog is racist and all that, and as
What's
long
wrong
as
with
we're working
Sam
towards the
Hyde? I
same,
thought he was an enlightened centrist.
yeah, I know.
I say, now you're throwing Sam Hyde under the bus?
Well, listen, I appreciate it when 10 to 20 years from now, when they all come for the Jews, can I hide in your basement?
Sitch, I will hide any anti-Zionist Jew in my basement.
What if I'm
You
well?
told me you were going to hide in my basement, Sitch. I thought we were going to do karate in the garage and shit.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
Will you?
I like that better,
I'll let
actually.
you hide. You don't have to be anti-Zionist as long as you're not
Do they have
pro-Zionist.
earthquakes? Well, listen,
My garage has like a huge flat screen TV.
and Adam will let me be as Zionist as I want because he doesn't care.
Fuck yeah. Are
Yeah,
you
but
kidding me?
I'm
Look,
not gonna
I'm a
look.
Zionist.
I'm not. I'm not going to hide the Zionist Jews in my basement because they're going to be the ones knocking at the door looking for the anti-Zionist Jews.
No, I think the anti-Semites in the hypothetical, it was the Jew haters.
We'll
Coming
see.
for
We'll
the Jews.
look who's passing the hate speech. You see this Randy Fine congressman that just got elected?
No. Yes.
Is there a Gaza version
Uh,
of Ages and Empires?
I'm
Can we
increasingly.
can we play that game?
Oh my God, that's terrible.
Come on, let's do it.
It's awful. What did Randy Fine say? That's the
There
guy
are
who
no
just got elected in
innocents.
Florida,
Yeah,
right?
there are no innocents in Palestine. They deserve blood and
He
death.
said
Blood
that?
should. Yes, there are no innocents in
Holy
Palestine.
shit.
Innocent Palestinian civilians don't exist. They're demons.
Well, look, that's a bit excessive. Okay.
Yeah, now he's a U.S. congressman.
Oh
So
wow.
now
Holy shit.
my government has straight up like genocidal people in it. And this is the broader issue that I'm going to do a deep dive in. Something about Jordan Peterson.
Listen, he
Something
called
something.
himself the Hebrew Hammer. Okay. He's a funny Jew. He's just a funny guy.
Yes. The one of the reasons this whole issue is salient is because um the basically modern secular morality. I'm curious if you guys would disagree with this. I don't think you would. Um, there's a religious historian called Tom Holland, not the actor Tom Holland, but the religious historian, who says that basically modern secular morality is a religion, except that the characters are Hitler is Satan, the Holocaust is the hell, and you know, being anti-racist and all that is like the way to be moral, right? Like we live in a you have all these atheists that have, well, there's no God, morality is constructed, but will be as, religiously motivated to clamp down on racism and eugenics and all that stuff. It's like fair, but that is the modern secular religion. Okay, so when we all were in school, we learned about the Holocaust. They fucking played the diary or the Anne Frank movie or what, or I remember crying like in seventh grade while watching that movie.
What a wimp.
Yeah, yeah, I know. That's what my friends told me. But I was actually, I felt bad. I felt bad for her. And our whole moral system was like, yeah, imagine if, if you were in World War II, like the moral thing to, or we're in Nazi Germany, the moral thing to do would be to fight back against it. It's like, well, now I live in a country where my U.S. congressman is saying that shit as kids are getting blown up and my tax dollars are funding it and we're being told it's a good thing or it's not happening. And if it is happening, it's a good thing. And it's like, it creates a personal moral dilemma of like, um, what the fuck? I thought, I'd like to think of myself as, well, if we were in a terrible moral situation, I would be able to do something about it. But it
Mhm.
appears all I can do is just say zonk, which is also part of the reason, even though this is not smart, it's my emotional gut thing that I lean into it is like everyone who gets mad about me saying a term, but not mad about the fact that you have a U.S. congressman saying this type of shit, straight up genocidal bullshit. It's like, get your priorities straight.
Mm. Well, it does make it easier for the other side to just strawman you
But
too.
that makes me easier to appeal to the right wingers who would otherwise fall into the Nick Fuentes camp.
You're gonna catch them. Listen, maybe you
I mean,
can catch them. Okay, you will
this
be
is
the
what I
catcher
said.
in the ride, the catcher in the
Look,
frog. Okay,
everyone has to play into their their mimetic aesthetic.
okay, that's
Okay.
true.
Do you guys know
That's true.
CJ the X by any chance?
CJ the X.
CJ the X.
I know CJ, amazing atheist.
No, CJ the X. You would
No,
like CJ the X, I think.
I
CJ the X is
don't.
a left-wing video essayist, but he is very ground. He like cites Jordan Peterson clips unironically in a positive light. Um, and like lays out like the philosophical pragmatism stuff like that, right? And so he takes Jordan Peterson's ideas and packages them in a way that appeals to an entire group of people that us three would never be able to appeal to simply because of how we look, right?
Oh, is
Like
he one of
Shuds.
them
Yeah, he's like super
minorities?
queer leftist video essay, non-binary, right? Like
Gotcha.
wears women's clothes and all that stuff, right?
Oh my God.
But he's injecting straight up Jordan Peterson philosophical, you know, concepts
Mm-hmm.
into a audience that probably needs it, right? And then when I do my videos about like archetypal memes or stuff like that, synthesizing Jordan Peterson, all that stuff, okay, that's going to appeal to a certain population. But you need both people. You need both. You need a diversity of tactics to appeal to the widest range of people. So if I'm against, Zog, then okay, fine. I'll be the right wing vanguard over here to appeal to the more right wing people who like to say that. Again, it's not just right wing people who say that. I've seen in
Right.
my own personal life left wing people continually picking up on that. But then maybe you have people like I don't know who's a very liberal left mainstream like Gabor Mate. Like Gabor Mate is a or Glenn Greenwald or something like that. Like he's obviously not leaning into the Zog stuff, but he's very, or Dave Smith. Although Dave Smith's right wing. So I don't know. Gabor Mate is, or Norman Finkelstein is the left wing anti-Zog person. So it's like, fine. We use different tactics, but we're trying to get to the same goal here.
Maybe
That makes
it could
sense.
work. I understand exactly what you're saying. It makes sense.
I'm
I don't know
entirely
if it's gonna
sympathetic. I'm
happen,
entirely
but
sympathetic to people who are like, dude, it just seems like you're just flirting with the far right just for the sake of it. And it's like, um, you should be skeptical of me. And
there
I
you go.
encourage people to.
Don't be
It's like Peter
skeptical.
Baelish, right? It's
We
like
like
Peter
young
Baelish
here.
to, yeah. It's like Peter Baelish to Ned Stark. Mistrusting me was the wisest thing you've done since you got
You're
here.
not stop. You're not a Peter Baelish like figure.
Well, I
Okay.
am. Well, no,
No.
not in immorality, but in terms of
Right.
capability and manipulating shit behind the scenes.
Oh,
I'm organizing
okay.
a radical centrist
Aren't you a
takeover for
humble
ranked
humble
choice voting.
merchant?
What you
J
guys
Mac,
think?
our surrogate father for $50 says, "Hey, young, didn't know you were out in Tennessee. My family is all out there. My brother is a state legislature as well. I get to hear all about the sausage is made there, and met a bunch of politicians like Marsha Blackburn."
Wow. It's almost like speaking truth and just honestly saying things out loud and engaging in dialogue for the sake of productive discussion merits fruits that could grow into a very plentiful centrist olive tree
True,
grove.
true.
I don't live in Tennessee. I live in Texas.
Wow,
But I just gave that as an example.
lame. How do you
Um,
feel
I,
about these tariffs on a completely different subject?
Yeah. I brought
um,
up the watch together too. I don't know if you sent him the watch together
I'll
link,
send the
but
link.
we could get his feedback on some of this Tucker Carlson stuff. I don't know if he
what's going on?
You're a
How do you,
huge Tucker Carlson fan, right?
No, I recognize the role that Tucker Carlson plays in the Great Meme Wars. That doesn't make
what
me
do
a
you think
fan.
that is?
He is one of the leading figures on the dissident right, so to speak.
Did
Mm-hmm.
you know he got molested by a succubus?
I think I did hear something about that, right? Like he got attacked by a demon.
He got attacked by a demon at night. Yes.
He
Yep,
came
like I
home
said,
with lipstick on
he's
his
a
collar. He's like,
lying.
honey, it was a
He's a
succubus from
Mm-hmm.
last night.
he's a slick talking narcissist like Gavin Newsom.
He's a huge liar. Yeah. It's crazy.
True. So is Donald Trump.
Yeah, but
So is Joe Biden. So is Kamala
it's
Harris.
why does Donald Trump lying, which I don't like, but it definitely rubs me less wrong than Tucker Carlson's lies.
Because Tucker Carlson is like creepily deceptive because the smarter you are and the better sense of like how you're being perceived,
Mm-hmm.
then when you manipulate those perceptions to advance a lie, it's even worse than just being a bombastic like fuck no, I didn't do that. That never happened. That never happened. Where it's like Tucker when he denied evolution on the Joe Rogan podcast, he's like, I'm pretty sure it's like Darwinian evolution, like that's over. Or whatever his fucking laugh is. It's like
Right.
Oh,
the
his
fake
laugh is
laugh.
ridiculous.
Because laughter is supposed to be genuine. Fake laughter is bad enough, but then when it's used to advance a lie, it's even worse. So I don't like Tucker Carlson, but unfortunately, he fulfills an important and necessary role in the meme wars right now. It'd be nice for him to be supplanted, but
Yes.
we don't have
Well, I
anyone
guess
else right now.
to
Why'd you
answer
bring him
my
up
own
though?
question, Trump kind of has the vibe of like the bragging guy at the bar who's like telling you a tall tale about something, and you're like kind of know it's bullshit, but you're like entertained by it. And whether that's actually how he is, it's just the vibe he gives off. Where
Right.
Tucker gives off the Peter Baylor's vibe of like, oh, this is a person who just 100% knows that they're, at least to me, is 100% knows that they're just lying and bullshitting for some sort of nefarious
Yes.
purpose, which I don't even think Tucker has any ideological purpose. I think he just wants to make as much money and gain as much, political power as
I
possible.
think I think he genuinely does hate the elite class that he rails against, even though he's a part of it, because
Mm,
precisely because he's a part of it. He's talked about this before where he said if you look at like the historical figures who were most successful in pushing back against different classes, the royalty, the capitalist class, so on and so forth, they're all people that came from that class because they got the
right.
inside view, right? And I think so. I think he's driven by he genuinely hates like Victoria Nuland and the neocon establishment and all them. And
Yeah, but I think
so it's
he hates
unfortunate
it.
that he's motivated by that,
Mhm.
but that does make him directionally useful oftentimes.
I think he hates it though, not for ideological purposes. I think he hates it the way that like
Oh
the
yeah, because they were
over
like mean to him or something. Like
yeah, the
literal, like it's personal
yes,
drama.
right. The overproduction of elites, a lot of these socialists are like kind of mad that they're not,
In the
welcome in
club.
some sort
Yeah.
of elite circle or something. That's kind of the vibe I get from
Yeah,
Tucker.
it's like Destiny hates conservatives, I think, because he hates his parents and how he's talked about how his mom's like straight up Alex Jones level conspiracy theorist and he's super intelligent and she's not. And so he isn't he's talked about that. Well, didn't he say what did he say? If his mom died, he'd be like, well, I wouldn't have to pay for end of life care, so that's good. I got that going for me or something like that. It's like it's all
You
those
mean
kinds of
if
jokes.
she was at the rally
Yeah, yeah,
that the
that's
guy
right.
got
Yeah, yeah,
shot?
whatever that
Yeah,
was. Yeah.
right. Yeah.
But point is, it's like, well, Destiny still is useful, even though he's driven by motivations that are ultimately destructive for him and others. Like the whole. I cited this example to him, the Twitter files. When that first came out, I was like, oh, I guess Democrats were censoring Republicans. That's basically my vibe of the story. Then I
Right.
watched the debate that Destiny had with not Schellenberger, but two of the journalists.
Oh, he didn't talk to Tahibi. It was the other guy. I
No, it
know
was
who you're
not
talking about.
Taibbi and not
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Schellenberger. It was someone else.
I
Two
remember
two
who you're
other
talking
guys.
about.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
And Destiny went through and pointed out like look, it's very clear that the Republicans were doing this too. Which and Elon Musk sort of kind of picked and choose what he let, get revealed or whatnot. And I've
Hmm.
seen that more and more be like, damn, Destiny was 100% right on that. Just Glenn Greenwald saying the same thing. Um, so, I
That idea
view
has never broken into the mainstream political internet thought process, though. No one
what has
understands
not.
that. What you just said. Like, I understand it, and I think I'm pretty sure I debated Connor about this exact talking point, or maybe it was Rob Noor or someone.
On
But
the
that
Twitter files
idea,
particularly, or
yeah, about
the
the
broader
Twitter files,
concept?
like just 99% of the population doesn't understand that or know that.
Yeah, 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 exactly. So
It's
Destiny's
sad.
fulfilling an important role despite
Right.
him basically being motivated by fuck conservatives. Like, okay, well, the conservatives are wrong sometimes. So if I can guarantee that if anyone is going to snuff out where the conservatives are wrong, it'll be
Yeah.
Destiny. Um,
Sometimes scorpions, you need a scorpion to throw at someone or put in their
exactly.
shoe. Yeah, definitely.
Sled dogs are useful when you hitch them to the sleigh properly.
Right. Just don't let
Um,
them, raise your children.
Tariffs.
Tariffs.
I'm against the neoliberal status quo. I think the fundamental flaw in neoliberal economics, which is our current basic economic system, is
Hmm.
believing that economic utility is a function of driving down the cost of material goods. That is simply not the case. At a certain point, the margin it's a there's a term for it in economics, but there's a point where it's the marginal utility, the marginal benefit of reducing the cost of your TV or your iPhone by another dollar actually produces no benefit. And at a certain point, making electronics so cheap, where we're just constantly sucked into our iPhones all day, actually probably produces negative effects on society.
Hmm.
So broadly speaking, I think we're at a point where as long as our commodities can be shored up, food production and housing can be shored up, then I don't care if an iPhone costs $2,300. In fact, I would say it's probably a good thing in the long run that Apple doesn't make as much money by being able to sell as many cheap new iPhones. So it can't afford to pay its top engineers as much. So then those top engineers go to a company that's somewhere else. And instead of making $300 working for $300,000 working for Apple, they make $200,000 working for, a company that comes up with like medical devices or something that are useful and shit
Hmm.
like that. And so that's a very, optimistic view of the situation, or
Hmm.
at least,
Do
my,
you do
but
you
but the
think?
tariffs themselves are fucking ridiculous. 44%
Okay.
on China is gonna fuck us.
Right. Right.
It
Right.
will drive up the price of food and housing and all that stuff.
In everything, essentially.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So but I do think, I said I did it. I released a video today. The meme argument is that this is a negotiating tactic. The problem with
Hmm.
that is it is true. He's done that and he's proven successful because he has levied threatened tariffs on Colombia and then gotten them to concessions immediately and withdrew the tariffs. And he did the same thing with Mexico in 2019 to get them to deploy more National Guard on the border. He's also lied about it, like with Canada. You remember when he said he got Trudeau to agree to all these concessions?
And he didn't. They were previously
Yeah, they'd
removed.
already been
Yeah.
agreed upon.
Right. Right.
So I wouldn't blame anyone for thinking this is he doesn't actually achieve anything with these tariff negotiations, but he has proven it to happen in the past,
I
and
was
I do
more
think it
on
will happen.
I
Um,
was more on the side of this seems like a negotiation tactic because the alternative is so stupid.
Correct.
I mean, I thought the same thing about Russia invading Ukraine. I turned out to be wrong about that. But then, and we can watch it in a second. Lutnick was on MSNBC, and he's kind of changed my calculation because he's really pushing back pretty hard against the idea that these are negotiations. Now, it's still possible because it's it's not like we don't have a history of everyone around Trump saying one thing and then Trump just says whatever the fuck, like just it completely ignores everything they're saying, right? And I think this is kind of part of the interesting thing that came out with the whole signal leak is that I think I don't think, or let me phrase it like this: people I think have the wrong idea about how the Trump administration operates. They think that Trump is sitting there in the Oval Office and he's like, okay, Johnny, here's the plan. I'm going to say X and then you're going to say Y and it's all negotiation tactic and blah, 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 blah. When in reality, my vibe intuition from all this is that no one knows what the fuck Trump wants, including everyone around him. And I think that that's part of Trump's tactic is to just be sort of intentionally vague about the goal of whatever the policy is so that whatever the outcome is, he can try to shift towards like, well, that was the goal from the beginning. And then everyone will applaud and say, aha, he always knew that's the 10D chess. So I don't think the people around him even know necessarily, including Lutnick, including the Treasury Secretary. I don't think they even understand what his own motivation is in terms of these negotiations or these tariffs, I should say.
I agree, and I think they even have different motivations from each other, so they're like competing over
Yes,
influence over the bull in the china shop.
right.
Do you ever watch Tucker Carlson interviews?
Sure.
He interviewed Scott Bessent, the Treasury
Yeah, we
Secretary.
were
Yeah,
gonna
we're
watch some
gonna
of that
watch it.
today.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's good in that it helps understand how Scott Bessent thinks, whether or not it justifies anything. There's some good stuff in it. Like, for example, they want to use the tariffs to fund tax cuts for the working class. Okay, in theory, fine. But if it's that, then it is not a negotiating tactic. You're actually relying on it for revenue, right? Like
Hmm.
if you're saying we're going to rely on the tariffs for revenue, then it's not just a negotiating tactic. Because if you get rid of them, then you don't have that revenue to rely on to fulfill whatever program you're trying to fund.
Yeah, and
Well, I
they
think
want to
what
do huge tax cuts,
I
so
think
those tax cuts are not
here's
dependent upon the tariffs.
like the no taxing
Well,
overtime
yeah,
and all that.
if they pass the tax cut bill that they're trying to get through, then they need to offset that income. So the tariffs can't go away if they're gonna use the tariffs to offset the income, and they've already passed the bill.
Correct. I think Scott mentions in that they need to pass legislation that like creates all of the incentives and structures for corporations to repatriate, right? Like the initial Trump tax cuts, I think were pretty good in part because they allowed assets overseas to be repatriated to the United States and not be taxed. So it said, hey, we're going to tariff all these other countries. If you start doing capital investments here at home, we'll make it even easier for you. So there's ways to do it. My point about me being against neoliberalism. I'm broadly in favor of, um, yeah, let's bring manufacturing back home. Let's reshore
hmm
supply chains. People say, oh well, why would we have Americans do something when we can do it for cheaper overseas? It's like because, and this is again missing from the economic calculation. Having a stable job is a good in and of itself. And so people say, well, why would I pay someone more to produce less of an efficient to get less of an output? Because ultimately we're concerned with the output. It's like, no, no, no. The act of employing someone does have utility in and of itself. The libertarian argument is like, okay, well then you should just pay people to dig holes in the desert, right? If the act of employment is a good in and of itself. It's like, and yes, there's merit to that where it's like you can't just say the fact that people are employed is creating value in and of itself. But you also can't dismiss the fact that people having stable jobs and just having a job at a corporation gives them community, gives them stability, and allows them to raise a family and all that stuff. So it's not as simple as just saying all the only economic calculus that matters is how do we drive down the cost of goods and services. It's like that's not. And again,
Right.
all of the indicators of well-being with mental health, suicide rates, and all that stuff are decoupled and declining when you compare to GDP per capita. So I'm
I
in favor of
mhm.
reshoring and all that, and I think they can do it. I'm looking forward to seeing how it goes. I told you guys beforehand I have no money in the market. Fortunately, I pulled it out actually just recently.
Good for you.
Um, but
You're gonna miss it when it goes to the
well,
moon.
that's a thing. So I
Now he's
suspect
gonna buy in the
tomorrow.
dip, obviously.
I
Come
bet
on.
what happened. I bet what happened. This is my bet. I
Yeah.
bet
Okay.
Hold on. So Treasury Secretary says they think they can raise 300 to 600 billion with the tariffs.
over 10 years, right?
We take in. Oh, is it over 10 years? Because that would change everything. We take in 2024. We took in 2.4 trillion in revenue. Is that right? I can't. Is that right?
Maybe I'm wrong
In
about the
total,
10-year thing.
in total tax revenue, we
That's
only took in 2.6,
2.4 trillion. That's
Yeah.
2.4.
49% of total revenue.
Right.
So, and that's from income taxes.
Hmm.
So we're also, I guess business taxes are is
I
part of it as well.
I think that Lutnick and Besant, I think they want, my intuition is that they want these high tariffs to be in place. I think Trump doesn't. I think he wants just the flat 10% tariff on everybody, and he'd be happy with like no one have any tariffs on America, and then we just have a flat 10% on everyone else, and he'd be fine with that. And then
Trump
that would
wants to
be
be
the idea
remembered
of
as like
revenue.
a transformational president.
Well, yeah,
That's the
he does.
only reason he's doing any of this shit.
Well, yeah, I do think that. Well, we'll talk about that when it comes up because I do think people were talking about, oh, he wants to do the next, Brentwood, whatever the fuck it's called,
Bretton Woods Agreement or whatever.
yeah, like completely change the world order. I don't think that's going to work for reasons which we'll talk about later.
Well,
But
look, Hoover changed the world order too.
Yeah, look,
yeah, he did.
I'm
Right. Why do you?
we have to get away from the neoliberal economic status
I
quo.
agree. I agree, and I think that was Obama's
What's wrong
great
with
failing.
neoliberalism?
that was Obama's great failing.
It's
Is that
gay. It's fucking gay, dude.
that was the time to bring the change, and he never did. And I think that's what caused the situation we're in right now. But
Yeah.
I noticed something today, which I haven't really heard other people talking about, which is why it's kind of interesting to me that Trump and his secretaries that are coming out here, none of them are really there's a mimetic weapon that's on the table here that none of them have picked up, or at least if they have, it's been very slight, which is why is the left supporting child slave labor in terms of not wanting manufacturing to come back
That's a
to
good point.
America? And why do you think it is, both you and Adam, why do you think it is that Trump's not using that weapon?
I have
I
seen
can't
that
imagine he
talking
just hasn't.
point from people who are in favor of this. But I
Yeah,
don't
but
think they're
not
making
from
it a
them.
central and lenient thing. Yeah, because everyone knows it'd be hypocrite. They don't, because everyone knows it'd be fucking
You just think
bullshit.
they don't care? That's why.
I don't. It's like when JD Vance went to Greenland and started
Yeah.
he gave a speech about how like the Danish are oppressing the Greenland people, and it's like, bro, we just want to buy this shit. Don't go there and
Right.
get all moral, like get mad, like you're like he looked like he was getting mad, like you have oppressed the people here. It's like you didn't give a shit until Daddy Trump told you to go over there to go buy it. So shut the fuck up.
Is it child labor though? I mean, I know they have sweatshops and stuff like that, but
Well, whatever.
I'm sure
there's
they
not
do.
enough
Sweatshops.
children in in Vietnam to
True.
sew all these garments.
This is a separate issue, and then I'll roll out and let you guys review the Scott Besson video.
You're not going to watch some of it with us?
China.
What are you doing?
No, I got to roll.
Where are you going? What's going on?
I've got work to do, Adam.
He's an Autobot. He's got to roll. He's got to go canvas for ranked choice voting.
I've got a radical centrist platform to unite. You guys
got
can
a
just sit and shoot
meeting
what
with
is
Nick
it?
Fuentes after this or something. You got to.
He's got to go hang out with the
I'm in a group chat with me,
Something's
Nick
going on.
Fuentes,
You going for some
Destiny,
chicken and waffles or something?
and Candace
Yes.
Owens. Yeah.
Oh,
China.
and Sam Hyde.
Do you guys know the Peter Zeihan thesis on China?
Yeah,
Yes.
there's decoupling.
It's just going to collapse
I mean, I read
Yes.
his
because
book.
of demographics.
Yeah, the demographic.
Now he seems to. It's funny. He's been talking about decoupling for like 3 years now. Trump is
he made a
finally
video.
going both feet into decoupling, and he's like freaking out.
To me, it's
You predicted this, Zion.
yeah. Well, China. It does like Ray Dalio came out with a book that said like he looks at the rise and fall of empires, and the United States one is in its decline, and then the next one is going to be China. It's like you're forgetting that China is going to suffer severe demographic collapse. So who is it? Who's the next superpower after the United States if it's not the United States? Is it just a multipolar world at this point and everyone's sort of in an equilibrium?
It's going to be whoever becomes the dominant robot AI country.
Yeah, I know. That's so fucked.
That's the answer. Yeah, I mean that's what I think Trump should be
I'm
doing.
a robophobe.
Fuck all this.
I'm a
Fuck all this
robophobe.
other shit.
I embrace
okay.
robophobia. We should
You
kill
can be a
robots.
robot phobe as much as
Really?
you want.
I was in Austin.
Oh,
I was in
man.
Austin, and
It doesn't matter.
for the first time I saw one of those fucking delivery bots
Mm-hmm. You
that
just
like
punched it.
I'm
punched
legit,
it right out of the
I'm
sky.
legitimately like
He's just mad because it smelled.
I'm
like
not going to say
pizza.
this because it's a public stream and everything I say is a joke anyway. But like I'm going to do something about these fucking.
You
things,
want to have
okay?
sex with a robot?
I'm gonna fuck these robots up. Okay, literally.
I'm gonna impregnate all these robots and take over their demographic. Yeah,
Okay.
but I understand you're robot phobe. All these other people are blah 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 blah. Okay, it doesn't matter though. That's the future. We're all gonna have to learn to deal with it. That's gonna be the dominant way to.
It's gonna be great. What are you
True,
talking
which is partly
about?
which is partly why I think that bolsters the case for reindustrialization because you have smart factories and AI assisted.
The jobs aren't coming
employees.
back, but we want the factories here.
No,
That's for sure.
I've worked for big industrial logistics companies and I've been in their giant distribution centers and automate. It's like the classic thing we learn in high school about like the cotton gin and with slaves.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, well, slaves could only pick so much cotton in a given day, but then the cotton gin allowed it to pick 10 times as much. So you'd think, oh, well, that makes slaves cheaper, or you only need a few of them. It's like, no.
It doesn't.
It made slaves more valuable because each one could pick more cotton, and so you got more output total. And so I do think there is a strong case. It certainly is the case in certain companies and industries, but on the principle of, well, if you have AI and a lot of automation, you can actually make each individual human worker.
Humanoid robots are a completely different animal, though. Obviously,
Yeah, that's true. That's I'm Will Smith to the iRobot. Just see him and shoot him on sight. I'm thinking, but
I mean, yeah, if you've got like, if you need a person to manage the robot, fine. But if the robot is just fully
Managing another
autonomous,
robot, you have the robot overseer with a little whip.
We're
You
so
don't
fucked.
need to
We need
whip
a we
them.
need a Butlerian jihad. That's
They
the
love to
most
work.
the ultimate
Yeah.
terminating point of radical centrism is a Butlerian jihad. We solar flare AI and we say fuck it. We have to go back to the beginning.
We'll
And
just
then
all
we
be.
refuse to do AI. We make it illegal. Okay? I don't know how, but collateral damage. We'll figure it out after the fact.
Do you think that the Amazon floor robots are gonna call the overseer robots like a robot slur?
Buckethead?
Mhm.
What do they say in Clone Wars? I think it's bucketheads or something like that.
Maybe they had some slur in iRobot, didn't they?
Yeah,
Yeah,
probably.
but I
I
don't
hope it's not
remember
just
what
the
it was.
N word, but with an R.
Just
So,
rigor.
yeah,
All right. I'm not. Well, I
those
won't
house
hard on it.
riggers.
Rigga. These fucking riggas. All right. Anything
All right,
else?
this was great. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, we'll talk again.
It's
We
always
learned
good
a
talking
lot.
to you.
Yes. Look, the state of
Touching
centrism is
base.
in great peril. We'll need
It
to.
Good.
is.
That's what
It
we
is.
wanted to hear.
We'll need to stay in touch and revitalize it.
Touch tips every so
Have fun
often.
with
Yes.
your
Amen.
have fun with your canvassing. I'll let you guys
Thank
touch
you.
tips.
Thank you.
I'll
God,
be
Adam.
I'll be playing the Ages of
Such a
Empires
pussy.
Gaza
Yeah.
edition.
Oh my god. Terrible.
God,
All
Okay,
right.
Take care.
Peace, guys.
Peace. Okay.
Look at that.
Before we watch this Scott Bassett clip, we should watch
Mhm.
this Howard Lutnick clip, just to really like
It is shaping up.
bring you down mentally. Okay.
Hammer home how depressing all this is.
Yeah.
I'm not really
yeah.
depressed about any of this stuff. I just
Well, it depends. Well, okay. Maybe not depress you, but like shake your confidence in buying on the dip over the weekend. I hope you didn't
Mhm.
buy on the dip this weekend. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh yeah, look, I've been buying on the dip. Like every time Melania coin goes down, I go in there and I swoop
You just
up some more.
swoop up
Yeah,
as much Melania coin as you can.
I do. Yeah,
Oh, okay. Interesting.
definitely.
C.S. Paffy, thanks so much for the $20. Says, Adam, if you're not gay, you tell Paul he needs to talk to Kidda. If you're not going to be an enlightened centrist, you can at least help them find each other. Well,
Okay, yeah, look.
I'll send Paul the link. You should go talk to that.
Is
darn
Kidda
thing.
taking over the mantle? She could be an enlightened centrist.
She could be our
That's fine.
surrogate daughter that we pass the mantle on to. I mean, Young is like, he's like an unruly child, right? We're looking
Sure.
for another. So,
Yeah,
it'd be
there could be
better.
another.
Right.
So I started a poll. What happens to the stock market tomorrow? Crash, we're all doomed, or to the moon, everything is fine. And it's like neck and neck. 52% says we're doomed.
Well, here's okay.
48% says to the moon. But
If
I heard an interesting statistic. I'll just tell you before you.
what's that? What's the statistic?
So they were saying the first day of the dip, a lot of retail investors went in and bought. The retail investor was reigning supreme on the first day of the dip.
Mm-hmm.
The second day of the dip, the retail investors were running for the doors.
They got annihilated. I thought,
yeah. So
Why-
it's interesting.
How does that even make sense? Why would you would assume the retail investors would be the most affected by this? Why would you?
Well,
buy
that just
them?
says a lot of retail investors have cash and are sitting on the sides, right? But they don't have disposable cash. They have cash that is like they need. They're like, oh shit, my rent money just got cut in half. Fucking sell.
So on Monday, this is my prediction. On Monday,
Mhm.
Trump's going to come out and he's going to be like, "It was wonderful. It was great. Spent the weekend talking to all the world leaders. They all called me. Your president, Donald Trump. They all want to talk to me. And 50 countries, they all want to drop their rates to zero." If he comes out on Monday and he says all these countries came out, they agreed to drop their tariffs to zero. So I'm agreeing that we're going to drop the tariffs on those countries that are agreeing to that. Okay. If that happens, I think you're going to see the stock market bounce back up.
Right.
If that doesn't happen and he comes out and he just says, everyone's talking to me, but we're still going to have the tariffs go into effect and we'll work it out later, things are not going to bounce back up.
It's
They're
going
going
to
to just keep going back down.
But sooner or later, there's going to be a capitulation day. A lot of people are questioning whether or not it was on Friday, but a lot of other people are saying, no, the capitulation day is probably going to happen this week. Well, they're saying one day this week is going to be
Who's
like,
capitulating?
well, everyone that's just too afraid, like sooner or later, the sellers dry up.
Mhm.
Oh my God. They're running for the doors. So they're saying there's going to be another big down day.
Right.
We could hit the bottom.
Hmm.
I don't know. It's tough to say. Like
So
I've basically I've done very well in all of these because
right,
look, I've been around for all of them. Right?
right.
September 11th was a big one. The housing crash was a big one. The pandemic was a big one.
So you think it's going to keep going down on Monday? Is what you're saying?
I think it could go either way. This is
Okay.
this
You're
is
not
a
certain.
this is the first time. Like obviously, okay, September 11th, we didn't have a lot of control there, right?
Right.
Okay, the housing crash. Like the banks did something, right? Mortgage-backed securities. There's all this other fucking shit going on, right? The government wasn't even really involved. They came in to save the day.
Mhm.
The pandemic. Oh my God, China did it, right? They
Right.
released this super bug.
Now we're doing it to ourselves.
Now we're doing it to ourselves, which makes me
Right.
think, okay, this could be over any minute. Like, for all I know, Trump's kids are trading on the side, right?
Right.
He's saying, look, I'll buy the dip, guys. I'm going to go fucking shoot my mouth off.
So, okay. Before I saw this interview
Anna's in the
today.
chat. What's up, Anna?
Hey,
Good
Anna.
to see you.
Before I saw this interview
She says
today.
things will bounce back. Look at this.
Okay, so she's good. She's being optimistic. Before I saw this interview today, I was optimistic about Trump was going to come out on Monday. He was going to say that they were dropping the tariffs on the people that played ball with him, and there would be a bounce back. Okay, then I saw this interview, and that has definitely shaken my confidence in that idea. All right, so
well, they got to do this though.
Let's watch.
That's part of the negotiation.
Well,
they can't come out and say, "Oh yeah, we're just playing with people."
Well, no,
he has to be hardcore.
Well, wait,
this guy's got to go out and make everyone believe that they're really going to stick to it.
Wouldn't you, if you want countries to negotiate, wouldn't you say, it's better for? It's weird because I think it was actually like David's. I don't know if it was David Sachs or Bill Ackman or one of those people on X was saying like, oh, countries should get in quickly. And I think Trump even retweeted this. Countries should get in quickly. The ones that get in quickly make deals will get the best deals, and the countries that don't will get the shitty deals. Right? Kind of create this prisoner dilemma situation. To me, that makes more sense from a negotiating standpoint than just saying, well, these tariffs are just going to be on for like a month, regardless of what anyone does. Because that kind of tells people, well, why bother rushing to negotiate at that point? There's no ticking time element. You're going to get hit either way.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
it's definitely, look, the market uncertainty. Even if they do change directions, I don't think there's still going to be market uncertainty, right? Because already,
of course,
yeah, the market uncertainty is being caused by the constant flip flopping, the constant mind changes. Like, oh yeah, they're off today, maybe they're on tomorrow. So,
okay, let's watch some of this. This is Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick on Face the Nation.
Right.
Well, you've got to realize this is a national security issue. I mean, we don't make medicine in this country anymore. We don't make ships. We don't have enough steel and aluminum to fight a battle, right? All our semiconductors are made overseas, so every button we press when we try to start our car or even use our microwave, these are all semiconductors. They're all made elsewhere. We've got to start to protect ourselves, and we've got to stop having all the countries of the world ripping us off. We have a $1.2 trillion trade deficit, and the rest of the world has a surplus with us. They're earning our money. They're taking our money.
Right.
And Donald Trump has seen this, and he's going to stop it. So
when it comes to the security issue, I do agree with that. I do think it makes sense to say it's within our security interest to want to have certain jobs, certain resources, certain manufacturing in America. And we saw this with, when the lockdowns happened, it was like, there's all sorts of things that America just literally couldn't produce. And people are like, oh my God, this is crazy. I didn't even know, we couldn't produce hand sanitizer or masks or whatever the fuck it was. Like we had to go to literally China to do all this shit. Right. And so from that concept, I do agree with that 100%.
Why do you need a tariff though? Why can't you just say you pay zero taxes if you build a factory here?
Well, maybe you do both.
Factory here.
Maybe you do both. I don't know.
Okay.
But my issue with how that is then being realized through these tariffs is, in order to do that, I think you need to choose a handful of select markets or a handful of select goods or services you want to bring back to America, and then you're gonna have, and you're going to infuse capital into those markets to try to prop them up, right, and not make it so onerous on all the Americans and every American citizen. If you say that we're just going to slap on tariffs to everything all around the entire world, that's not going to bring about the goal of security, because you're just going to cause sort of like a chaotic situation where everything goes up.
Yeah. Probably cause a recession too, which is going to make growth much harder. And nobody wants to build a silicon
factory,
chip factory.
If there's a recession.
If there's a recession, exactly.
Right.
Yeah,
so
you're going to be like, fuck that.
This is where I feel like it's just sort of counter to, like, I agree with the thought process. I just feel like the application is completely counter to achieving that goal, that end.
If you're giving them tax breaks and it's a booming economy, oh my God, then you're like, they're going to build a factory here.
Right.
That's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
I if we're going to suppress market demand, that's going to hurt.
Right.
People close factories because there's no demand. No one's buying cars anymore. Right? Everything he said, all the buttons, all the electronics, well, no one can afford any of those things anymore. Okay. So we don't even need to make them. Great. Doesn't matter where the factory is.
Right. Okay, here, let me jump ahead.
Here. So
okay, is the 10% tariff
He's going to
permanent?
Protect them. Well, remember, this is a national security issue.
I got it. Is the 10% tariff
our budget
permanent?
deficit? That, the laws of America, he would like it to be that we need to protect the companies that invest here, and we are going to protect the companies that invest here. That is the policy of the United States of America.
What does that answer mean? She asks, is it going to be permanent? And he says the laws of the land or the laws of the land. What does that mean?
That means he doesn't want to answer the questions.
Right.
It means, obviously.
Is that all? But why would he say that specifically? Is he trying to say that maybe Trump doesn't have the legal authority to keep a permanent 10%? Which, I mean, I don't think he actually does have the authority to do that.
I think it's more he doesn't want to contradict himself because he can't say they are permanent after he just said that we need to get all of these industries back to America. So we're using it as a stick to get them back here. Well, because then obviously it can't be permanent.
Well, no, wait. Isn't it the opposite? If the goal is to force industries back here, then you would want the tariffs would have to be permanent, would they not?
Oh, I guess you're right. Yeah, because then they would, once they come back here, they avoid the tariff. But they don't avoid the tariff until they do come back here.
Exactly.
I think could be companies that have factories both overseas and in America, but that's fine, right?
Right.
Why trillions of dollars are coming here? The ripoff of the United States of America is over. All these companies are going to come and invest here. That's what they're doing. That's why they've committed trillions of dollars.
He could not be saying they're permanent because he doesn't know if they're permanent, because Donald Trump may change his mind tomorrow. So
I think that's the answer. That I think nobody in Trump's circle even knows what the thought process is going forward.
Yeah, as soon as he says they're permanent, Trump is going to get on the phone with him and be like, "What the fuck? I just saw you on Face the Nation."
Well, I don't even, like, this interview's from today. There were interviews with Lutnick and with Besant and some other people. And supposedly there was a White House document that was circulating too a few days ago where they were all saying very publicly, this is not a negotiation tactic. This is not the start of a negotiation tactic. They said it very clearly.
That means that's part of the negotiation. That means
wait,
nothing.
hold on. Couple hours later, Donald Trump comes out. A reporter asks him the same question. He says, "Of course, I'm willing to negotiate." Completely contradicting everything that those guys were saying. Right. Yeah. And so you're like, oh, well, wait, what's happening here? Is this part of the tactic? Like, what's going on? And it just makes everything seem confused, right? It doesn't come off as like a good cop, bad cop situation, because For that, like good cop, bad cop would be if, you're talking to the heads of the countries individually, and maybe you try to do, Trump would have to be the bad cop because you understand he's the one that has the final say, not like any of these fucking people. It doesn't make sense to have Trump be the good cop and on TV 2 hours later contradicting what everyone around him is saying. So it just makes this, why I say, to me, I think Trump intentionally obfuscates his own ideas and goals from his own people, and everyone around him is just sort of trying to guess.
What are the pain points? That's a big question for me.
Mm-hmm.
If the market craters significantly tomorrow, like what's Trump's move? I can't for the life of me think Trump is going to not move if that happens. Like if the economy starts to deteriorate, he's definitely going to mix things up.
Maybe. That's what, and again, this goes back to him having different ideas from the other people. Like Besant, I listened to some of his speeches from last year and a couple before that. He's like a true believer. My read on him, he's a true believer in these tariffs, even if it causes a downturn in the economy. But I wouldn't think Trump would be, unless he really wants that kind of, I'm going to get to reestablish the global order, the Mar-a-Lago Accord, right? They always name these accords after the location, the Brentwood Accord or whatever, the one that Reagan did was named after the whatever hotel they're at. Trump would just fucking love to have one called like the Mar-a-Lago Accord going forward.
I mean, why wouldn't you call the Trump Accord?
Well, I'm just saying, I guess you could.
That's what he's thinking.
He's like, so he's not even going to go with he's not even going to go with the naming scheme of the
naming convention.
It's going to be just completely just or no, it'll be
this guy likes to rename things. Come on,
it'll be at Trump Tower, so it'll be the Trump.
Oh, there you go.
Right?
Yeah, that's what he'll do. He'll be like Mar-a-Lago. No, we're going to Trump Tower.
There you go.
Then he can use the convention.
Right.
But yeah,
right.
These guys are all true believers. They are. They're just hoping that Trump sticks with the program. They're basically trying to ride Trump like a horse here. But look, I think as soon as Trump gets any whiff of that, then all of a sudden he's like, oh yeah, fuck you.
Well, it's an elephant in the rider situation. Trump isn't a horse. He's an elephant.
He is. That's exactly right. That is a perfect analogy. Yes. They think they're riding a horse. They think they're in control of this elephant.
I see. I don't. I think they are very, very aware.
They know it's an elephant.
Because whenever they talk, this is a sense I get. Whenever these guys talk, there is a sense of like anxiety and uncertainty to underlying everything they're saying.
Yeah, because they don't know. The market's going to slap them around.
Well, yeah, they have no. Well, I don't even think it's that. They just have no clue what the fuck Trump is going to do. They don't know what the fuck Trump's going to do. That's why they always say, like, they're like, well, the president's going to do what he's going to do. It's like, well, they don't know.
They don't want catastrophe to hit the economy. Are you kidding me? It totally, like you said, they're true believers, right? They think all of this is going to be great for the economy. If it turns out that it's terrible, their whole belief system crumbles around them.
I think they believe that there will be short-term problems for the economy. I think they do understand that. I think you have to be completely delusional not to think if those tariffs went into effect as the numbers stated that there wouldn't be any short-term pain, right? But they think that it'll have a long-term benefit at the end of the day. And I guess the question that you're asking, the question you're asking is, does he buy into this on an ideological level, philosophical level enough to put up with the short-term pain, even if he were to believe or buy whatever it is they're selling?
Right.
And I don't know the answer to that question.
What's the pain tolerance?
Right.
I don't know. He didn't show a lot of pain tolerance on the whole Ukraine thing.
The Ukraine thing totally backfired in his face, and it's weird. I've not heard anyone even mention it. Because you had that situation.
What's to mention? It backfired on him. It's not a good thing to bring up.
But even the left isn't like rubbing in his face, because it's weird, the perception of it.
Because they want him to support Ukraine, so it doesn't serve their interest to rub it in his face.
I don't even think people are aware. They weren't like, you had this whole situation where Zelensky goes to like, they're really trying to push the mineral deal on Zelensky. Zelensky goes to the White House. From the MAGA perspective, Zelensky is super rude, obnoxious to Trump, walks away from the deal, or Trump throws him out from the deal. The mineral deal doesn't get signed. Then, then Zelensky says, okay, not to the mineral deal, but to a ceasefire. So doesn't give Trump what Trump wants. Then Trump goes to Russia, tries to get the ceasefire. Russia's, dragging their fucking feet. Now Trump's, on board with Ukraine, but now he's mad at Putin, and he never got the fucking mineral deal. He got 100% played by Zelensky. He never got what he wanted, and now he's still on the Ukraine side again.
Everything played out exactly like I said it would. He's been backed into adopting the status quo, and no one's talking about it.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
Yeah, but look, it doesn't serve the Democrats to bring that up since they're in favor of the status quo.
I guess you're right, because
why would they rub his face in it? He'll be like, okay, well, fuck them.
That's a good point. Yeah,
they don't get any money.
Right.
That's what his base wants. We're just moved on to talking about other things now.
I just don't. Yeah, I think you're right.
They know this is the economy.
Mr. Secretary,
this is the place to go.
Mr. Secretary, the campaign's over. You won. So I'm asking what the plan is. So the Treasury Secretary said on another network, we're going to hold the course. It's not the kind of thing you can negotiate away in days or weeks. That makes it.
Ha! She thinks there's a plan. How cute. How fucking adorable.
Sound like the tariffs are staying in place at least for days or weeks. Is that correct, or is the president considering postponing implementation to negotiate?
There's no postponing. They are definitely going to stay in place for days and weeks. That is sort of obvious. The president needs to reset global trade. Everybody has a...
Okay, when he said that, I'm just like, oh, that really brings down my optimism level for bounce back on Monday.
It's not obvious, though. It's totally not obvious, because we all know Trump could change his mind next week.
Right, in a snap. Yeah, right.
I don't. Let's say the market goes down this week 5% a day, and it just keeps going 5%, another 5%, another 5%. We're 25% down, we're 30% down, we're 35% down. Like, do you think Trump has the wherewithal to be like, it'll be fine, it'll be okay?
Yeah, but
no, he doesn't. No way, no fucking way.
I agree.
He's done is beat up on Biden for how he destroyed the economy, and then he's going to sit there. Well,
how's he going
stock market implodes?
How's he going to extricate himself from the situation?
He's going to blame this fuckhead, Lutnick. It was all Lutnick's idea. What a fucking idiot. Fired.
Yeah, I guess he could always do that.
He's got a million people he could just blame it on.
It'll be, he's always been very vocally supportive of tariffs. So it seems to me so stupid, because if on Monday, as I said, if on Monday he comes out and he says, okay, Vietnam and whatever other country has agreed to do zero tariffs, so we're going to do zero tariffs on them. Boom, you're going to see the stock market jump back up, right? It'll be more like clear what exactly is happening to everyone.
Yeah.
But then you don't get the quote goal of reestablishing the world order, which seems to be what's motivating, Trump's staff. So
of course he wants to reestablish the world order. It's whether or not he wants to reestablish it with him being Hoover or FDR.
Right.
Which right now, just we don't know.
We're trending towards Hoover at the moment.
We are trending towards Hoover.
Right.
We definitely are. Everyone's making that comparison.
A trade surplus, and we have a trade deficit. We are for days and weeks. That is sort of obvious. The president needs to reset global trade. Everybody has a trade surplus, and we have a trade deficit. We are paying away our future and our lives. The countries of the world are ripping us off, and it's got to end. The president has made it crystal clear. This is the policy we are going to protect. The factories that come build in America, we are going to protect them. They're going to be successful. That's why they're going to build in America, the greatest economy in the earth. All of these companies are going to come and build here.
So,
see, if the stock market craters and corporate America starts firing people and unemployment starts climbing, is that going to be the environment that people want to do that? It's going to be a lot harder to say, oh yeah, come to America so you can sell to a bunch of fucking unemployed people.
No, it's gonna be the exact opposite.
Yeah, of course.
Right.
Of course.
That's why I said to me, the logic here, if the goal is security of certain areas, right? Then the way you would implement that is you say, okay, we're going to do targeted tariffs and targeted tax breaks on these specific industries that we want to bring back.
Yes.
For security purposes, right? You're
Yes,
not going to just
totally.
be like every country on earth gets a tariff.
Pharmaceuticals.
Yeah, pharmaceuticals, steel, anything related to robotics and AI. I'm not opposed to that. It does make there's a logic to it. It makes sense to me.
Yeah.
When three of the president's other economic advisors who are on other networks today say that 50 different countries have been calling the White House to try to talk about the tariffs, what does that mean? Because that makes it sound like there is a negotiation, which is different from saying the tariffs are permanent.
Well, what it shows is that all these countries know that they've been ripping us off, and the day has come for that to end. Now, the problem is...
I mean, is that what it shows? Or is that what it says to me? But okay, I guess, sure. It shows they're like, can we just renegotiate this before this insanity goes into effect here?
I don't see how this whole idea that we're getting ripped off because poor countries don't buy our luxury products is just... The math doesn't work on that one, buddy.
Because Vietnam doesn't buy enough of our iPhones and Ford cars and stuff.
Yeah, you got a bunch of like middle-aged women working in sweatshops sewing shit. Like, what the fuck? They're not going to buy a Tesla, okay?
That's why I'm saying, if things start to go south, Trump should pick up the whole like, why are you supporting slave labor gun and start shooting at people with that.
Right.
I am surprised that meme hasn't been cultivated yet by the Trump administration.
Well, so it is wealthy people in China who control the workforce there, right? So they don't pay them much money. They don't have much money to spend on American products and whatnot. Also, China steals a bunch of our stuff, so and they sell knockoff products of American products. So they're probably buying that stuff. And the rich people who are making all the money in this trade, they buy American assets. Like right. I think I read that 40% of the stock market is owned by rich people. So, and those rich people can be anywhere in the world. So I'm sure a lot of them are in China.
Right.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's great for them, and it is dangerous for us. I mean, we've talked about how the price of various assets goes up, and they're competing against the American middle class, driving prices up that make it more difficult for Americans to own stocks and bonds and property, real estate, all kinds of stuff, right? So it's not great. It's bad enough we're competing with our rich people, right? But we're competing with the Chinese rich people.
Right.
Well,
it
is what he wants to do, I think, is I mean, from a leftist perspective, they probably like it.
Again, it's like if Trump just came out and he's like, listen, we're going to start a trade war with China because China keeps stealing our shit. They have, slave factories. They're, they did the China virus, whatever, blah, blah, blah. They suck as a country. I wouldn't even be against that. I'd be more like, okay, I mean, that's fair. Even if it's going to cause economic harm to the country, I feel like people could buy into the moral argument that like China is doing bad things. They have very bad working conditions. It's more benefit. We should not be buying from China. We should be either buying from other countries or we should be building factories in America ourselves for security and just for good jobs. Right. I think a lot of people would buy that in the framing of like China bad. I don't think that works if you're like the entire world is bad. Because not only is that like that's like a much like harder argument for everyone to buy, but then on top of it, if you just say China bad, you can start making deals with other countries. There's like other avenues that you can start going with to sort of alleviate the increasing cost. If you take your dick out and pee on the entire world, there's no one to help you at that point. There's no one you can turn to essentially to make a trade deal with.
Well, the argument that they will make is that we tried tariffing China directly, but then China will move a lot of its processes to other countries. So supposedly to deal with tariffs, like,
Yeah, I know they would go through Vietnam. You're right. Yeah.
well, Vietnam, but also Canada, because like the Temu
Right.
thing, they have like a huge, they ship everything to Canada to avoid the tariff, and then they break it up into pieces to get around we have like a tariff rule with Canada that anything below $600 isn't tariffed. So
Right.
instead of selling it in America and distributing it, they sell it to Canada and then break it up and sell it $600 at a
Sure,
time.
but these are all things that could be fixed via
Tariff
Trump
in
does everything
Canada.
executive order, right? But these are things that could be even fixed through legislation, where you just say, listen, we're gonna if a Chinese company tries to do the shenanigans, it doesn't matter; they still get the tariff. And if Canada or some other country puts up with it, then we're gonna penalize that country for putting up with it.
Well, that's what they're doing. That's
Well, no,
why
they're just saying everyone
different...
gets tariffs. We're not even going to bother figuring out how to fix any of this shit.
No. But the reason that they're saying everyone gets tariffs is because they're saying China is going to be selling through them anyway.
No.
So.
That's, well, first of all, the reason they're doing it is because there's argument that the entire world is ripping us off through trade deficits.
I agree.
Okay.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Which doesn't make any sense. But
it's weird because obviously you're thinking of things as bilateral everywhere when there's like multiple players, right? You could add 3 players to this game and everything evens out, right? People could have some sort of trade imbalance, but we have a trade surplus with some other company, some other party.
Strain sent me something that says that the top 10% of Americans hold 93% of all stocks. The highest level, I guess the highest level of inequality ever recorded, which is pretty fucking crazy.
This ultimately is a plan to deal with wealth inequality.
Well, the idea is, I don't think it's going to work.
Yeah.
But that's what's so fascinating. And we'll play that clip with Scott Bessent saying that. Like,
well, he doesn't want to say it, but he does.
He literally says, I don't want to say it, wealth inequality.
I know. It's fascinating.
Which is funny because, we had the whole conversation about Gary economics, and he's coming from the left, and a lot of people lose their mind. And then it's like, 2 weeks later, Trump's Treasury Secretary is trying to do the same thing. He's just trying to do it in a different way, but he has the exact same motivation. So it's kind of fascinating.
Right.
It's not just tariffs. Like, I'll give you an example. Like, Vietnam said they'd like to be 0-0. Remember, Vietnam sends us $120 billion worth of goods every year.
Yes,
and
cheap
we send
manufacturing.
them about $12 billion. Wait, we send them $12 billion. So it's not the tariffs. It has nothing to do with tariffs. If they went to 0-0, they would go to $200 billion with us. We need to stop the ripoff, and 0-0 is the way to
I know,
make
but we don't have 0-0, sir. We don't have 0.
See, now this again should make you even more pessimistic about a bump up on Monday, because he's literally saying it doesn't matter if they all agree to 0. That's not even what's important here. It's all just fixing this trade deficit, which obviously can't be fixed in any short-term way whatsoever. It can only be fixed in a very, very long-term process. And even then, it's literally impossible to have balanced trade with every country in the world, and stupid to even try to do that.
If the tariffs don't go away and the market just blows it off, we're going to be in a completely different place.
What do you mean when you say blows it off? Like the market does fine even with the tariffs?
Yeah, he did. Didn't Trump do a bunch of tariffs in his first term?
That's the argument that Bessent keeps making, and this guy keep making. They keep saying, well, Trump did tariffs against China in his first term, and everyone said it was going to be bad, and it was fine. But
yeah,
it's very different to say we're tariffing one country and we're tariffing the entire world based on trade deficits, a concept that for most people doesn't even make sense to use that as the concept, the basing the tariff on.
Yeah. Look, if the market blows it off, they're gonna keep the tariffs.
Well, yeah, obviously, if the market does fine, I don't see how that's if all these tariffs go into effect, which is seeming to be what he's saying, and the market does fine, and magically through some sort of voodoo satanic ritual, Donald Trump has sacrificed enough people to Satan prices of everything don't go up, then yeah, obviously nothing's going to change, right? But that just seems like the most unlikely scenario to ever happen. Does it not?
I mean, look, this is why I don't believe in planned economies. I don't know how this affects all of these different businesses. I know people are freaking out about it, but
Right.
yeah, I'm not sure. Obviously, there'll be winners and losers, right? Some companies are so embedded in China, they're like, oh my God, this is going to destroy our entire business model. But I'm sure there are plenty of businesses that are like, fuck, I don't buy anything from China.
Yeah, but again, if these tariffs go in effect, it's not China, it's every country. So unless you're a company that is 100% in America, doesn't import anything, any part of whatever it is you're selling from another country, like then yeah, you're gonna, win bigly, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know what the numbers are. I would assume the majority of companies in America overwhelmingly are not in that position. I think everyone imports shit from, pieces and parts from other countries.
Anna Kasparian says Trump did targeted tariffs in his first term. So
Right. Well, that's the difference. The scale, the target versus the blanket.
She says, I don't think Trump is keeping all these tariffs. What does he love more than anything? Cheap debt. The Fed isn't going back to easy money with higher tariff fueled inflation. So you think this is, so Anna, you think all this is just, because I've considered that as well, that all this is just like
a ploy to get the interest rates down.
Trying to get interest rates down. Exactly. Because if the market screams, obviously the first tool that the Fed has is, look, we'll lower interest rates.
I think that's going to happen. I think there's almost no chance that that's the intention of any of this. Right. I don't buy into that sort of Trump is planning this from a master conspiracy board 10D chess.
Why is he screaming at the Fed Chair Powell on the internet then? Why is he saying lower the interest rate?
He's been saying that since day one. I'm not saying, hold on. I'm not saying he doesn't want the interest rates lower. I'm saying he's not going, this whole thing I'm saying is not in order to get interest rates lower.
Why'd he fire half the people in the government if he doesn't want unemployment to go up, so they have to lower interest rates?
Oh, you think so Doge is this all, it's all a ploy to get interest rates down.
It could be.
I don't believe it.
Definitely.
I don't believe it. No. I don't believe
Supposedly the market sold off on Friday because Powell came out and was super hawkish. He didn't come out and calm things down. I sent you the screen cap. I remember we were DMing at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And it's funny because CNBC, they got Powell in like the tiniest little fucking box in the corner of the screen.
Mm-hmm.
And they've got the S&P 500 in like taking up, 3/4 of the screen. They're like, look, make the line go up, motherfucker. Talk it up. Talk it up.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And Powell wouldn't do it.
He's trying his damnedest
to stay out of it. Yeah, totally.
Apolitical as humanly possible.
Totally.
Yeah.
0-0, actually, because when we saw the president stand in the Rose Garden holding up that chart that you helped make, that wasn't actually tariffs. That was actually confusing to investors because it was some kind of other formula, and the countries themselves seemed kind of random. Like, why are the Heard and McDonald Islands, which don't export to the United States and are quite literally inhabited by penguins, why do they face a 10% tariffs? Did you use AI to?
This is some masterful.
I'm really getting sick of the penguin joke, Sitch. If I hear this penguin joke one more time, I'm gonna like puke.
What's wrong? What penguins are a majestic creature.
Oh, I love penguins. Yes. Are you kidding me? Happy Feet is one of my favorite movies.
This is some very good. Oh, that's true, right? This is some very good news editing right here. You've got like the map. You have the big circle on this like fucking dot. You're just doing the slow zoom in. Okay, hat off to Face a Nation for very good propaganda. But
don't they know how much Trump loves McDonald's? It all makes perfect sense.
It does. You know what? That's a good point.
Why do they face a 10% tariffs? Did you use AI?
Why does it fucking matter? All there is penguins. Give them a fucking 90% tariff. They don't sell anything. Shit.
Well, but that's not the point.
What? My point's cool. Come on.
But the point is trying to be like
100% tariff.
How did you come to this doing this in the first place. Because if it was like a human doing this, you would obviously not even have put that's the argument. You would not have put a
Right,
tariff
yeah.
on this island.
Of
Right.
course.
And then he makes a
Look.
counter argument, which you're about to hear. So
March of the Penguins made me cry. They deserve 100% tariff. How
there you
dare
go.
they?
There you go.
Right to generate this?
No, the idea is
Why?
That was a very not confident.
That was a very telling laugh.
that no didn't inspire a lot of.
Oh, how did you
course
find
not.
out?
Yeah, that was not a very confidence inspiring no. All right.
Why do they face a 10% tariffs? Did you use AI to generate this?
No, the idea is
of course
Why are they
not.
on the list?
left off. Because the idea, what happens is, if you leave anything off the list, the countries that try to basically arbitrage America go through those countries to us.
They're
country,
moving in.
Like we had tariffs, the president.
I get the argument. Is that like possible with those penguin islands? Like, what does that mean? Does the boat like go from Australia to the island? Do they just like touch the ground real quick and then they just go and they're like, oh, we didn't come from Australia, we came from that place, right? Is that how? If that's how it works, then it makes
penguins. They do.
If that's how it works. But then someone countered that point.
Mhm.
They said a different Australian territory had higher tariffs, had 30% tariffs.
Oh, really?
So they were saying that plays into the argument that no, they literally just did everything's based on trade deficit and no one even checked these stupid islands to see. And this is just kind of a after the fact argument, which may be valid, but still not, wasn't the intention.
Put tariffs on China, right, in 2018. And then what China started doing is they started going through other countries to America.
Right.
They just built through other countries through America. And
See, I
so
told you,
the
Sitch.
president knows that. He's tired.
I said
exactly what happened.
I said that, yeah.
Yeah.
As I said, you can
Both on
create
the same
legislation to target that action. I assume
How?
without just being like, what do you mean how? You say, okay, if the
country
origin,
of origin or something?
yes, they actually do that. Country of origin for the good.
Tired of it, and he's going to fix that. So basically he said, look, I can't let any part of the world be a place where China or other countries can ship through them. So he ended those loopholes, these ridiculous loopholes, and now what he's trying to say is, I'm going to fix the trade deficit of the United States of America. It's a national security issue. We need to make medicine. We need to make semiconductors. We need to make ships. We need to have steel and aluminum. Come on, we need the greatness of America to actually be built in America, and he's tired of getting ripped off by the rest of the world.
Okay, but just to be clear, April 9th, the so-called retaliatory tariffs, the reciprocal tariffs, I should say, are those coming, or are they open to negotiation?
The tariffs are coming. He announced it, and he wasn't kidding. The tariffs are coming. Of course they are.
Okay, so there you go. No art of the. I mean, according to, you could be wrong. According to Lutnick here, according to Lutnick here, no art of the deal is coming until.
Put way too much faith in this guy, Sitch.
No, listen. I know what. Wait,
this guy.
I'm the guy who said
like the fall guy.
I'm the guy who said that all these people are coming out saying it's not negotiation, and then 2 hours later, Trump is like, "Of course, I'm open for negotiation." Right? Like this is part of the uncertainty. Even though this guy could come out and say till he's blue in the face, it's not negotiating, and 100% believe that, and then Trump turns around and just goes the exact opposite. I completely accept that.
That could happen. But
if you have to guess, okay, this doesn't breed confidence in terms of my guessing. This definitely drops my I thought I was a lot more on the side of this is all just negotiation. He's going to drop most of these tariffs before they come into effect. My certainty level on that was like 75-25. This has dropped it significantly. I think I'm on like the 50-50 coin flip now.
You think Trump is going to keep them?
Yeah.
Look, it all depends. It all depends on what happens, what the pain tolerance is. I can't.
Even if the market drops 5% on Monday, 5% on Tuesday, and then went 5% on Wednesday. So they're still, I think, 50-50 goes either direction. I don't think it's going to have much of an impact on anything.
Right.
So.
Okay. Is the administration considering any kind of offset, any kind of subsidy? You mentioned the first administration, there was some bailout to farmers to help them deal with the pain from Chinese retaliation. Are you looking at that now?
The soy farmers.
Not that I have not participated in any meetings with respect to that. The country is focused on, you realize,
Fuck those people.
Billions of dollars of factories are going to be built in America. That's huge GDP. The factories being built in America are huge.
That takes
GDP.
years. And you've said that robots are going to fill those jobs. So those aren't union
really automated
jobs.
It's automated factories.
No, these are union robots, lady. Come on.
Who's going to
It's
build
America.
We've been having this whole conversation about giving the illegal social securities. Now we're going to have a conversation about giving the robot social security numbers, okay?
It's all child labor, though, right? Those robots are all 1-year-olds.
That's a good point. That's a good point. I mean, how long till we have the conversation about should robots be allowed to vote? I mean, we're using them as slaves. Shouldn't they have a right to vote?
Probably vote smarter than us, right? I mean,
how dare you?
They have more information.
Who's going to operate the factories? Who's going to make them work? Great American workers. You know, we are going to replace
on other
the
networks.
armies of millions of people. Well, remember, the army of millions and millions of human beings screwing in little screws to make iPhones. That kind of thing is going to come to America. It's going to be automated, and great Americans, the trade craft of America, is going to fit.
I'm very confused. He said 1 million Americans are going to be screwing little screws into iPhones. And then he said it's all going to be automated. So I guess I'm confused as to what that means, but okay.
I worked in a factory and it fucking sucks.
Right.
I can't imagine working in a factory and you're like, look, I'm making all these great products and services for Chinese people. Can you imagine?
And then people are clamoring to screw little screws into things.
I mean, it's one thing working in a factory if you're like, okay, we make cars for other Americans, right? I'm doing right by my other American citizens, right? But you're like, oh, thank God they opened the Chinese market up. So all the cars that I'm toiling away to make are being driven by Chinese people.
Right. Did you see Milo's weird X post where he's like, oh, all these people who have jobs working in offices, these doldrum jobs working in offices that are so horrible. I bet they would love working in a factory. And I was like, what? Really?
Was he serious?
I mean, it's Milo, so who knows? But to me, it's kind of screamed as like the whole, you know, when why is Milo not working in a factory then? It's kind of like the communist who's the big philosopher king who thinks like, oh, when the revolution comes, everyone's going to be a farmer and they're going to be happy, but not me. I'm going to be like the guy, the Bernie Sanders, you know, telling everyone what to do. And then, you know, when the Red Guard shows up with a gun and tells them to get on the farm, they're like, wait a minute. I wasn't supposed to be a farmer.
There were plenty of people that worked in that factory that absolutely loved it. Like it was just, but look, a lot of people, they like to work and turn their brain off. I'm not one of those people. So,
right. Yeah. I mean,
Lutnick is.
Sure. Well, that's true. Judging from this interview. But no, I mean, obviously, if you have to do a job, if you could do something where you get to listen to podcasts or music or whatever, just kind of do something repetitively. If you're getting paid, you know, like a decent wage, like there's nothing like, that's not necessarily like a horrible thing. As long as you, I think as long as you feel like that's not your whole life, as long as there's some trajectory forward, I think that's fine for a lot of people.
Yeah.
If there's no trajectory forward, then it's like horrifying, but it's a different conversation.
Is going to fix them, is going to work on them. They're going to be mechanics. There's going to be HVAC specialists. There's going to be electricians. The trade craft of America, our high school educated Americans, the core to our workforce is going to have the greatest resurgence of jobs in the history of America to work on these high-tech factories, which are all coming to America. That's what's going to build our next generation of America.
All the inputs for those jobs are going to go up tremendously, though, because I'm pretty sure like anything a heating and air conditioning guy or a plumber or electrician uses is probably manufactured
In another
elsewhere
country.
dirt cheap. Yeah,
Right.
exactly.
Yeah. Well, that's the
So that
problem.
electrician
Yeah.
that comes to your house, he's going to say, it's going to be twice as much because all the inputs are more expensive.
Right. Right. Well, people are gonna, if these tariffs go into effect, I mean, people are gonna probably feel it pretty quickly and not be happy. You're right. When someone has their AC break and the guy's like, yeah, it costs twice as much now.
Yeah.
Or 10, 20, 30, 40, 50% more because the part
Right.
comes from, some other country.
And the guy's not making any more money. He's not making any more. Yeah.
It's going to be less because then people are going to want to scale back on everything because everything's more expensive. So.
Are you concerned?
Maybe, listen, I think I know what happened here. Did you ever see the Willy Wonka remake with Johnny Depp?
I think I did, yeah.
Remember, like, the beginning of the movie, Charlie's dad works in the toothpaste factory and he screws the little caps on the toothpaste?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And then at the end of the movie, they're like, Charlie's dad happened to be a mechanical engineer, college degree person. I don't know why he was screwing caps on toothpaste. So at the end of the movie, he gets a job fixing the robots in the toothpaste factory.
Wow. Moving up.
I know. I think Lutnick saw that and he was like, yes, that's it. That's the answer.
In the time it will take for a company to move to America, that it will benefit China in the immediate term, that other markets will look to other suppliers instead of dealing with the United States.
This is not going to benefit China at all, so that's ridiculous.
Well, yeah, no, it wouldn't, I don't think it would benefit China. It would just hurt America and hurt everyone. If the other countries all make deals with each other because they're just kind of annoyed with putting up with America, putting up with Trump, then that's not going to benefit us.
Well, we're just like a huge market, though. They can't just sell. If we're 40% of their market for whatever they're selling, they can't just go sell it elsewhere. Companies tend to get into a rhythm of producing enough products for what the market is. So
no, but it's not a question of, it's not a question of saying, oh, we're going to cut off America completely. Because yes, no one can cut off America completely. That's not really what I'm talking about. I don't think that's what she's talking about. I think that's what anyone's talking about. There's talking about saying, okay, if it's kind of like you were talking about on Thursday, if you have these supply chains set up between two countries, and then there's talking about we had like all these soy farmers who had these supply chains, fixed with China, and then that all gets disrupted, and it's like, oh shit, then China finds somewhere else to buy their soy from. And then the tariff goes away and they're like, oh, tariff's like gone. China, do you want to buy our soy? And they're like, no, we're fine. We've already set up something somewhere else. Right.
yeah.
That would be the concern with all this going forward.
Yeah.
That is ridiculous. The problem is everyone in the world sells to us. Our economy is the consumer of the world. Yeah. We are the only one with a trade deficit. The rest of the world has a trade surplus. Why does Europe?
I mean, except for Australia, the Netherlands, Hong Kong, all the other places we have trade surpluses with. Okay.
Well, does Australia has a trade deficit with us, but do they have an overall trade deficit?
Oh, right.
I mean, that's why this is just weird that you're looking at a bilateral relationship with each individual nation, when really it's like a community of nations, right? And you may have a trade surplus with one and a trade deficit with another, but it all works out in the end.
Mm-hmm.
Can you imagine, like, running a business where you're trying to have equal trade with every single customer, like whatever they sell, you're going to buy from them? It's right. So weird. It's like, come on. It's not how it works.
America has the overwhelming largest trade deficit in 2023 of $1 trillion. India's second place has $245 billion. So this is a pretty big drop off. But still,
is that including all the other? Is that everything? Because I heard somebody talking about like selling like financial services is not involved in that. Software is not involved.
Oh,
in that.
yeah.
It's all just
right.
commodities.
I don't know if this. So the list that Trump used or the Trump administration used was based, I believe, entirely on goods and not services.
Yeah, so it's tangible goods when
Right. I think this list is also looking at goods and not services.
right.
So that would change things.
Like we basically control the world's money supply. So that's a service. Obviously, a
Yes.
stable currency
Right.
is a service, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Have a trade surplus. Is there something about Europe that's special? Seriously, are they a different world than we are? Why are they selling $200 billion a year?
Mr. Secretary.
More to us. It's because it's not fair. The rules are made not fair.
Everyone wants, I think of this all the time. I'm like, everyone loves to drive BMWs and Mercedes in Southern California. It's like, yeah, they want to drive European cars. They're like, yeah, they're better. Can you imagine only being able to buy American cars?
Like, I mean, I don't care, but it doesn't make a big difference to me. But I'm not like a car guy.
Fuck
I'm like,
this.
whatever. I don't care. It's weird too. I mean, I get it from like, obviously from a political persuasion point, it's very good to frame it as like a fairness issue completely. From the fact check issue, obviously it's kind of a different story because it's like, well, what do you mean it's not fair? We did it to ourselves. It's not really a question of fairness. It's not like America got tricked into doing any of this stuff. We kind of set up the system. And now we're yelling at everyone else for the, sticking the stick in our bike spoke. It's like, okay, I mean, listen, we 100% created this situation over the last 40 years. We have no one else to blame but ourselves.
Shouldn't allow people to buy European cars. That's the problem.
Oh, okay.
Tell them no. Say no. Buy an American car. Shut the fuck up. But it just doesn't seem American, does it?
No.
Telling people they can't buy a European car.
Well, that's what's interesting about when we watch it, the Besant interview. I don't know if it was actually, no, if it might have been a different one where a few years ago, or last year he was talking. He's all like, oh, we really need to like cut government regulation and get government out of the way of business. He says this. He says, we need to get government out of the way of business. And then like 10 sentences later, he's like, we need massive tariffs on all these businesses. And I'm like, that's the most, like, it's exact opposite. That's the most government in business you can have is all these tariffs.
Yeah, they're taxes.
Yeah.
International sales tax.
And President Trump is going to fix them, and he's doing it for America, and he's doing it for your children and mine and our grandchildren. This is the moment that the United States of America takes hold of itself, and Donald Trump's been talking about this his whole life. This is Donald Trump's agenda, and we are all here to help him execute it.
And we will take him.
So if you're right, Adam, and Trump, goes back on the tariffs and he fires Lutnick and blames him, they're going to play that clip repeatedly forever of Lutnick saying this is Donald Trump's agenda.
Oh, yeah.
That's the clip they're going to play again and again and again and be like, what was he talking about?
And joining me now is Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Secretary
Sitch loves this guy.
Who?
And joining me now is...
I mean, I like him better than Lutnick. I think Lutnick is terrible in terms of his communication, but...
Right.
Bessent's fine. I mean, I actually, it was interesting because I watched Lighthizer on Carlson. I'd never seen him before. And I actually like him the most out of all these people. And he's not even in the Trump administration, unfortunately. He seems like the most credible of all the people that I heard talking about this. Even if I disagree with him, he seems credible. He has a good, positive vibe. He's someone who seems like he believes what he's saying and is telling you it in a way that he at least thinks is true.
Lighthizer wanted to be in the administration, but he said he wouldn't come back unless they gave him Secretary of State. And obviously, they didn't give him Secretary of State, so...
That was kind of stupid of him to say that, but... Gotta give it to little Marco.
Bessent's having a good time.
Is he?
He looks like a character from The Wizard of Oz.
Like what do you mean by that? Like a munchkin? Like
he
looks like someone from Oz. Is that what you mean? He looks like a Who from Whoville.
Yeah, he's got just a weird kind of animated face.
I see.
Maybe he's animatronic.
He does kind of have like the Who vibe a little bit. I didn't think about that till you said that.
He does. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
that long distance between the nose and the mouth.
He's got like the Christmas elf thing going on.
Right.
One of the big questions and points of confusion, I think, is are these tariffs permanent or are they a negotiating tactic? Some administration officials have.
It's not a very good negotiating tactic. You say, yeah, look, we'll fold. No big deal. We're going to fold like a cheap card table. Take us to the cleaners.
Well, you can answer that question without saying that.
Do you really have a royal flush or are you bluffing? Well, fucking put your chips in and find out.
That's not the question.
Bitch.
That's not the question. The question is, can a country do what you want and you'll take back the tariff? That's what they're asking. If a country if a country does the thing you want it to do, will you pull off these tariffs? That's what the question is, or at least that's how you should answer the question. And you should say, if a country is willing to work with America, of course, we're willing to work with them, right? Boom. There you go. There's your perfect short non-answer.
No, you say, look, these tariffs are permanent, and you get them to get down on their hands and knees and start begging. Do you want them fucking begging? They're like, I'll do anything you want.
That's not going to work forever, though. If every time, like, okay, let's say they do that strategy where the Trump administration says these tariffs are 100% permanent. We're going to bend you over. We're going to fuck you in the ass so fucking hard. Okay, you're going to be screaming for mercy, right? If you say that, and then the 9th rolls around, you're like, oh yeah, we dropped all the tariffs on the countries that decided to drop them on us, right? How does that look like going forward? Everyone's going to be like, oh, okay, well, everything's bullshit now.
This is like a huge game of chicken. That's why they have to do it this way.
No.
As soon as they fold to somebody, as soon as somebody gets a deal, then they're like, now we know.
You're correct, but you're not addressing what I'm saying. I'm saying this is a game of chicken, but this is also, I know it seems like a long time. Trump has only been in office for 3 months. Okay. There's many games
has changed.
There's many games of chicken down the road. Okay.
Right.
You can't blow. What I'm saying is if you blow your wad in the 3rd month, it's going to change how countries negotiate with you going forward because they're going to learn a pattern of behavior.
They're going to be like, we just got to wait 3 months, right?
They're going to be like, oh, this is the game of chicken that we've always played. It's the same tactic again and again and again. People are going to get fed up with it.
What do you think that the anti-democracy argument that they're like, democracy, it doesn't matter. All the leaders are exactly the same. Seems like bullshit.
So I'm confused because I thought you were more on the side of this isn't a negotiation. It's just winging it to see what happens.
Yeah,
now he's going to be more on the side of it is a negotiation.
Well, no, I'm just saying that in a negotiation, you can't really give up your position.
Of course.
Whoever throws out numbers first, it usually tends to lose. So
right.
Yeah. And the people are just on these news programs are basically saying, come out here, talk to me as a reporter and completely give your position away. It's laughable to think that they're going to say anything other than, oh, of course, these tariffs are permanent.
Yes. So you think there's no other answer they can give except for that answer? Okay.
Well, look, if you're selling something, as soon as you say, oh, it's not for sale, right? You're just basically saying, oh, it's a high price, right? Like everything is for sale, right? At some price, right? They're basically doing it's not for sale routine. Nope.
Okay. Well, we'll see.
No deal.
As I said, if I originally thought I was more in line with these countries are going to come out, the ones that capitulate are going to get the tariffs dropped. And that's going to send a signal to the markets, going to send a signal to other countries about what behavior to do. I am significantly less confident today after hearing all these people talk. Well, they could all just not know because they all have their own motivations and Trump's going to do whatever Trump's going to do. And he's a deal guy. So maybe he'll just ignore everyone around him. But it does, as I said, it dropped me from 75% confidence to 50-50.
The countries are also, they're waiting for the market and political pressure to kick in so that they can get a better deal from Trump, right? They're thinking, okay, well, we can just wait a couple months and the stock market is going to spiral down, and then we're going to get, Trump is going to be on his knees say, I'll do whatever you want, please.
Right.
Right? No more tariffs. I was just kidding.
Mm.
Yeah. So that's why really we're not nobody can really say anything because nobody knows what the fallout is going to be.
Right. So from that perspective, you're saying if the other countries are going to sit back and wait, it's better to have the Joker attitude of like, I have the bomb strapped to my chest. I'm going to push the button if you don't do what I say.
I like this analogy. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, the idea, it's the funny part of all this is the reporters, because all of this seems just obvious that we're in kind of a wait and see mode. This is why they call it a trade war.
Yeah,
right?
but they got to ask these questions. This is what everyone's wondering.
Like in a trade war or in an actual war, you don't go, oh, when are we attacking? Can you give us the time we're attacking? No, I can't actually, because we're fucking in a war here. Shut the fuck up.
That's the meme. Okay, so you need that scene from The Dark Knight where the Joker is like talking to the mafia and he's like, let's not blow this out of proportions. And he like opens his coat and he's got like all the grenades. You have that, but that's Trump Joker and he's got like the tariff list in his coat.
There you go. Exactly.
There it is.
Oh, that's so perfect.
Yep.
That's so perfect. And it's just like Trump.
Are they gonna do it? Are they gonna capitulate like the mafia did to the Joker in The Dark Knight?
I mean, I'm kind of excited about tomorrow. I can't wait to see what happens.
We do have an interesting narrative kind of forming. Like, will he? Won't he? What's gonna happen?
And
is the economy gonna crash?
Look, Trump is like, finally, I'm a reality television star again.
That's
all
true.
eyes are on me. Everyone wants to know what I'm going to do. He's in that boardroom. He's got a stern look on. He's looking around at all the tariff deals. Who am I going to fire today?
He's got to be like a hog in shit at the moment, because you're right. Literally all eyes are on Trump in the entire world. Are all gazing at him. All the people are calling him. Phone's ringing off the hook. They're all saying, we want to make deals. He's definitely got to be loving it, sniffing in and going, oh, this is perfect.
What kind of deal is this person going to give me?
Right.
Look, all of Wall Street, all the big companies have to be calling him too, weighing in on how this affects them.
Yeah. Yep.
A lot of people are probably calling and thanking him too, being like, oh, this is great. Protectionism for our company. We're going to have a monopoly in 6 months. Don't give in. America number one.
Their permanent President Trump himself has said he's open to negotiating. So let me just ask you, is President Trump willing to negotiate, or are these tariffs permanent?
Well, I think that's going to be a decision for President Trump. But I can tell you that as only he can do at this moment, he's created maximum leverage for himself. And more than 50 countries have approached the administration about lowering their non-tariff trade barriers, lowering their tariffs, stopping currency manipulation. And they've been bad actors for a long time, and it's not the kind of thing you can negotiate away in days or weeks.
You yourself have said that he's using these for negotiating. He has told me directly he's open to negotiating. So just very clearly, for the American people, can you say definitively, is he planning to negotiate? Has he already started negotiations with countries?
I think we're going to have to see what the countries offer and whether it's believable. Because again,
so he's open to it, is what I hear you saying.
No. I think that we are going to have to see the path forward, because after 20, 30, 40, 50 years of bad behavior, you can't just wipe the slate clean.
All right, let me ask you about one.
Here's the problem. If it was true, like you're saying, they just don't want to answer because they don't want to give their position away. Why did Donald Trump give their position away and say that he would negotiate immediately?
Well, Donald Trump does whatever he wants. So
Well, okay, but that
it's
doesn't.
whatever he's in the mood for.
Okay, because that's what I'm saying. I don't think it's that. I just think nobody knows what. I don't think these people have any fucking clue what Trump is thinking because I don't think he tells anybody, and I'm not sure there is a plan. I think he's just kind of winging it, seeing whatever works.
Of course, that is happening.
Yes.
Like he may negotiate, he may not negotiate. So you can't give any kind of definitive answers here. I don't understand how it's interesting because a lot of these nations do have protectionist policies, right? They're the ones that want to put the tariffs on us, but they want to be able to sell into our market. And we've kind of had this attitude that like, okay, well, that's whatever. You can sell openly in America. And, if you want to tariff people, that's fine. Well, aren't we a stronger economy than all these other protectionist economies? Doesn't that kind of show that the open free trade policies are better?
That is the argument against this. Yes. Is this yeah, those countries are doing that and we're richer than them. So obviously we're doing the correct move. Right. To be fair, the counter argument to that is, well, you don't know hypothetically if we did tariffs, maybe you would be even richer.
Right.
But who knows?
Yeah, I guess we're going to find out about that counter argument, aren't we?
We are going to find out. Yes.
Yeah. If it ends up in recession, probably not. Fine. All right,
joining us now, one of the
Ludlow now. Jeez.
Yeah.
Okay.
You don't like Ludlow?
Not really.
Wow. Why are you such a bigot?
Really? Do you like this guy?
No.
Grandpa Kudlow?
I listen to some Fox Business. He's talking to one of the Trump administration people.
Do you know what supply side economics is?
Of course. The old trickle down.
Is it trickle down? I thought trickle down was tax cuts. That's
trickle down is the mean way of saying supply side economics.
It is?
Yes.
But
why did you suggest that? And this Kudlow, some big supply side guy?
Well, the supply side economics is I thought that it was the build it and they will come philosophy. Like if you just produce a bunch of stuff, it will find a market.
Right. It's just saying, deregulate everything, let business be business and grow the supply as much as possible. And they'll, that will fuel the economy. Trickle down to benefits through jobs and other things.
Economic growth can be achieved by increasing the supply of goods and services, often through tax cuts, deregulation, and simulated production and investment. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
$100 billion a year. To me, that's new.
Okay, hold on.
Maybe they're not worth the paper they're printed on, but everybody in Washington uses them. If you're going to, plug in $500-600 billion a year, to me, that's new tax cuts. Heck, I'd lower the personal income tax. I'd lower the corporate tax. I'd lower the payroll tax, that kind of thing. Is there a discussion about that, Steve Myron?
No, look, I absolutely agree with you. I think that those are fabulous ideas. And what could be better than tariff revenue paid for by foreigners that's used to cut taxes on American families in America?
Why do they keep saying this? They just think that everyone's stupid? They keep saying foreigners pay the tariff.
Right.
Everyone knows that's not true. But they just keep saying it.
Because the companies pay the tariff?
Yeah, whatever company is importing the good pays the tariff, and then obviously that cost is going to be passed on. At least most of it probably is going to be passed on to the consumer.
Yeah, they don't know. Chinese sell $100 worth of merchandise and it's marked up. Whoever buys it, whatever American retailer or whatever who buys
Walmart, Target, Best Buy, they're the one that pays the import fee, and then they're going to pass it on to you, to me, and
look,
and everyone else.
If you're
keep saying it again and again and again and again.
If you're raising taxes, look, you want them to say, "Hey, let's raise corporate taxes."
Mm-hmm.
No one's going to buy that. It's so funny because that's basically what they're doing. They're saying, look,
Right.
we need to raise corporate taxes. Everything you buy from outside the United States, you're going to get taxed on.
Well, that's what's so funny because, I've grown up for my entire life. It was the Republican Party saying, you can't tax businesses. You can't raise any costs on businesses because all they're going to do is pass it on the consumer. So I've been hearing my entire life from the Republican Party. And now they're like, we're going to make all these businesses pay a tax to get goods, but you're not going to pay for it, the consumer, for the first time now. Magically,
not only
you're
that,
not gonna
foreigners
pay for
are
it.
going to pay for it.
Yeah, foreigners are magically going to pay for it, right? Now, to Steelman, there is an argument about how foreigners could pay for it, which he does say, and does make sense in a completely different scenario than what they're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think it makes sense in this scenario.
American companies and American firms, right? What could possibly be a better combination than that? That to me is an idea that can help usher in the golden age. And I think that there is a conversation around further tax relief that the president has promised, that the president has emphasized: no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security. And given the scope of these tariffs, there ought to be some additional revenue left over. What we do with that revenue, well, that's between Congress and the president.
Yeah, music to my ears. Steve, let me ask another question. You've written about this down through the years, the fate of the dollar exchange rate. Yep. Now, I'm going to put gold aside for a minute. The dollar is very weak. All currencies are very weak against gold, but I'm going to put that aside. I believe you have written, and some others, when these tariffs are applied, dollars become a little more scarce. And not as many, the trade deficits are lower, dollars are more scarce, and the value, the exchange rate of the dollar goes up. Now, you can tell me if you still agree with that. And then, to me, if that is true, if the dollar is going to go up against these other currencies, then that would help to subdue any inflation or price pressures, would it not?
Yes. So there's a lot to unpack here.
Isn't the problem that the goal, I thought, like, if the goal is to bring manufacturing back to America, the dollar becoming stronger does the opposite of that completely, doesn't it? Isn't that the whole issue? That's why Trump has said that he wants the dollar to be weaker. And that's why he always complains about China. China manipulates their currency, makes it weaker in order to facilitate exports, essentially.
Right.
That's the whole process. So, I mean, this seems to be that if it was true, if what he's saying is true, that would be counter the goal. Again, you'd have another thing where there's too many goals here, and you can only kind of shoot for one of them, maybe not all of them at the same time.
And both in theory and the history of empirical evidence, in the economic literature, is that the dollar should move in response to the tariffs. Now, that's the one issue, is that's an all else equal statement, and there are a lot of moving cross currents that are occurring now that weren't the case in 2018, 2019. In paramount among those is our attempts to reorient the economy from the Biden administration government-fueled economic growth to more sustainable, durable economic growth driven by the private sector, right? And that has had consequences in the economic growth data and will continue to have consequences in the economic growth data, which are causing cross currents and also affecting the dollar and getting a little bit in the way of that at the moment. Now, when you...
It is... Well, it's fine because he basically just said it's complicated, which that's fair. It is complicated. It is weird to me or interesting that the perception completely misses. It's like, oh, Biden was government-fueled economy. And I've heard multiple people from the Trump administration make this point. And Scott Bessent has said this repeatedly for years, that this is government, that Biden had this government, fueling the economy, and that their goal is to get government out of the way and let the private businesses fuel the economy. How is this not just, how is putting massive tariffs on everything not the exact same principle of having the government fuel the economy through heavy hand manipulation tactics or tax tactics?
Basically just taxing business.
Yeah.
Instead of paying government employees.
Instead of paying government employees or giving businesses incentives by giving them direct money, creating terror is the same thing in terms of the end result.
When it comes to who pays for the tariffs, at the end of the day, the person who pays for an economic policy is what economists would call the more inflexible person. And the
okay, so hold on. This is the important part. This is where he talks about why the foreign countries are the people that are going to pay for the tariff and not the American consumer. This is the argument, the steel man of the argument. Okay.
The moment. Now, when it comes to who pays for the tariffs, at the end of the day, the person who pays for an economic policy is what economists would call the more inflexible person. And the example that I like to give is if you're buying a house. So you're looking at a town to buy a house, and then the town raises the property tax rate. You can just decide to move to look at the next town over. But the person selling the house can't pick up the house and move it. You're flexible. The seller is inflexible. The seller has to lower their selling price to eat the property tax.
Well, that's a,
and the same thing.
I love that. Look, Kevin Hassett and I have talked about this for years. I mean, I think I like to use China as the exporting nation, but the exporters who are hit by that, they're going to have to eat half of it. They're going to eat half of it. I think that's what the evidence shows.
They'll eat much more than half because
Are they
they're
lower their
inflexible
prices?
and we're
That's what's
flexible
gonna
because
happen.
we can substitute to home production.
What?
They're going to lower prices, so it's the same amount. Like that's what they were doing with the currency manipulation. They'd manipulate the currency so the price would inevitably be the same in the end.
Yeah, they're saying he's making the argument that like if some country has a 20% tariff, yeah, they're going to that the importer
They're going to lower their prices by 20% so that the buyer is paying the same amount, including the tariff.
right, but that the exporter business would be the one to eat the cost.
He could be right about that because
yeah,
they
right.
do need to export those goods.
Right, that's the argument he's making here. So here, let's play this for a second.
And we're flexible because we can substitute to home production. We can substitute to different countries to import from. The countries that have built their entire economies around exporting to the American consumer have no substitute. They are inflexible. They will eat the burden of the tax in the long run.
That's true.
And what that means.
Yeah, but here's the problem, and this is why I agree with the concept, but the application doesn't make sense. Is that, again, if this was a targeted tariff on specific industries or even just like China, okay, you could say, hey, there are other countries that we Americans can make deals with to try to push China out of it and make them eat the cost. If you say we're tariffing everybody in the entire world, there's nowhere else that who are we going to make this magic deal with that's going to eat the cost? Why would they eat the cost? They're like, you have literally no alternative at this point to go to because everyone's getting hit with a tariff.
I mean, if you're selling, $100 million in product to the United States a year, you can't exactly say, okay, well, I'm just not going to sell to the United States, right? That's $100 million. You're like, okay.
Sure, but you can't also say, hey, my business that sells $100 million of product to the United States, which operates on a 10% profit margin, now has to eat a 20% cost.
Well, it depends upon obviously the profit margin, but it's not like you can, like Europe is not going to buy the $100 million worth of stuff. They're already buying that from you, right? They're already tapped out. This is what I was saying. Businesses tend to produce as much as the market will bear, right?
I understand
they can
that.
sell $100 million worth of cars, they build $100 million worth of cars. If they can't, they don't build them.
Of course.
They don't just go over to Europe and say, oh, okay, well, everyone buy 2 cars now.
Right. I get it completely. But this is why
It's probably why they do the currency manipulation.
This is why the other countries are freaking out. This isn't going to be a situation where like some people are painting this picture. Like this is going to be some situation where America gets fucked and all the other countries high five each other and ride off in the sunset. That's not what's going to happen if all these tariffs go into effect. Everyone's going to get fucked, ourselves included, but a bunch of the rest of the countries are going to get fucked because, as you said, a lot of countries, China being one of them, China has already said that they're engaging in a trade war with us. They're throwing on reciprocal tariffs. Okay, so
we have more
Right, but I'm just saying they're not. They've so far not capitulated. Okay, they've already signaled they're going to be the first people to tell us to fuck off. And so what I'm saying is, and the issue is that I guess I feel like you're not addressing enough is that a lot of these businesses, and we've done this before, and this is the big argument that the right has made for my entire life, is when someone left says these corporations are all just a bunch of greedy assholes, we're ripping everyone off, and this came up repeatedly in the conversation after COVID. We had that giant conversation about were the companies, dishonestly raising their prices? Were they price gouging people? Remember, with this entire conversation, were these companies price gouging people after COVID? And all these people kept saying, no, they're not price gouging anyone. Look at their profit margins. They're under 10%. They're very, very small. Okay. How is it possible? How is it even logistically possible for a company that has some profit margin under 10%? How are they supposed to eat the cost of a 10% minimum tariff or a possibly 20, 30, 40% tariff? It's literally not possible. They can't do it.
Well, they would first of all, the company that produces the product they're not paying the tariff. The importer's paying the tariff. So the importer would have to raise the price of the product by 10 or 20%.
Well,
whether or not they would sell as many is probably the question, right?
Well, wait a minute. That's what I'm saying is going to happen. Yes, I agree that everything what you just said. Yes, that's most likely the outcome. This guy,
but that doesn't affect the profit margin of the producer. The producer is still making a 10% profit margin.
Of course. But then you get into the situation where then the American consumer is the person paying the tariff, right?
Right.
He's arguing that the American consumer
price,
is not going to pay the tariff, that the foreign company, the producer, is going to pay the tariff.
Well, if the producer has a 10% profit margin, obviously the consumer is going to pay the tariff. But if they have like a 50% profit margin, they got lots of cushion there, they might just bring it down.
Sure, but if these foreign countries are anything like American companies, I'm skeptical that they're operating under some massive, 50% profit margin.
I don't know what the profit margin are. I don't know what. I mean, I'm interested. I'd like to know. I'd like to dive into.
Or even if you have
company, but
like the profit margins of a lot of American companies that are importing, parts and goods into America, I don't think they're that high.
There's a lot of this fucking crap that comes out of China, though. It's hard for me to believe that they don't have like a 90% profit margin. It's like fucking garbage shit.
Yeah, but they're selling it for dirt cheap, so that's not like they could have a 90% profit margin.
Right. Yeah. Dirt cheap by our standards, but expensive by their standards because they're doing like kind of an arbitrage between our more expensive economy and their dirt cheap economy, right?
Right.
That's where the currency manipulation comes into play as well.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, look, I don't know how this is going to go. I agree with your anger that he's basically.
Hold on, I'm just saying that it seems like it's a very obvious lie to me.
Yeah, that's what I agree with your anger on. Like he's completely framing this. I mean, this is a business tax. Like it's going to be a tax on the business or it's going to be a tax on the consumer. Either one is not good. So, but him framing it like it's going to be a tax on the foreigners. I mean, but that's typical, right? Nobody wants to say.
I guess everyone just lets me lie. It's just typical.
Yeah. Nobody wants to say, oh yeah.
Right. So it says Amazon's net margin is 9.2% last year.
Amazon
margin.
is a retailer, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Retail margin. Wow. Oh, retailers are usually like 50%. But Amazon is a weird thing because they're not your typical retailer.
Right. So Amazon
retailers usually make 50%.
And Amazon's obviously going to be hit very hard by all this stuff. all these.
Actually, I
massive
guess they have a
increase.
50%. Generally, retail has a 50% markup on the products they sell, but obviously they have a lot of overhead, stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't think
Amazon probably has a lot less overhead, and that's why they're able to bring
well,
prices
no, I
down.
mean they have massive overhead, because all the shipping stuff that they do, all the
Yeah,
factors and everything.
I don't know.
So I said it's
That's
only 9%.
interesting.
9%. Now, interesting. Apple, which is also probably going to get hit very hard with this, has 24% net margin. So they do have some room, a lot more room to play with than Amazon does, but still they have 24%. But because everyone's saying that they're going to get annihilated because so much of their stuff is in China.
Right.
Let's see.
I was reading some of that tariff book, the Trade Wars or Class Wars book. And he was talking about how these companies structure themselves to completely avoid taxes. So it's like
right.
They basically pay themselves different services that the profit margin is like 90%, but that payment goes to some company in Ireland where they have like a zero tax. So
right, they're playing games.
They're totally playing games, which makes me wonder about this. Oh, their profit margin is 28%. Well, maybe it's 28% for the product that actually is sold in America.
Mm-hmm.
But the product that's really sold in America, but I don't know. Look, that book has made me question all of these numbers.
Sure.
Yeah.
I know. I mean, I know Hollywood does super sus things with numbers. I wouldn't be surprised.
Of course they do. Oh yeah,
right.
yeah.
Though
every
I think
movie loses a ton of money, right?
Right. Though I think it's a little bit easier for Hollywood to futz with like individual movie numbers than for a massive retail chain to cook the books.
Well, I think it's not really even cooking the books. It's using the law, using these tax havens.
Right. So it says Target has a net profit margin of 3.8 last year, and Walmart had a net profit margin of 2.8 last year. So these large retailers don't have a lot of wiggle room. So Amazon having 9 is like massive comparatively. So these larger retailers really don't have a lot of wiggle room to eat some kind of 10, 15, 20, 30% tariff. It's going to have to be passed down to the consumer. There's no one else to pass it to. Unless all these Chinese companies are all just, making fucking bank, which I'm
But supposedly
Walmart
uses that inflexibility with the producer to get them down to rock bottom prices.
Of course they do. Yeah. Yeah, but that kind of completely goes against this guy's argument. Because you're completely right. Walmart and Amazon are leveraging their massive power to already squeeze the exporter as much as humanly possible because they want to deliver the good to the customer for as cheap as possible, which even further makes me think, okay, those Chinese companies are not operating with some sort of massive profit margin that they can absorb a 20 to 30% tariff and be totally fine.
Yeah, no, it's grinding everything to a halt. That's why the market cratered. Everyone's like, fuck this. We can't. This is not even possible.
Right.
But notice he's just like, a little 10% tax. Everyone can handle that.
Yeah.
My margins are 3.5%.
Right.
Means is that they ultimately pay for the burden of the tariff. Now, there's a couple ways that can happen. It can happen through the exchange rate. And part of that played out in 2018, 2019, or they can just lower their selling prices.
All right, last one.
But one way or another, they'll pay, yeah.
Last one. It's a good answer. Last one, real quick.
Good answer. Good job.
You said the talking point we want you to say.
Look, how concerned are you about short-term cost increases, short-term price increases?
Look, at the end of the day, this is a historic change in tariff rates and a historic change in policy that is standing up for American workers, standing up for American companies, and putting America first and on fair ground against the rest of the world for the first time in decades. Are there going to be short-term bumps as a result? Absolutely. But what the president is focused on is a long-term transformation and improvement in the durability, sustainability, and fairness of the American economy with respect to the rest of the world.
Well Well, I would
So
just say, you know what I would say? I'm sorry, we're short, John, but you know what?
He's like, listen, your answer was not good enough for the talking point. Okay, let me explain to you what you should have said.
Yeah. Just as
Which
we
is-
go to commercial here.
Which is weird because he's like the reporter, right? Asking the question. I don't know why he's trying to feed the guy the answer.
Why
I mean,
are you
I do know
watching
why, but
Kudlow? Kudlow's like the worst.
I was going through all this different business stations to try to see what every different one was saying.
Let's see what happens. Let's keep our powder dry. People are jumping to conclusions left and right, up and down. Let's just see what happens, Steve Myron. You're doing a great job.
Most importantly,
This is the thing. I mean,
Yeah, let's
When
just
F-
see. Let's just see.
when FDR was trying a bunch of different stuff, it was because like had a stock market crash, right?
Right.
Trump is trying a bunch of stuff before the market even crashed. Like, what the fuck?
He wants to be the catalyst for the crash.
Yeah.
It's a little different. I feel like
Isn't
you have
it?
a lot. I feel like you have a lot more wiggle room once the crash already happens because people are like, "Well, everything's fucked up, right?" Like, when all
Yeah,
the pieces
totally.
are broken, people are like, okay, yeah, you glue them back together. If it doesn't work, you'll get some, latitude, right?
That's
If
why I
everything
just-
is like nice and you take a hammer into it, I think it's different.
That's why I don't see how he doesn't cry uncle. I mean, you caused it. Where's the spike? Where's the stick in the spokes meme?
Right.
Why did you destroy the economy?
Right.
Puts his stick down in his
So do you
book.
think Trump is going to just completely capitulate on most of the stuff? Is what you're predicting?
I don't see how he has the wherewithal. He wants to be seen as a transformational president, right?
Right.
He doesn't want to be seen as a transformational president that made everything terrible. God, that's
Right.
a fate worse than death for him.
Well, listen, you were completely correct about Ukraine. So
Oh, you're
that definitely
right.
gives you a point for predicting Trump. You said everyone's wrong. Trump is going to bluster, then realize he has absolutely no leverage, and then just do the status quo. And so
Yeah.
far, that's exactly what happened.
He's going to be bullied into the status quo, and he was bullied
Right.
into the status quo.
Right.
And now he's doing the Homer Simpson back up into the bush thing. Let's not talk about Ukraine.
Mhm.
That could happen here. That same thing could happen here.
We'll see.
I mean, if he gets them to open up their markets, he'll take the win.
Of course, obviously.
And
Well,
look,
actually, I say
China-
of course. I thought I was like, of course he will, but now I'm like, maybe he's not going to take the win. I don't know, and I'm worried.
China already said, I don't know if you heard this, but they're saying they want to negotiate the TikTok deal in exchange for tariff relief. So, I mean, they're definitely talking.
I thought Trump said that he wanted to bundle them together. Was it China that suggested that first?
That's what I heard. Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
China said they didn't want to make a deal until they had the tariff situation worked out. So they didn't want to make a TikTok deal until the tariff situation was worked out.
Oh. Well, it seems like it's the opposite.
China, their whole fucking economy revolves around selling shit to us.
Right.
They can't just walk away from that.
So is China just
China,
they're just negotiating tactic because they're saying fuck you? That's just a tactic.
what do you mean? On TikTok?
On the tariffs. China is the first country that came out and said,
Yeah, they're saying they're saying
no.
we're going to tariff you back.
yeah.
I mean, they did this last time. Tariffs went back and forth.
Well, they did. I mean,
I don't know where they settled out, but
Right.
Lighthizer talks about it in his book because he's like, okay, in his book, they were saying that they were tariffing certain items, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if all the items are 100%, if you just tariff a few items, you're tariffing like 30% of what we sell to them, right? And Lighthizer was saying, well, we're going to get, in order for it to be even, we're going to get, like, since we sell so much less stuff to them, we can tariff them a lot more than they can tariff us. Sooner or later, they're going to be at we've tariffed all of your stuff, 100% of your stuff.
Right.
And we're going to be like, well, we've only tariffed 20% of your stuff, and our tariffs are equal now.
Mm-hmm.
So we can keep going. We can keep punching. Now we're going to tariff. If we tariff 100% of your stuff, we're in a better position because you can't. They can't let that business go. What are they going to start doing? Selling to the? I mean, there is what is there like? There's I think the Chinese population is double Americans. Americans are 330 million. I think they're like 770 million. Why don't they just sell to the Chinese? Oh, because they're all broke. They don't pay them anything. It's
that China's population was in the billions.
Is it? I thought it was.
Let me see.
Yeah, what is the population?
1.4 billion.
1.4 billion. Okay, so that's considered. That's like 4 times the United States population.
Yeah.
Okay, so look, why don't they just sell to the Chinese? Why do they gotta fucking sell to us? Why is it so essential? Right?
Right. Well, because the whole system is what it's make it dirt cheap.
Chinese don't buy anything.
Yeah.
Chinese are like, what? I have
Well,
one suit I have for the last 10 years.
I think that most of the things Chinese people buy is goods made in China. I believe.
Right, but very few.
Already.
They're like,
well, compared to America or compared to whatever they're producing. Because people won't have as much
America's
money.
like, I got fucking 200 pairs of shoes. Chinese are like, I got 2 shoes and they don't match.
I don't know if it's that bad. Maybe in some of the regions.
Well, that's why they can't. Look at these people working in these factories. Do you think they make enough money to buy the product that they make?
No.
No.
Yeah. No.
So look, until they actually adopt capitalist democracy, they're going to be fucked. They're going to have to sell to us because their people don't have any money.
There's this crazy thing I didn't know until the last couple of days. I was watching a bunch of videos about China that they brought it up, where they said in China, this is part of the socialist system. If you move, then they'll tax you. Like they don't want people to move. It's very strange. They're like, oh, if you live in a city, they want you to remain in the city. Or if you live in the countryside, they want you to remain in the countryside. And if you move from the country to the city or from the city to the country, they actually tax you and you lose access to certain social services.
Boy, that's stupid. There's so much economic activity from buying and selling homes and moving and shit.
Very strange. It's based off this weird socialist, idea. But
not only that, when people
keeping the
move,
farmers.
They've done marketing research on this. So when anyone moves, they can change their buying habits. So a lot of times people get in the habit of buying certain products and services, but as soon as they move, they're like, oh, they're open to buying all these new things. So that's when the marketers like to hit them most.
Right.
China's completely avoiding that. They're like, no wonder that their buying habits are from the 1940s.
Yes. Oh, and I just want to show you this. This is kind of interesting because before I found this Kudlow clip, I found this clip but part of a longer recap on Fox Business. And I want you to notice I want you to see if you notice something. They maybe edited the segment just a teeny tiny bit here.
Did they really? Holy shit.
All right, joining us now, one of the key players. Okay,
so the whole time you're watching this, you're like, oh, this is, exactly the same, right? Exactly the same. But it's a little bit different right at the end here.
And part of that played out in 2018, 2019, or they can just lower their selling prices.
All right,
but one way or another, they'll pay,
Last one. It's a good answer. Last one, real quick.
Good.
How concerned are you about short-term cost increases, short-term price increases?
Look, at the end of the day, this is a historic change in tariff rates and a historic change in policy that is standing up for American workers, standing up for American companies, and putting America first and on fair ground against the rest of the world for the first time in decades.
Now we see the Dow.
What? What was a very jarring cut. What happened?
You gonna pay?
What happened?
That's
so weird.
That means you're gonna pay.
Wait a minute.
That's what that means.
In case you forgot, let's see what they just cut out there. Very strange.
All right, joining us now, one of the key players.
That was so interesting. Okay, let's go over the exact spot here.
And on fair ground against the rest of the world for the first time in decades. Are there going to be short-term bumps as a result? Absolutely.
Oh, that's what they cut out. Okay. It's pretty interesting. They felt compelled to cut out that little tiny, little thing here.
Well, they don't want, look, they're trying not to trigger a market sell-off. They realize some people are going to hear that and they're going to be like, fucking sell, 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 sell.
I mean, I guess they kind of go
bumps,
through.
fucking sell, get out.
And the same recap is kind of interesting. They kind of go through like all the stock prices just being fucking cratering. They're just look, everything's dying.
So we'll have to see.
That's
how
from Trump. Just said that. Okay.
On Truth Social.
We're having the same conversation that we had at this time yesterday.
We are.
All these sectors, they're all down. Okay, go through the big banks. They're down again as well.
Yeah, and this is a very broad.
When does Fox Business, what is their uncle point? When do they get off the Trump train?
So someone on the segment, I don't know what his name is because it's not the main guy. Actually, he says his uncle point, which is kind of.
Oh, he does? Oh, okay.
He does. Yeah.
Nice.
Broad-based story. We talked yesterday, the markets shoot first, ask questions later. But when you have more and more people like Goldman Sachs and now JP Morgan coming out and saying that the odds of a recession are a lot higher today than they were yesterday, how does that impact the big banks that lend to consumers, that do those auto loans, that do those mortgage loans? Are we starting to will we see a rise in delinquency rates on credit cards? Again, I am speculating way out into the future, but that's sort of the question the market's.
How does anyone who, if you're like one of these people who's like really into, investments and markets and stuff, God, I don't know how anyone watches this shit without getting an ulcer. You just have the giant like red fucking arrow in your face, like, look at all the things going down right now. Like, God,
they milk
this is
it
terrible.
Too.
I know. I guess it does well. I guess people want to see it because obviously they do market research. I couldn't stand looking at it. If I cared about this shit, like, in terms of like my personal finances, I couldn't watch this stuff. It just make me so anxious.
America, that's the stock I used to trade all the time. Right there. Look at that.
Really? Bank of America. They never really weren't they much higher before the crash, 2008?
I think they peaked out at like 40, 45. I mean.
Oh, really? Okay. They never got that high.
Well, no, during the crash, it went down to $3.50.
No. I know that, but I thought they were higher before, but maybe not.
Let's see. It's down 15% in the last 5 days.
Mm-hmm.
So we were up at 41.
Right. Let's see what the max was. Yeah, it says it. Yeah, it was a little bit higher. It says in 2000.
47.
It says
24.
It says in 2005 they were at 54, so they got
really?
The high point.
Okay,
yeah. They never quite got up to there again. Yeah, they got down to fucking $3.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Bank of America's never really. I mean, I guess obviously you bought $3 and you now 40 you make bank, but compared to some of these other banks, never did as well. Like Chase went fucking crazy. I don't know why.
Right there, yeah. I bought
today,
it at 350 point. I was like, yeah, there we go.
Could have bought Chase, man. JP Morgan. That was the fucking.
I did. I bought some JP Morgan.
Well, there you go. They were the big ticket item.
I bought them later on though, after we were definitely out of the woods.
Right.
How does the recession impact the banks, a la the consumer?
Well, good. Those are the big name banks. Now show me the regionals.
Similar
they're all down again.
Story. And
they're all fucked.
From the regional banking crisis blow up that we had a few years ago, regional banks are so exposed in many parts to the mortgage market. So again, shooting first, asking questions later. How are we thinking about exposure to a consumer who now might be even stretched even more?
I got another sector which is down just like yesterday.
Is it?
Credit cards.
Yeah.
What do we got?
I wish I had more news for you. This is the same story. Are you still spending? Are you on that Visa? Are you swiping that MasterCard? Are you spending on that Amex?
Wealthy
Are you canceling
people.
trips?
You got to look at wealthy people.
They are. Now, there was that Wall
they're
Street
gonna
Journal
spend.
report where the top 10% of wealthy people are making up 50% of spending.
Right.
What if that top 10?
That's fucking crazy.
That's fucking total income inequality.
Holy shit. Let's hear that again.
Trips.
You got to look at wealthy people.
They are. Now, there was that Wall
they're
Street
gonna
Journal
spend.
report where the top 10% of wealthy people are making up 50% of spending.
That's
That
fucking
is
bonkers
insane.
if that's true. The top 10%. Well, she even said top 10% of wealthy people. So I don't know if she means even like, she mean the top 10% of 1% or she just mean the top 10%. Top 10% makes 50% of spending? How's that even possible?
Right.
That seems like it's Jesus fucking. Wealth
Well,
inequality
it's gotta be
fucked.
it's gotta be by dollar figure, not like by product number.
Well, yeah, obviously it's by
Yeah.
dollar figure, sure, right?
They're buying very expensive cars and homes and stuff. And
Let's see.
furniture and
Top 10% of wealthy Americans drive 50% of U.S. spending. Okay, I guess it is true. Well, I don't know if it's true, but it's what this article is saying, what they're citing.
they got it off this news report.
No,
But
the
even
news
those
report got it off
wealthy-
of this.
Even wealthy people are like, oh my God, our entire stock portfolio is down huge. We gotta stop.
Stop
I'm
spending.
not gonna
yeah.
buy that luxury couch right now.
That's so crazy. 50%. Well, it's interesting because it kind of makes, I never would have guessed that the number is that crazy. The outcome, the disparity between things.
Well,
Those
this
whose
is
households
one way
earn
to deal with
200
income inequality, right?
Is
Just
it?
you just make the rich poor.
Oh, so everyone is just worse off. That's
How
like the
that's
socialist
how they do
answer
it in
to
the
the question.
socialist countries.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. I don't know if that's a good strategy.
Blood in the streets.
Those whose households earn $250,000 or more. Okay. And lower. Wait, that's nice. According to data from Moody's, the top 10% account for 50% of consumer spending and 1/3 of the GDP. In the 90s, the wealthiest of the US only accounted for 1/3 of the spending. Why was it 10% or is it just the wealthiest? What does that mean? I mean, that's still pretty crazy if 10% were buying 1/3 of the things that are being produced. Or I guess spending 1/3 of the money, I should say. Unless, well, what do they mean by spending, I guess? Because if that includes like buying assets and shit, then that makes perfect sense.
Buying
Right? I mean,
stock. Yeah.
yeah, like then obviously that number makes complete sense. And I would expect that, but it would still be a massive indication of the huge wealth inequality in our country, or the wealth/income inequality in this country.
Yes.
But so we've gone from 1/3 to 50%.
Just think so many people, they don't even have money for investments.
No.
Like, investments?
No.
What? I'm
Right.
just trying to pay rent and pay for groceries and shit.
Well, that's this weird. It's very interesting how, and I've been telling people this forever, and people don't believe you until they see it. They'll be like, oh, one party is evil or one party is stupid and the other party is smart. Like one party is economically illiterate and the other party is not. And yet I saw so many people, because usually it's like, oh, the left is economically illiterate. They don't know anything. And then I saw a lot of right-wing accounts that were like, they're like, it doesn't matter if the stock market goes down because fuck the rich people. And I was like, you understand? I was like, wait a minute. You understand the concern about the stock market isn't like, oh no, my portfolio. The concern is the stock market is the thermometer that shows you the direction the economy is going overall. It's going to have massive downstream effects on everybody. That's why you're concerned about it, not because necessarily you personally own stock.
Yeah, it's like a prediction market.
Yes. But I guess suddenly now people can become stupid as long as it suits whatever their, biases at the moment.
Yeah, you're predicting a recession. A recession is basically everybody's worried about being fired. They don't want to spend any money. So the local liquor store is selling 50% of what they used to sell. Now they're like laying off people. People aren't going out to dinner. Waiters and waitresses are not getting tipped.
Right.
Yeah. basically everyone just pulls back. They're like, let's all just chill. Let's Netflix and chill, okay? Oh, Netflix is too expensive. I'm canceling that Netflix, okay?
Right.
I'm going to sit and watch The Wall. That's
Listen,
what I'm
if you
gonna do.
guys need some advice, okay, you get this from Sam, all right? Rice and beans, very cheap, very healthy. Gives you gives you all your macronutrients, okay? Beans got a lot of protein, got a lot of fiber.
Nice. I eat a lot
of
rice and beans. I like rice and beans.
If you need some Beano to digest the beans, go for it. But
Mhm.
rice and beans, baby. Cheap,
There you go.
healthy food.
That'll
You
get
don't
us
need-
right into a recession.
There you go. You don't need vegetables. Okay.
Don't need food,
You don't need those
You don't need
organic
money or-
broccoli, right?
fuel for your vehicle.
No, you don't need to
any
eat
of
the
that
bugs.
stupid
You just
shit.
eat rice and beans.
Right.
What if that top 10% starts to pull back? Again, I'm speculating.
Well,
We
with
have
the
no
market
data
down
to
so
say
much,
so.
I mean, that's the wealth effect. They can't
It
fall
is.
back on a couple of $1 million worth of stocks.
Right. Well, and if I have all that.
This expression says it all. Right there. This is the 55% they're talking about. Look at him. He's like, yes.
Well, he's in the top 10%, so he's like, not happy
It
about
is.
this.
Look, if he has $1 million portfolio, right?
Sure, it's more than that.
He lost like $100,000 in 2 days.
Right.
That's painful.
Yep.
Look, if he had a $5 million portfolio, he lost $500,000. He's like, fuck.
Yeah, it's not good.
Yeah. That's why he's got that look on his face.
Right.
It's like, holy shit.
Yep.
Trump cost me $500,000. And I bought his shitty Melania coin.
Warren Buffett's like, suckers.
Well,
Fucking
look.
idiots. I sold my shit off. I saw this coming.
He didn't sell everything, okay?
Well, that's
He
true,
still
that's
got, look, he's down big too.
He
but
can't.
he's
He
gonna get back
literally
in.
can't sell everything. He's got too much. He's
I
too rich
know.
to sell everything.
But I think he has like $3.5 billion in cash. So he's
Jeez.
going to be like, he's ready to go to town.
Yeah.
Give me that $3.50.
Give me the Bank of America for $3.
Actually, Warren Buffett bought Goldman Sachs. He came in and basically saved Goldman Sachs by giving them a huge influx of cash.
Oh, okay.
And he got
Interesting.
stock for it.
I mean, that paid dividends, obviously.
I thought about buying Goldman Sachs just because of that, but I'd already bought a bunch of stuff. So, and Goldman Sachs was pricey at the time. But I did. I mean, I did.
Oh, you're right. Wow. They only went down to like 67.
I bought something, and I remember that they actually went under. Chase Bank bought them out, and I didn't get anything. The stock went to zero. So, but I made so much money off all the other shit I bought that who cares?
Yeah. Well, there was a couple banks that went under in 2008. I don't
They
remember
did.
which
Yeah.
one.
Lehman Brothers. I think Bear Stearns.
Was it Washington Mutual?
That was it. Yep.
Yeah.
That's what I
WAMO.
bought. The WAMO.
When they bought out WAMO, you just lost it. You didn't get anything for that. They didn't have to pay out. Or did they pay out whatever the super low stock was?
I didn't buy very much.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it was down to like $2 a share. So it was like, but look, you can buy stock at $2 a share. If it goes down to $1 a share, you lost half your money. So if you bought $100,000 worth of it, you're like,
that's
down
pretty
50
bad.
grand. Yeah.
Yeah.
You can lose 50 grand. You can lose $1 million on some, dollar stock. But, look, I made up for it on the 350 Bank of America because that shit went back up to like $40. So
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So, I lost my money on WAMU, but
Mm-hmm.
it all turned out okay. And I
You
did
should predicted
buy
WAMU would
some-
go under because that's a stupid name.
I did buy some JP Morgan, but it was after the no more banks were going to go under. It was obvious we were out of the woods, but
Right.
still the recovery was slow.
That money in the market to pay for my down payment on that new home, and now that money's gone. How does that sort of impact the economy?
Yeah, how does that affect it? One more time, show me the retailers, please. Really taking it on the chin.
Another day,
again.
yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah, and these are the big companies we've talked about.
I fucking love this guy. He's so funny.
He's like, Foot Locker, holy shit.
He's just like a good narrator voice.
with big exposure to China. Nike, one of those. Crocs, one of those. Foot Locker, one of those. Now, what's interesting is Nike and Foot Locker also have some big fundamental stories. These are companies in the midst of big turnarounds. We've heard from Nike, where's the new fun product? We haven't seen it. And then this on top of that, right? And so there's the fundamental stories of some of these.
Yeah, where's your new Yeezys, right? What's going on with those?
Companies, and then there's that broader, oh my gosh, you have exposure
The swastika
to Asia,
Yeezys.
supply chain, sell now.
I mean, it's not panic here, is it?
It's not. I mean, I want to play REM. It's the end of the world as we know it, and I feel fine because this is 2 days.
Hey,
We're talking about 2
what's
days.
up?
So, well, but here's the uncle thing I was talking about. This guy's gonna tell you where he's crying uncle. Okay, ready for this?
Days of sell-off, not erasing 2 years of gains. I think we need to worry about if we're sitting here next Friday and we're seeing the same red ink. But the thing is,
There you go. That's next Friday. Okay.
Didn't I call it?
Yes.
I said, look, you think Trump can sit through 5 days of this?
I don't know. I have absolutely no. It's very hard to predict what the fuck's going on in the mind of Donald Trump.
Maybe he's doing this to New York because the New York Stock Exchange is there.
He's like,
Maybe
fuck
he's
New
like,
York. This is what you get for bringing your
Remember-
bullshit cases against me.
Exactly. You guys drag me into
Oh my
court now.
God.
Fuck you.
That
Because
would be
they're
so
like
retarded.
got to be so hurting.
I pray that's not a thought process because that's so retarded if that's the case. That's so stupid.
Oh my god.
That's like a
That's
level
like
of
the first thing
pettiness.
that's like the first thing I thought. Sitch. I was
No,
like,
you're probably right then. That's such a level. That's like such a level of pettiness. My brain couldn't even comprehend it to make that connection.
he's probably calling them up. He's like, how you guys doing on the stock exchange? Anyone commit suicide over the weekend?
God damn.
you bring up
The
even
Trump
Apple,
Tower's
worst
like
day
right
almost
across
on
from
record.
it.
Right. They should have had like Trump Tower should have when the stock market's crashing. You go to like the top floor.
Oh
and you
yeah, he's
unveil,
gonna
like
be
a
right there in the
giant-
window, like
you-
waving.
Yeah, and you unveil like a giant like Trump like smiling with a thumbs up like banner that just like falls across the entire building.
He's gonna buy the building and turn it into like a Walmart.
There you go. He keeps the stock exchange there. Okay, so they have all the people on the floor yelling, but there's like people like above them shopping at Walmart looking down at them.
That'd be great.
That's actually a kind of a cool idea, right? I like that.
Yeah. Turn it into
Like a
a
little-
fucking mortuary.
Make it like a zoo. No, you make it like a little zoo. Like look, Billy. They're all the Wall Street investors yelling at each other.
And I love Apple. I've been in Apple since the price adjusted by like $41 a share. I'm not jumping in to buy here. I don't think it's compelling enough because of the valuations. They got stretched. We're having a reset now. I mean, Mark said it best. When you can buy quality names at about 12 to 15 times earnings, that's when you back up the truck. We're not there yet. We're getting close, but we're not there yet.
One last
He's,
group.
look,
the
he's got a truck.
automakers,
He's
I
ready to
presume
back
they-
up.
He's ready to back it up. Yeah. Give me the
Everyone,
extra.
look, everyone knows the whole conversation because
Mm-hmm.
everyone's lived through all of these calamities.
Right.
It's funny. The Great Depression era was like, oh, there's just the one calamity.
Well, that was the craziest one. Like that was the most insane one.
right.
So
Tesla down 5%. Look at that. One last one. GE Healthcare. GE Healthcare. Is that a special situation?
It is. So this is very interesting.
Whoa.
So Beijing had also announced that they were doing some export controls on medium and heavy rare earth minerals, namely gadolinium. Gadolinium is used as the contrast agent that helps improve the clarity of MRI scans. GE Healthcare makes MRI
hear him
scans
sigh.
within their imaging segment. That's 46% of their revenue last year through MRIs. So this is actually a very idiosyncratic story about how then can you still go forward and for how long?
listen, I know it sounds bad. You're not going to be able to get your MRIs anymore. Okay. But I think we could easily do that at home. Okay. We have plenty of gays in California. I don't know why we have to go to China for their gays.
Mhm.
I think we have a lot more gays in America than in China. So,
MRIs. How's that? What's
oh,
I don't-
never mind.
I don't know the joke. Damn it.
She's-
Was it a pun?
She said the mineral is called like gayaminium.
Oh, gayaminium. I didn't hear the
the The gay-aminium
revenue last year, MRI scans.
I was shocked that like
GE Healthcare
40% of their income is just from MRIs.
From MRIs. That is pretty crazy.
I guess they're the MRI company.
I guess.
They're like, we need the fucking juice. Give me the Gatorinium.
Right.
MRI scans within their imaging segment. That's 46% of their revenue last year
Almost 50.
through
Look at
MRIs.
that.
So this is actually a very idiosyncratic story about how then can you still go forward and for how long with MRIs?
But it's dramatic nonetheless. And that's a tariff result right there. I want to repeat the India news. India is reportedly considering a tariff cut on $23 billion worth of imports coming in from America.
Look, they're working it. India's going to go down to zero. Trump's
there you
go. Be like, oh yeah, the Indians already cried uncle.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. If these countries capitulate, and then Trump says, "Boom," 0, or even 10, but says 0, and I think, okay, I'm like, okay, we're cooking, right? Donald Trump gets to raise his fist, big win. But if they drop their tariffs to 0, and then it's like, nah, we're gonna keep these tariffs on for like a month. It's like, oh shit. That's going to be a real bad signal for the market and for, I think, businesses.
Maybe.
Because then it's like, well, what do you want these countries to do exactly? Is there anything they can do? Because then it makes me think, well, maybe he is then a true believer on this concept of the trade deficit, that you need to rebalance everything. And then at that point, you're like, oh, well, then we're in like for the long haul.
Well, you don't know what's going to happen until you implement it for a period of time, right? So you got to
guess that's an argument. Sure,
put it on for like a month or so just to see what the fallout is, right?
I mean,
see what the trade numbers are.
I don't know if I keep stabbing myself in the leg, if it's a good thing, unless I do it for a month, right? I need like a good baseline of a month to know if stabbing myself in the leg is going to work. To get the bad humors out.
Maybe you're just scratching an itch. It's not really a stab. It's actually feels good.
That's a good point. Yeah, maybe it feels good when I start stabbing and bleeding.
Framing it as mutilating yourself, I think, might be tainting your thought experiment.
Well, I chose an intentionally hyperbolic example that would not fit the framework you were saying. That was
I don't know the details of the exchanges that we have. I mean, I'd like to know what that merchandise is. If they're selling bowling balls, fucking fuck it. Who cares?
If India is selling us bowling balls,
right? The bowlers can get fucked for a month,
right?
They'll just wait. They'll be like, "Look, I'm not going to buy a new bowling ball until this tariff thing works itself out."
Yeah, but the tournament's coming up. The fresh one. Okay. What am I supposed to do now?
Oh, wonder what we buy. What does U.S. buy from India? What do you think it is? Pearls. Oh, look. We can fucking wait on pearls.
I was going to say
semi-precious stones, electrical machinery, pharmaceutical products.
I was going to guess phone scams primarily.
There you go.
From India.
Well, we can wait on the pearls, semi-precious stones. They're just gonna hold off a month, right?
Yeah.
Electronic machinery, probably hold off.
who
Pharmaceutical
needs
products. That? I mean, people usually
have
a month's supply. So
I hope you guys got your. Make sure you go to your pharmacy on Monday if you're coming up on a renewal there, buddy. Chat. Make sure you get on that.
Yeah, we'll be fine.
If you got any MRIs planned, make sure.
You
got to bring a gay with you to the MRI machine. Now
you can't know if this is stabbing yourself in the leg until you do it. You gotta try.
Okay.
It's like drugs. Drugs could destroy your life, or you could have the time of your life. So
there you go. It's like drugs.
You don't know until you until you hit that crack pipe.
Yeah. When you take the gun and you put it at your head and you spin the chamber, right? You don't know if you're gonna win that game of Russian roulette or not till you pull the trigger.
That is, well, I mean, I guess if there's money involved, it's an apt analogy.
That is an apt analogy because that's what we're doing with other countries.
Look, you got to try the crack for a month.
Do not try crack for a month.
See if you like it.
It's a terrible idea.
Have you seen the movie Limitless?
I have. I have.
Okay.
Yeah, that was a fantasy magic drug that made you smarter. That was not crack.
Did you know that that was actually crack cocaine?
No, it was not actually. That feels like a Chappelle show skit. It was actually
Totally.
just crack.
Yep.
Congressman Aaron Bean, Republican from Florida, joins me now. Congressman, trade negotiations are unfolding on a daily basis. It's really the art of the deal we're looking at here, isn't it?
Yeah.
100%, Stuart Varney. By the way, it's great to be with you. Good morning from your nation's capital. It is the art of the deal. Anybody that's read that, I guess you could do a new chapter called America First in the art of the deal, and you see the effects immediately. India now has come to the table to say, wait, we can do better. We want a trade deal. They've already dropped tariffs on liquor and motorcycles, but they can do more. They will do more. Because they want American buyers for their goods. So Trump is doing it, and it's...
See, that's exactly right. So it's trust the plan already. Don't just stop
Listen,
being so skeptical.
I was trusting the plan. I was trusting the plan until Scott Bessent and Ludwig opened their big dumb mouths.
They're just saying what they have to say, okay? They don't know what it is.
Every person and their mother on the right on Fox Business is saying, are the deal, are the deal, are the deal. And I'm like, oh, it makes sense. There's logic to it. And I go, okay, that makes me feel confident. And then Ludwig comes out and he's like, fuck are the deal. I'm like, oh shit. Oh no.
Now we're in trouble.
Now I'm like, okay. Now I'm a little worried.
I think it's time to back the truck up, Sitch. I think, you're going to miss out on this big whipsaw back up. After Trump gets everyone to drop their tariffs, fires Lughead.
Well, he doesn't have to fire Lughead unless everything crashes.
Right.
So it's fun to see it in real time.
Next one, Congressman. Attorney General Pam Bondi announced that...
Well, anyway, so...
You don't...
Are the deal.
Pam Bondi. Let's talk about her.
Okay, let's see what Pam Bondi...
The Department of Justice will prosecute the fraud uncovered by Elon Musk's Doge. Watch this.
Yes!
Yeah. Awesome.
Oh, look at this. Pam's going to work.
Good job, Pam.
Trump, what are you doing with this?
You get that fraud.
This horror show lighting here. What are you doing to Pam? You're like, yeah, we're going to make it look like you're in a Saw movie. You're going to love it.
Okay, you want to watch the Scott Bessent Tucker thing?
Let's move on.
Okay.
Why is Trump looking down at Pam's cleavage? What's going on here?
I'm like on a completely different frame. I got to see what you're looking at here.
Oh. You moved it.
Justice will prosecute the fraud uncovered by
So it's just
Elon
like
Musk's
I want to
Doge.
see the
Watch this.
cleavage, okay?
Here, I'll pause it.
We
there
are
he
hearing a
goes.
lot about
you
fraud.
missed it.
I saw it. I mean, you can't really see cleavage in that outfit. But
No.
listen, Pam Bondi, I don't know. I couldn't think of a breast pun with Bondi. If she's got it, flaunt it, all right? Should show it off more.
They love these pictures of Elon. I love how Trump is always so bored when Elon's talking. Why's he gotta fucking talk in my office?
Right. He's like, I want to listen to Pam Bondi talk a little bit more. Go.
Everyone's trying to stoke the narrative that Trump is getting sick of Elon and Elon's on the way out.
Speaking of Elon,
Mr. Secretary, thank you very much for
joining. It's interesting. So I saw something very interesting. I saw that Ian Miles Chong, who is the number one Elon simp, toady, was like speaking really negatively about the tariffs.
Did he get unfired or did he get fired from Elon?
And I was like, ooh, that's interesting. Because to me, well, I don't think he did. I think to me, it's a very clear signal that Elon does in fact not like the tariffs.
He's in Malaysia, so he's got to be shitting his pants. He's like, oh my God, they're going to tariff me.
Right. And so I was like, that's very fascinating. That makes me think Elon is very against these tariffs. And then I saw, and I sent it to you, there's this clip of Peter Navarro on CNN. And someone posted on X. They said, here's Peter Navarro explaining the tariffs And contrary to the paid fake expert class that is usually on corporate media, Peter Navarro has a PhD in economics from Harvard. He's also not going to lie to you about what is happening to a globalist agenda. Notice how he uses specific details instead of blank statements like chaos agent and destroying America. Okay. So someone is saying like, trust the process, trust Peter Navarro. He knows what he's talking about, blah, 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 blah.
Nobody, there's economists are on both sides of this debate. So
I know.
Nobody knows. Nobody fucking knows.
Most of them are on the anti-tariff side. That doesn't mean that they're right, but obviously the direction of economists has been very anti-tariff for decades now. So Elon responded to this post saying, a PhD in econ from Harvard is a bad thing, not a good thing. Results in the ego/brains greater than one problem. Okay. So to me, again, it's very fascinating. So that again shows that Elon is not in favor of these tariffs, which obviously makes sense from a business perspective. So
he's got to source parts for his fucking factories from all over the place.
Yes.
He's definitely gone to many different places to source parts.
Of course. I mean, it's going to obviously affect his businesses negatively, even though he has plants in America. So,
yeah.
I don't know if he's said anything else. Oh God. Here's another criticism. Wow. Someone tweeted out, U.S. Commerce Chief Lutnick says had to include Penguin Island in tariffs in case some country tries to use it as a loophole. And then Elon Musk said, this is funny. Laughing, crying emoji.
He said that to Lutnick?
He said it in response to Lutnick.
Oh, good. If Elon's beating up on Lutnick, I like Elon now. That's
interesting. Okay, so Elon is very signaling he does not side with these tariffs.
Well, he didn't want the H-1B1 visa thing, too.
Right. Well, no, he did want the H-1B visa. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but he didn't want them to ban it.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which was what they were talking about doing.
Right.
Okay. Look at little Tucker.
There's some weird, I know they're not on a green screen, but something about the lighting or the angle of the camera makes me feel like they're on a green screen. Like, doesn't it look weird?
Something's just like sitting back, commanding the room. Right. Tucker's sitting in his little hands.
He's doing the little merchant hands
in his lap. Yeah.
I know, it's not good.
Leaning forward on his chair. Oh, yes. Right. Oh, please. Thank you for talking to me. I hope I can get 16 ads in this.
Brian, for $40. Thanks so much. Thanks so much, Brian. Says manufacturing is a national security issue when going to war with China. I feel the reason they went this route is to go all hands on deck to get manufacturing in America to deal with the threat of China on Taiwan. If you assume everything is to deal with China threat, then all their action begins to make sense to me. Further disregard the Ukraine situation and calling out manufacturing a national defense issue. I do not agree with that because, well,
I mean, the manufacturing is an issue for national security.
No. I agree with that part. Okay. Let me be clear. I 100% agree. Yes, I 100% agree that manufacturing is a national security issue. What I disagree with is the idea that this is all being done to pivot against China and the inevitable invasion of Taiwan. And the reason I disagree with that is because if you wanted to do that, if you're preparing to go to war with China, you need allies. You need to get the world unified against China. This is the exact opposite of doing that. This is pissing on everyone in the world's face and is more likely to push people to do business with China and to be more pissed off at America. So that's why it doesn't make sense to me that that's the goal here.
Yeah, if they can't sell their goods and services to America because of some high tariff, and China's like, well, we won't tariff you, Europe, then all of a sudden they're a trading partner.
Exactly. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, we're out to lunch. I can't imagine this. Look, the national security thing is an issue, but if all the nations are like, we're just going to get rid of our tariffs and open up our markets to to American businesses.
Mhm.
Trump's going to jump at that. He's going to be like, fuck national security. Fuck the American worker. Our business
You think
is gonna,
so?
yeah, of course. Oh my God. I mean,
Trump's going to throw American workers under the bus.
that's kind of the direction they want to go. Well, I guess he would pitch it as, oh, the American workers are going to be manufacturing more product and selling it in China. So it's good for them. That's the way he'll sell it.
Well, no, what they could sell is they'll inevitably get some businesses to agree to build some factories in America over some period of time. And he'll say, boom, promises kept to the American workers. And then, he'll drop the tariffs because they'll get the other countries to drop their tariffs, right? And he'll say, boom, things are fair now in America, right? And everyone will just pretend like all this shit that Lutnick and Besant, all these other people have been saying about the deficit, just everyone pretend that never happened. Or we'll just ignore that.
Oh, yeah.
So. Devil on your shoulder for 200. Kazar, thanks so much. Says Adam, did you get my emails from Wednesday and Saturday about not receiving the comic tracking numbers, initials of the name PK?
I haven't checked my email, but I will. I'm like Monday. I know I got another email, so definitely maybe it's one from you. So
right.
So, but yes, I'm gonna check my email. Anyone who's emailing me about the comic, I'll look into it, figure out what happened, and make sure it's taken care of.
There you go.
Monday, tomorrow. That's my day to do it. So,
call sign Taurus for $20. Thanks so much. Says funny thing about tariffs bring back factory jobs. All the machinery that is used to make the items are made overseas. So there'll be tariffs placed on the machines we need in the factories to make the factories. That's a great point. Yeah, that is the problem. We're sort of just tariffing everything.
Everything's a fucking product. Oh my God. Yep. Capitalism. Fucking, what is this shit?
I know.
Why isn't all this stuff just free? They should have a free store. You just go in and like load up.
Yeah, what's up with that?
Which way to the factory aisle? I want to start a factory.
Where the fuck's my Star Trek replicator? Okay.
Yeah.
Come on, Elon, wasting your time with cars and Mars and shit. Make me a fucking replicator, you piece of shit.
You know how it is.
Fucking greedy. I bet you they have a replicator already. These greedy elite fucks. They're hiding it. They're using it for themselves. Probably making a bunch of demon shit with it.
Have you watched any of these AI shorts that are shorts that are like completely made with AI?
No. I mean, I saw there was some new AI that came out that everyone was talking about, and I saw clips of that, but I didn't see like a short. So if that's what you're saying.
I wonder if that'll ever be a thing. What do
you mean? Of course it's gonna be a thing.
Will it? Because I guess you can convince people to watch like animated videos, right?
Are you talking about there was one ByteDance, which that's the TikTok people, I believe, right? Mm-hmm. They came out with some new AI where you could like put in a picture of somebody and it will do a pretty crazy, impressive AI mock-up of them talking. You just insert the audio.
Right. Yeah. I've seen those.
Yeah. They had like Albert Einstein and Sam Altman and all these other people.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's pretty crazy. And they look very realistic. I mean, you can kind of tell there's still obviously a level of uncanniness to like the movements or the sound, like the shyness to it if you were looking for it. But obviously if you took these videos and you showed someone this like 10 years ago, they'd be like, holy shit. They think it would be like it was real. They would have no clue that it was AI.
Yeah, I think it was a real person.
Yeah. Brian for $25. Thanks so much. Says tariffs are like a sales tax. It can either come from the company or the consumer. The same with tariffs. It can come from foreign companies taking less money, the importer eating the added costs, or the consumer. So there's wiggle room. That's where the politicians live. Yeah, it's like, so this is my problem with it. Like, let's use a hypothetical here. If we said, hey, we're going to put a 10% tariff on carrots from China, okay? And the Chinese are like, what the fuck? How dare you? Right? If American consumers can just buy their carrots either in America or from some other country, and they don't have that 10% markup, then in that situation, yes, it's going to be more on the the businesses to eat the cost because they're going to have to keep the cost down in order to make their good, competitive with the good from another country that doesn't have a tariff or the good that's, from America. But if every country has a tariff on it, there's nowhere else to turn to unless your product's made 100% in America. And even if it is made 100% in America and it doesn't have any sort of increased costs because they have to import machines or pieces of, whatever their good is from another country, they're going to raise their prices too. Obviously. Do you think that if you're the one person who makes some product that's 100% in America and has zero impact on the tariffs, and everyone else has to raise their price 10%, you're just gonna be like, oh, I'm just gonna leave my price where it is, or are you gonna raise it 5%?
No.
Yeah, you're gonna raise your price 5%, right? You're like, oh, they'll still buy it, it'll be
9%.
cheaper.
What are you talking about?
9%. You gotta go right up as close as you can, right?
Of course. Yeah.
It's all gonna go up.
50 cents cheaper.
Right.
It'd be great. I can't wait.
Okay, we're not gonna watch this whole thing. There's some time codes.
You sure? Oh, okay.
This is the first step towards realigning that a lot of our trading partners, including some of our allies, have not been good partners. If tariffs are so bad, why do they have them?
Question.
Why do they have them?
This is so this is where I don't know. I listened to some of Scott Bessent's older things. I want to like the guy, but then he just says this, and it's such an obvious lie. It's so stupid because the question is not, okay, tariffs as a concept are just all bad. I mean, I guess some people are making that argument, but the argument is put in tariffs on everybody at some exorbitant amount that's not even based off of reciprocal tariff, but based on a trade deficit is bad.
Yeah, it's completely different.
Right. But yep, this was the talking point I saw repeated.
Right. Or if the American consumer is going to pay all the tariff, then why do they care about tariffs?
Right.
Because they're going to eat them.
Well, and then again, he says this, which is retarded too. It's like, okay, obviously, if the government, here's your hypothetical. Okay. You live in California, Adam. Do you not?
It's great. I fucking love it. Oh my God.
Right.
It's beautiful weather. It's always nice.
If the state of California said, hey, we're going to put an additional 20% tax on marijuana.
I'd say, hell yeah, thank you. That's a third of what it already is. So,
no, an additional
amazing.
20%. An additional 20%. It's going to go up by 20%. Okay.
Oh.
And then the marijuana, and by the way, this tax, it's not but the way it works is that when you buy it, you have to pay 20% more, and then the business has to turn around and they have to give that 20% to the government, state government of California. Okay. Do you think that the pot sellers and growers are going to want that 20% tax?
Fuck no.
Of course not. And then and the reason is the most obvious thing. If it's more expensive, people are not going to want to buy the fucking thing. Obviously.
Yeah, even if sell less.
Right. Even if the company itself isn't going to eat the 20% cost directly, less people are going to buy shit. And so that's why they don't want the tariff. It's the most obvious thing on the planet. And that's what annoys me about Bessent and these people. Is when they say this shit that's so obviously untrue.
They're going to
just explain to me, if you want to make your argument for tariffs, that's fine. Just don't lie to me. Just say it clearly and straight up. Don't make up a bunch of bullshit.
Well, you don't know how it's going to shake out. You really don't. They will try to raise the price. But if sales drop off, they're like, okay, well, we're going to have to eat the tax then. So nobody really knows who's going to eat the tax because everyone's fighting over who's going to eat the tax.
No, but that's not what he's saying is, listen to what he just said. Okay.
Why do they have them? Right. Or if the American consumer is going to pay all the tariff, then why do they care about tariffs?
Okay. That's that's retarded. That is a retarded point to make. You know why? Because they want you to buy even if hypothetically you have a situation where the American customer pays 100% of the cost of the tariff, they still wouldn't want it because it means less people are going to want to buy their shit. That is the entire fucking point of the tariff, is to make people buy less of that shit. That's the point of the fucking thing. And he's like, why do they care?
You don't know though.
No. That is the point of the tariff, is to make them buy less. That is the point. You can't argue.
Look, that is obviously true, right?
Okay.
But if they're selling 10 widgets a month, right? And they raise their prices by 20% and they still sell 10 widgets a month, they're going to be like, fine. They're worried that they're going to raise their prices 20%. And they're going to sell 5 widgets a month.
Yes,
right?
Obviously.
So then they're going to have to pull the price. Then they are going to eat the tax so that they can sell the extra 5 widgets and go back to selling 10 widgets a month. But look, you don't know who, at this point, you don't know who the fuck is going to eat the tariff. So they're mad about it because, look, they're happy as can be. Oh, yeah, if the American consumer just eats the tax, that's fine. That's great. No skin off our nose. That may happen. It may not happen. You know, if it's marijuana, they probably would eat the tax because everyone's like, I'm not fucking doing without my marijuana. Fuck that.
Right.
It's cheap at fucking 3 times the price.
The point is there's 2 outcomes here. In either outcome, well, there's 3 outcomes. Okay. There's the outcome where they pass on the tax to the consumer for their widgets and everyone is still forced to buy it and there's no difference. Okay.
Yeah.
That seems like the most unlikely scenario.
Happen.
It could happen, but to me, it seems like the most unlikely.
Why?
Right. Well, I guess I shouldn't say that. It would depend on whatever the thing is that's being sold. Right.
Yeah. What is it?
And at that case, you're right. Then the businesses won't give a shit. Then the foreign countries won't give a shit. And the American consumer just gets fucking ass raped. And that's all that happens. Okay. It's the worst. That's the literal worst case scenario.
Who cares?
If it's a luxury good, who cares? If it's not a luxury good, if it's food, okay. If it's food you need, if it's your rice and beans.
Food is a luxury.
Oh, okay. If it's rice and beans, then it's not so good, right? That's the worst case scenario, is everyone gets hit with a tariff. Everyone still buys the good. The price of everything just goes fucking up. And that's it. There's nothing changes. Okay. That'd be the worst case scenario. The other scenario.
Excuse to raise our prices.
Right. The other scenario is they raise the price and people buy less of this shit.
I know.
Okay.
What people are worried about.
In that scenario, obviously, the businesses aren't going to be very happy about that. Because, yeah, they're passing the cost on to the consumer.
No, then the business is going to eat the tax.
Well, hold on. Then they're going to sell less of their shit, right? They're not going to be happy about that. So then the third scenario is they say, okay, well, we need to figure out how much of the cost we can possibly eat, right? To still maintain whatever level of profit they have to maintain. So then they split it up. Maybe they eat half of the tariff and then they pass on half the tariff to the consumer. Okay.
Right.
So in all scenarios, except for the first scenario and the other 2 scenarios, of course, the businesses are not going to be happy about this. That's why I'm just saying this is like ridiculous, this fucking argument. Like, well, why would the businesses care if they're not going to be affected by it? Of course they're going to be affected by it. No one's saying they're not going to be affected by it. That's not the argument.
They're already affected by the uncertainty of it.
Of course. Of course.
Nobody knows. Pricing's very difficult too. You're like, look, we spent a bunch of money on advertising to get us up to this sales number on this price point. Right. Like, now people want to, this is why people hate planned economies. You got to come in and tell me how to price my shit. The fuck?
President Trump and I have talked about that a lot. So this is a national security issue that we're seeing here, but it's also an economic security issue. And it's to, I don't want to say redistribute, but
why not?
To
redistribute's the perfect word.
It is interesting. It is very
Why do you want to say that? Look, these rich people got too much money.
It is interesting. Listen, I'm not opposed to trying to tackle wealth inequality, which I think is a big problem in the country. I don't think this is going to solve that, but
you're talking about people who are selling shit
Right.
Rich. You talking about people who are buying shit to sell? Rich. You talking about people who are buying stuff to use? Rich.
Right.
Economic security issue, and it's to, I don't want to say redistribute, but it is to give working Americans real wage gains and enhance their lives. And I've said,
take some money from those rich fucking employers and give it to the poor people. That's exactly right. Redistribute. Thank goodness. I love
It's
this
so funny.
now.
It's so funny. Yeah.
This is perfect. This is exactly what I want to hear.
Right.
I want to hear. Tax the fucking rich.
Tax the rich, baby. Listen, the left finally got their sleeper candidate in. It turned out it was Donald Trump the whole time.
It is.
Yeah. He used to be a Democrat. He used to be a Democrat. Remember, this is all part of the plan.
What do fucking Democrats complain about all the time? Corporate taxes. Corporations are not paying their fair share of taxes. The corporations are sneaking around.
Now we have the biggest corporate tax hike in human history in American history.
These are
passed by
corporate
Donald
taxes.
Trump. Yes.
And of course, look, they're going to try to pass those corporate taxes on to the consumer. But look, we just tell them, fuck off. We're not paying them. Fuck you.
There you go.
I can stay home. I don't need to Netflix and chill. I can just chill.
It's so interesting because you have a situation where it's so obviously, maybe it's not obvious, but it's very clear when you frame it that way, that that's what tariffs are. They're a corporate tax.
They are.
Yes. And no one wants to point that out. Nobody
taxes.
It's interesting because nobody on the political party sides are incentivized to point that out. Obviously, the right doesn't want to point that out because they've been complaining about corporate taxes for the last 50 years. And the left doesn't want to point it out because even though they
want the corporate tax.
They want the corporate tax, but they don't want to give Donald Trump the win.
The credit for it. Yeah, you're exactly
for passing the corporate
tax.
taxes.
Look, if they came out and said, look, we're going to raise corporate taxes by 20%, what do you think the stock market would do?
It would do the
same
thing.
It would go down.
It would go down.
Do the exact same thing.
But see, this really shows you sort of the lack of creativity of people, because the Democrats, if they were smart, they would have been like, oh, we want to raise corporate taxes.
We're in favor of corporate taxes. Thank you.
Well, no. I mean, they would say we're in favor of corporate taxes, but we know that label, that word is unpopular. So let's just say we're tariffs, right? We're tariffing these businesses.
They can't do that though, because they've been on the opposite side of the Republicans saying that they will pass it on to consumers.
No. I'm saying but I'm saying pre-Donald Trump, when they were trying to, raise tax on the corporations, they should have framed it as tariffs from the beginning.
The Democrats have constantly been saying, oh, we can charge corporations more money. And the Republicans are saying, well, they'll just pass it on to the consumer. And the Democrats have been saying, no, of course they won't pass it on to the consumer. But now all of a sudden that it's framed as tariffs.
Completely. Yes.
Yeah. Now they're like, of course they're going to pass these on to the consumer.
Yes. It is. Isn't that so fascinating?
It is.
So nobody has any fucking principles or any sort of
motivated reason.
I know. It's hilarious. It's so funny.
Yes. Look, this is great. I'm so glad. Trump really is doing a service to the working people.
Mm-hmm.
I love it. Let's back it up and hear that redistribution comment again.
It's a good one, right?
That we're seeing here, but it's also an economic security issue, and it's to.
You see, he's about to say it.
Look at the body language here.
I know.
He just realized, wait a second here. This is like a corporate tax.
It's like when you're talking and you're about to use the word problematic and you're like, uh-oh, I can't say that word.
I know.
That's the bad word.
It's so good. Look, but he blows it because it's like already loaded in his mind. So he has to get it out. He's like, I don't want to say redistributive.
Right. Yeah, you're right. He should have just been like, pause, move on. Yeah. Right. Let the game away. Gave it away.
He did. Yeah. Look at this. Look, we got to tax these corporations have to pay their fair share. Okay. We tax them and we give the tax cuts
I agree.
to the working class.
I agree.
Yeah, exactly what he's doing.
This is why I said this years ago. Okay, I just want everyone to know how 100% confirmed right I am. I said the way a lot of this works is that the left and the right can advocate for the exact same policy, but they'll argue for it using a different reasoning.
words. Yeah.
Yes,
Oh yeah.
Well, no, different reason, and that will change whether the left or right supports it. And this is the perfect example of this. Okay, the left says we need corporate taxation because corporations bad and they're evil and they're ripping off Americans and blah 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 blah.
Yep, exactly right.
Because they're a bunch of greedy rich assholes, right?
Right.
And then the right says, "Oh, how dare you? These are the entrepreneurs and these are the good people of America, and they're just gonna pass the prices on to you, to the consumers and blah 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 blah." Right. And then the right says, listen, we need a corporate tax, but we're not going to call it a corporate tax. And we're going to do it to bring jobs back to America. Okay.
Yeah. We're going to call it taxing the foreigners.
Yes. As long as we say we're taxing foreigners, those evil, dirty foreigners, then it's okay.
Right. Yeah, exactly. This isn't a corporate tax. This is a tax on foreigners.
Yeah, exactly. Oh,
it's a China tax.
That's a China tax. There you go. There you go.
I don't want to.
He's like, he just gives in. He totally gives in.
Say redistribute, but it is to.
But it's to redistribute. Go ahead, say it. You want to, you do.
Give working Americans real wage gains and enhance their lives. And
look, it's for the greater good.
It's so interesting because this is where Cenk is coming from, where he's like, listen,
totally.
We can work with our populist brothers on the right and all this other stuff.
Of course,
right?
Yes.
And it's like, right, Cenk, but you don't understand. They don't want to work with you.
Well,
it's sad. It's so sad.
If Cenk came in and started using their terminology and framing,
maybe you're right.
They would take him right in.
But then that's a good point. But then the left would leave him. And that's why this is so obnoxious, is that you can't actually talk to both sides want the same thing, but they can't say that they
can't
agree
work
with
together.
Each other.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, right.
That's the problem with our politics. But yeah, can you imagine? They sit Cenk down. They're like, Cenk, look, we're gonna give you the corporate taxes up the wazoo, okay?
Yes.
You just have to blame it on the foreigners.
He's like, no.
It's like Cenk's nightmare. Are you kidding me?
I know.
Oh my God. And it's so tantalizing. It's like, oh my God, this is exactly what I want. You mean they're gonna pay their fair share?
Right. Listen, I know you don't want to hear it. I know you don't like this.
Mm-hmm.
It's external versus internal.
Oh my God. Why? Okay, how is it external versus internal?
The left is blaming the internal, the big businesses. They're part of the system.
Because they have to go. You're right, because they have to go to the foreigner thing. That's the only
and then the right goes to the foreigners. Yeah.
That's the only way to make it work for them.
Yes. External versus internal.
Yeah.
I'm gonna win you over that. Yeah, you're gonna see it. You're gonna be like,
It only works 50% of the time.
It works.
It's gotta work
name a time, name a situation. It doesn't work.
The problem is it's so broad that you can usually frame anything as internal or external.
Oh, okay. Look at this guy here. This guy.
Yeah.
I mean, that's part of the charm. That's why it works. Okay. It's like the Trump method. You be so broad that you're never wrong. Okay.
It's true.
It's all part. It's all part of the deal.
It's like the weave.
Yeah. There you go.
I've said out on the campaign trail, one of my most frequent mottos was Wall
Tax
Street's done great.
Tax the corporations.
It can continue doing well, but it's Main Street's turn. It's Main Street's turn. And that's what we saw yesterday. It's Main Street's turn.
So over the course of my life, 55 years, Wall Street really has been the commonly recognized measure of economic health. Like, how's the Dow doing? We've got entire TV channels devoted to tracking its progress, which has mostly been up during the course of my life. So if the
such a goofball.
I know.
I can't stand Tucker Carlson.
I guess the argument is that this is going to help Main Street because it's going to bring jobs back. But I mean, everyone keeps saying it's going to,
By doubling their prices that they get, all their products and services? How's that going to...
Well, no, listen, the consumer's not going to eat the price, Adam. The businesses in the foreign countries are going to eat the price.
Can I remember during the pandemic when, I mean, we had a problem with our air conditioner and the air conditioning guy was like, oh, well, we can't really get that for like 6 months.
Yes.
You're like,
yes.
what the fuck?
Right.
We can't get that part? Look, we'll try, but
well,
what happened to Tucker's neck? He decided to stop doing the neck thing.
He lost it. The demon took it.
What the fuck is
the demon took his neck away? Okay.
He's got literally no neck. His whole head is like connected to the flash coming out of his suit there.
There's a character in Avatar: The Last Airbender named Ko the Face Stealer. It's like a spirit, evil spirit. And if you make a facial expression and it sees it, it can steal your face and it keeps it.
He looks like a turtle.
So obviously the demon that was sexually assaulting Tucker Carlson in his sleep was the neck stealer.
Oh, I got you. Yeah.
Right. Well, maybe it's the phallus stealer, right? It has to steal some part of your body that's like long and straight.
God.
And so it's like, okay, it's gonna take your neck or your dick. And obviously he's like take the neck. Take the neck.
Take the neck.
I mean, listen, that's the choice any man would make, right? You give up your neck versus your dick. Come on.
Oh yeah, neck's going.
We'll call it Ho the neck stealer. Okay.
I mean, but that turtle look is not a good look.
You don't think so?
No. He's got no neck.
You're saying if he had no dick, you wouldn't be able to see it on camera, so you should have gone with that. For the career, right? He's not really dedicated at this point.
Tucker's a goofball. The whole idea that, I mean, it's just the stock market is a barometer. It's not like all the stocks are based on actual companies who are buying and selling goods and creating profits and quarterly reports and stuff like that. It's just that's why it's a barometer of the economy.
Here's a question. Well, yeah, that's what you just said. 100% true. This is why it's kind of annoying for people to like. If you say, "Oh, I don't care about rich people losing money," that's fine. I don't care either.
Do you care about your boss making 50% of what he's making now? Obviously, that's going to affect you as a worker.
Exactly right. It's like, well, yeah, but you understand it's going to have massive downstream effects, which is interesting. That used to be the right's entire playbook, but
yeah,
it's interesting because after COVID, okay, we come out of lockdowns, right, and there's always supply chain disruptions, and the price of everything goes up. And it never really came down. I mean, it came down a little bit, maybe for certain things, but it stayed up for a lot of other things, especially like food. Okay. The companies didn't eat the cost after COVID, did they? They pass it directly on the consumers.
Yeah.
So why is this going to be different?
Well, I think it was easier to pass costs on to consumers because there were so many things that the consumers couldn't buy, right? They weren't going out to dinner. They weren't going to the movies. So they had extra income that they could pay the higher prices for groceries. So, but I have noticed, look, a lot of the stuff I buy in the grocery store has come back down to like where it was pre-pandemic. So
really, I have not noticed that at all.
Oh, I've seen stuff. Yeah, it's not.
My grocery bill and food bill, when you either go to the grocery store or the restaurant, is not ever gone back to what it was before the pandemic.
But it's come down significantly. I mean, there was a high point where I was just like, things are insanely expensive, and
it came. I don't know, maybe it's different in California. It came down. It didn't. I wouldn't say significantly. It came down a little bit.
Oh, I say we're like higher than we were pre-pandemic, but it's not like it was.
It's not
insane levels. Yeah.
Right.
The average of the equity averages fall if the stock market falls. That's seen by a lot of people as like a measure that the economy itself is in decline. Do you think that's a fair measure?
Look,
yes. The answer is yes, just so you know.
The market goes up and down. Warren Buffett has a saying, in the short run, the market's a voting machine. In the long run, it's a weighing machine. And in the long run, it's going to weigh, do we have good policies?
Yes.
And I in my former
No, it's going to weigh whether or not companies are making money. Well, I guess that is based on policy. So,
right.
So it is right.
Business. I commented on market structure, market ups and downs a lot. I'm trying not to do that.
Yes.
But for everyone who thinks that these market declines are all based on the president's economic policies, I can tell you that this market decline started with the Chinese AI announcement of DeepSeek.
Right.
So the so-called Mag 7, the tech stocks, had been doing very well for about 18 months, led the market, and I think that there was kind of a real dose of reality in what was going on in AI. And I think U.S. is going to remain the leader in AI, but the AI-related stocks started coming down. So, like, if I were to analyze in my old hat, and this is the only time I'm going to talk about it, my old hat, what's happening with the market, I'd say it's more a Mag 7 problem and not a MAGA problem.
Right. So it's
like that. It's like that little line there.
No, I fucking hated it.
That was the line. It's not
like
a MAGA problem. It's a Mag 7 problem. Oh,
the Mag 7 are the tech stocks that are because of AI.
They are they're called the Magnificent 7 stocks. They
What
are Microsoft, Amazon, Meta, Apple, Google, Nvidia, and Tesla.
Oh yeah, nice.
Listen, it's not the economy is the stock market is not responding to the tariff. It's responding to DeepSeek. I don't know if you knew that. Okay, it's responding to DeepSeek. Still responding to DeepSeek.
No, I think
I
think it's responding to people are thinking, oh, nobody, everyone's not going to spend.
Right. Well, they're going to be, because they're all going to be fighting.
It's like we were all spending like drunken sailors when we thought our stock portfolios were worth a lot more.
Mm-hmm.
Now that we realize, oh my God, we're poor. We're not going to spend as much. The wealth effect is real. It totally is real.
Well, that's what's weird because again, I'm on board with the motivation. I agree. Income/wealth inequality too high, completely too high.
Yeah,
I don't see how
to make more money.
Yeah, workers need to make more money. I don't see how this is going to solve that problem at all.
Taxing the corporations.
Even if you, let's say, like hypothetically, you have the magic situation where all the factories come back to America, right? I mean, I guess the argument would be, because you have a twofold problem. Because if all the factories come back to America and people are working in the factories and they're getting paid whatever they're getting paid, the price of the good is going to cost more to be manufactured in America than it's going to be cost to be manufactured in China, right? Like that's just a fact. Is it not? If Apple says, okay, we're going to bring, if they could, they're going to say, we're going to bring every factory, there'll be no Apple factories in China than in America, right? Then that means that that everything Apple makes is now going to be more expensive, right?
I mean, you could pay people more if management didn't make as much money.
Okay, so the thought process here is that all these companies are going to willingly take a cut, right? Isn't this the exact same argument that the left was making when they'd say they wanted to raise minimum wages? And then the right would say, you can't raise minimum wages because then it's just going to cause inflation. It's going to cause the price of everything to go up.
Yeah, you got to force the businesses to raise their wages. You can't just do it by fiat. You got to do it by tariffs.
I say. It's very interesting. It's very interesting.
Look, this is the problem in China as well, right? The exporters, the management, the people who own the factories and run the factories are like they're making the bulk of those billions of dollars that we're sending
the owner.
Trade.
I don't know if it's even the manager, but the owner, yes.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure the people at the top are making all the money. The people at the bottom are making no money.
Of course.
Besson is saying, look, we need to spread that wealth around.
I agree. I 100% agree. I just don't see how this is going to accomplish that goal at all. Because as I said, even if they bring all the jobs back, everything's going to just cost more because it costs more to make everything in America. all those people are going to have higher wages, and then everything's going to cost more. So isn't it going to all equal out?
Well, it's going to cost more, but obviously they're going to have to lower the prices if the market won't bear those higher prices. Yeah. The whole price level begins with wages.
Well, then people are just going to get paid less. They're going to have to give less wages. Right?
I don't know. All the prices of all the goods begin with wages. That's where the price level begins.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
This is why they always complain about raising the minimum wage, because you're basically raising the price of all the goods and services because of the price level.
But this is a roundabout way of trying to raise the minimum wage. It's the same policy.
It is. Look, I can't believe all these Republicans. They want to tax the corporations. They want to
raise the minimum wage. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Isn't it interesting?
It is. It's great. They're basically Democrats now. I love it.
Yeah. Go Trump. Woo. It is fascinating.
Someone's going to clip that for sure. Holy
I hope they do.
Shit.
I hope they do. It's very interesting. I mean,
how much do you love Trump, Sitch?
I fucking love Trump. I gotta say it like Kanye. I love Trump.
Put some energy into it. Love. Come on, say it like that.
No, he said it kind of like deadpan in his delivery, didn't he? He's like,
"Give me a love." Oh my God, you cut out. Damn it. We didn't get it.
Donald Trump. He's the man. He's bringing the corporate tax hikes. He's bringing the minimum wage up. Donald Trump is our left-wing hero. Okay?
He is.
The hero of the people.
The working man
the
hero.
Working man's hero. Yes. Fuck the businesses. Fuck the Republican Party's platform for 50 years.
Exactly.
Go Donald Trump.
Exactly.
Why aren't it is.
What about the foreigners? No fuck the foreigners?
I just think it's hilarious.
For Jake.
Yeah, I know, right? But also fuck the foreigners. Yeah. I'm sorry, I forgot. But also fuck the foreigners. How could I forget? That's the key element to this whole policy. Okay.
Yeah, look at that. Look, you can raise the minimum wage. You can tax the corporations. You just got to throw fuck the foreigners in there.
Yes.
Otherwise, it doesn't sell.
The Democrats
These
were
guys
fucking
know how to
idiots.
sell it.
They're like, we got to raise minimum wage because fuck the rich people. No, you got to say fuck the foreigners. That's the key. Okay, that's the key that's the key to unlocking the secret here.
It is. It is.
Yes. Beautiful.
Sold.
I want to see more Democrats point this out.
Sold to the young fuck the foreigners man.
Yeah, okay.
And our trade deficit's dropping.
So you've obviously thought this through.
Moment of silence for that one.
There you go.
I mean, look, they had ChatGPT draw it up. They didn't think this through.
Right.
You think that the United States has the necessary labor force for this transition?
I think we do. I think with AI, with automation, with so many of these factories are going to be new. They're going to be smart factories. That I think we've got all the labor force.
Oh my God, this is so hilarious.
Well, and this is again where you get in the problem where you have different goals that counteract each other. So if the thought process here is we need to bring back factories and manufacturing to America so that American workers can work in those factories and get good wages, right? Mm-hmm. The reason that we're calling it a minimum wage increase is because if there's more jobs than there are people to fill the jobs, that's how labor gains power over the business owners and can demand higher wages. Yeah. Right. Yep. And so, yes, if you could force a situation where there's more jobs than people willing to do those jobs, that's going to raise people's wages.
Yeah.
Okay? Right. So that would accomplish the goal, one of the goals of saying, well, we need to bring back manufacturing to help the American worker. But if you bring back manufacturing to America and you're like, well, half of those jobs are going to be done by fucking robots.
I know. Okay? That's why it's laughable.
Right.
Do we have the workforce? We have all the robots we need.
Right. So suddenly you're not actually creating more jobs than there are demand for jobs. You do the fucking opposite. You
Right.
actually depress people's wages and make it less like people are going to get paid more. So, which now you can make the argument that, okay, well, we're bringing back manufacturing for security purposes, right?
Right. Yeah.
And that's true, but you are going to depress everyone's wages, or you're going to have no effect on people's wages than what it was before. So, and I guess that's why there is even though it doesn't make sense, there is a political genius to these sort of 3-goal talking point of the tariffs, is that you can just keep jumping to the 3 different things. Security, bring jobs back, fairness, right? Whatever the situation is, you can jump to the different goal, whatever suits you at that moment in the conversation.
Yeah. Nobody tracks it. Look, everyone's just looking at the body language.
There you go. I mean, I like his tie.
Unemployment is pretty low right now.
Yeah.
There's 4.2 to 5.4. There's conflicting information on the internet. I wonder how many people that is.
Well, after the lockdowns, I mean, and part of the reason the price of things were going up was labor had a lot of power. A lot of people were looking for people to fill slots. There's high demand for jobs, for labor. So.
Oh, yeah.
We need. And what we are doing on the other side, and one of the reasons, other than my support for President Trump, that I came out from behind my desk, and I had a pretty good life, and I wanted to come out and really tell people that I was worried about an impending financial calamity, given the high levels of government spending that were leading to high levels of government debt. So what we are doing, on one side, the president is reordering trade. On the other side, we are shedding excess labor in the federal government and bringing down federal borrowings. And then on the other side, that will give us the labor that we need for the new manufacturing, and we're going to re-lever the private sector. So the private sector, in essence, has been in recession during the Biden years. And this is an opportunity to right-size the federal government and unleash the private sector again, because it's been hemmed down by excessive regulation and it's been crowded out by the government.
So there you listen. We don't need robots. That's the secret about Doge. Okay, we're firing all the government workers so that then they can work in the factories.
We've got 7 million unemployed people.
Okay.
I looked it up. 4.2% unemployment rate. That's 7.1 million people.
Mm-hmm.
So look, we'll put those people in factories, right?
We can put them in the factories, yeah. We can put them in the mines.
Let's do it.
Chicken jockey. How'd you like Minecraft?
Oh, it's fucking awful. Oh, God. It was
I can't wait to watch
awful.
it. I'm very excited to watch it.
It was so bad.
You didn't like Flint and Steel.
There was singing.
I know.
It was just so horrendous.
The lava chicken song?
Yeah, the lava chicken song. The only thing good about the lava chicken song was that at least Jason Momoa called out how fucking bad it was.
Is it true that he sings a bar of peaches or something?
No. That didn't
okay.
happen.
That was not true.
I would have recognized that.
Okay. I'm disappointed. I was lied to.
Peaches is okay.
Okay.
Because people were saying that it was a musical, so.
Well, is it a musical? I thought you had like one song.
No, it was just a couple songs.
Okay.
And the lava chicken song is super short. It's like totally bearable. Not as bearable as the fact that there is like zero fucking story that anyone would care about.
Mm-hmm.
The hook really is like all the kids being like, look, I did that in Minecraft and they're doing it in a movie now. Oh my God. They did the thing.
Well, I want the cut of the movie, which just Jack Black saying Minecraft things.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying all the things. Crafting, flint and steel, the nether, chicken jockey. Like just saying all the little words. all the
Well,
references.
you probably know more the
I know
references
every
than
reference.
I do.
Yeah, Ender
Obviously,
Pearl. I know all the references.
So what? Explain to me what the references are. Do characters say that in the Minecraft universe?
No, they're just literally things that exist in Minecraft. Nobody says them. There's no speaking in Minecraft.
Oh, really? Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
I thought. Look, we played Minecraft for a few hours together, and
We did.
I
There's
mean, it
no
was
speaking.
fun.
Yeah,
it was fun. You got to kind of make your own story.
there is no story. Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
So, but look, they could have done so much with it. I mean, it's you. I outlined the big debate over creative mode and like survival mode, right? I just why didn't they bring that into it and that had some actual fucking conflict, right?
Yes. Well,
they have the survival mode people versus the creative mode people.
I think there's two ways to do it. On our brief aside, we talk about Minecraft for a second, and I'm saying this as someone who hasn't even seen the movie. I think there's two ways to do it. The first way is the safer way, which is to do it kind of like Jumanji style, where it's like some kids, which is what they tried to do, right? Kids get sucked into the Minecraft universe and they have to escape.
But they should have just made it clear that it was like magic. That would have been so much better. Yeah.
Right. It's literally like, you do something like the plot of Mario movie. They get sucked into the Mushroom Kingdom and he has to save his brother, right? You just very simple, right?
Yeah.
Something like that. That would be the safe bet. I think the better thing they should have done was, I think Minecraft, when you're playing Minecraft, if you're playing it alone, if you're playing with people, it's just whatever. It's just chaos, or it's just you having fun with your friends. If you play Minecraft alone, I think it's a very contemplative experience. Right. It's kind of like if you're taking a hike through nature by yourself.
God, it's
very
so sad.
Contemplative experience. And I think Minecraft, like, to me, invokes a similar, it's like it's a good feeling, but it's also a sort of what's the word? It's like kind of bad at the same time. What's the word I'm looking for? It's like,
yeah, soul sucking.
Not soul sucking. No. There's like a
depressing.
I don't know. I can't think of the word. I'll think of it later. But there's a sort of like makes you think about life in both a good and bad way when you're sort of going through like on your nature hike. And I think Minecraft kind of invokes, at least to me, and I think in other people when I've heard them talk about it, when you're playing by yourself, that feeling. And I think that's the feeling that you kind of want to bring to the movie. Is like it's about a person like in a journey through this wilderness, the Minecraft wilderness, right? I think that'd be more interesting. Alone. Yeah, alone. You could have it be like Castaway, but Minecraft. Right? You're like a person just trying to survive in this universe, in this world.
Right.
And like the struggle of doing that.
I think Mario movie worked better because, first of all, it was all animated. They didn't have like any sort of human component, so it was easier to sell the magic angle of it.
Right.
And also, like, they did create conflict in the fact that Bowser, wanted to marry fucking Peaches, right. and like it was just like way funnier stakes. Yeah.
Right.
Which made it more endearing because it was really about human relationships, which there's absolutely none of that in this movie. So,
right. Yeah. Steve said in chat, melancholy. It's kind of like, it's weird. It's like a good thing, but also there's a small feeling of melancholy like underneath it.
Right.
And I think that would be a very interesting thing to try to like bring through in a movie about Minecraft. And then you could end it perfectly because, as I keep telling people, when you beat the game of Minecraft, you learn the secret of life. And to try to have that scene when you defeat the Ender Dragon and you learn the secret of life in Minecraft, to bring that to a movie would be like mind blowing for people.
Right.
So
that they've had the experience in the game of doing that.
But no, so I'm not going to spoil it, but okay, anyway.
Well, just look, if you're making a movie that's catering to people who've destroyed the Ender Dragon, I just think, like, isn't that a a pretty limited.
No. You're misunderstanding. I'm saying you have this movie about the person trying to survive in Minecraft, and it it just ends with you set up that there's this fucking dragon that he has to defeat for whatever reason, and then you have what happens at the end of Minecraft happen in the movie when you defeat the thing in the game. You have the same thing happens in the movie. That's all I'm saying.
Can you spoil the Minecraft game?
No,
or is that...
I can't spoil it.
You've defeated the dragon, so you see,
of course.
like you get some sort of cutscene that's like.
Yes, it's the only cutscene in Minecraft.
Naked ladies come out.
Yes, naked ladies come out and they throw you a ticker tape parade. And
it's like full nudity. She comes out and
full nudity,
blows you or something.
Well, it's full nudity, but it's Minecraft, so it's like the blocky Lego aesthetic. So it's not really that appealing.
It's like Lara Croft,
circa like 1995.
Right,
well, it's actually worse than that.
I get it. I get it.
Right.
That is a lot of people would like that. A lot of people would be down.
That would be a very controversial thing to have at the end of a Minecraft movie.
Yeah, it is a kids movie. So
you know what? You're probably right. That's probably why they didn't do that. So that does make sense. I mean, I think if they weren't cowards, they'd do that. But Hollywood is full of cowards.
Of course.
Anyway.
The distribution of equities across households, the top 10% of Americans own 88% of equities, 88% of the stock market. The next 40% owns 12% of the stock market. The bottom 50 has debt. They have credit card bills, they rent their homes, they have auto loans, and we've got to give them some relief.
I agree. That's why we need redistribution, right?
This is kind of the only way that they can tax the corporations, so they're doing what they can. Yeah, this is.
I was struck by the statistic from last year.
That's the message right there. Just as a bystander, I'm like, wow, okay.
All right, or that I like the examples, and I was really struck by two different statistics last year. Summer of 2024. Americans took more European vacations than they had in history. Summer of 2024, more Americans were using food banks than they ever have in history. I went into two food banks near my hometown to ask, what's the story? And they said, it really takes, for a lot of people, it's a loss of dignity to walk in a food bank.
Of course.
But they were seeing a new phenomenon, that it wasn't their traditional clientele. It wasn't people who'd lost their homes. It wasn't people out on the street. These were working families who could no longer, $100 at the grocery store, that basket of groceries every week, they were missing 5, 6, 7 things, and they were coming to the food bank to top up. So that's not a great America. Record European vacation, record food banks. And no reason we can't keep the record.
Wow. I'm just waiting for him to talk to Gary's Economics. He's going to be on his channel soon, right?
There you go. Listen, I agree with the feeling. And I think Scott Bessent, I think he believes what he's saying. And I think it is good to have empathy and want to help those people 100%. I'm all for the economic policy. Now, I guess I'm a little curious because I think this is just going to raise the price of food. So it's going to raise people going to the food banks. I don't know if it's going to work, but
at least you'll have the people not going to Europe anymore.
That's
right.
Well, I don't know. Maybe things will be cheaper there for once. Isn't it usually more expensive? People are like, oh, now it's cheaper. What the fuck?
It is easier just to make the rich people poor than it is to actually make the poor people rich.
Right,
so,
right.
Unfortunately, that's a key part of life. But it's interesting. Obviously, we've watched some Gary's economic streams, Gary Stevenson, and everyone loses their mind. But Bessent's basically saying the same thing. He's fucking Trump's Treasury Secretary.
He's saying literally the same thing, but he's just blaming it on foreigners.
I know.
Yeah, it is interesting.
Get your shit together,
Gary. Have you thought about blaming foreigners?
He actually doesn't like that. He doesn't like people blaming foreigners. He's like, gotta blame it on rich people.
Right.
Why?
He's a lefty. It's internal.
Oh my God.
It all comes back to internal versus external, baby.
Comical.
It's the same thing with the heat map, okay? I'm telling you, it's all
yeah.
internal versus external.
I love the heat map.
Everyone loves the heat map.
When I see what's going on in a lot of these government agencies, it's unbelievable. And like if you think, I've lived in Manhattan, I've lived in Florida. Roughly, state of New York, state of Florida have the same number of people. Actually, Florida has a few more now. So New York budget is about 235 billion. Florida budget's 125 billion. How do they do that? Oh yeah. And there's no income tax in Florida. Oh yeah. And the roads are better. And you go and get your driver's license and it takes 15 minutes, not 5 hours. So I think.
Okay. It was at this moment in the interview that I called into question everything he's ever said.
Mm-hmm.
Because I live in Florida. I don't know where in Florida Scott Bessent used to live. I actually tried to look it up, and there's things that talk about him like buying and selling property, but nothing about saying where he's living. Okay. Because where I lived in Florida, I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Trying to get your driver's license renewed was the biggest fucking hassle of anything.
Really?
That you ever could possibly do. Okay. The lines are like, okay. So what there's two things you can do. You can either sign up to try to get a reservation for a appointment.
Yeah, an appointment.
Right. Now, if you do that, it's probably going to be 3 to 6 months in the future.
Oh my God.
3 to 6 months in the future. And you're probably going to have to go to a DMV that's like an hour away from wherever the fuck you live.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Or you can go stand in line. If you go stand in line, I've seen the lines I've seen for the DMV in Florida are bigger than they're like when you go to Universal Studios or Disney World lines. Only they take longer. And I've been in those lines before. There was a time where I had to go to DMV and I couldn't wait for the appointment. And I just had to sit in line for like 6 hours. Okay. It's some insane process. So I have no clue where, right? I have no clue where he lives, where he's like, oh yeah, Florida DMV is 50 minutes. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about.
I did this recently and, well, not recently, I think it's been months now, but last time I went to the DMV, it was amazing how quick it was.
Wow, look at that.
Oh my God, this is going to be hell.
California.
Yeah, it's the same DMV. I went to that DMV maybe 10 years ago, and man, it was line out the door, down the street, down the sidewalk, into the fucking neighborhood.
Yes.
But they got their fucking shit together now. Holy shit. You go in there and there's like the line for the people who don't know what they're doing, and then there's a line for the people who do.
Ooh, okay.
And so look, I ended up in the line for the people who don't know what they're doing because everything is online now. So, but the person said, look, if you just fill out the shit on your phone, like you can immediately get out of that line as soon as you're done. And I did.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the line to use the computers to basically, so all the people who don't know what they're doing, they send them to a computer and they do the shit on the computer that they could have done at home and then just walked into the DMV and like gotten served instantly. So
they need to do that in Florida.
Tell him, call up the guy he debated, our governor, Newsom. Yeah.
Right.
Tell him to call up Newsom.
DeSantis needs to call up Newsom and be like, what did you guys do to fix the DMV? Because we need that in Florida.
Newsom did any of this stuff.
Well, I'm assuming it's on a city level. I don't think it's on a state level.
The efficiency of computers eventually even catches up with the DMV.
Right. No, you're right. If you
and everything.
You have to have as much of the process that person can do on their phone on the internet before they even show up. So that basically by the time the person just punches your information in the computer and then they just rubber stamp whatever the fuck they need the rubber stamp and then you're out the door.
Yep.
Right. Or they take the picture or whatever. But Florida's not there yet.
There was a line.
And I know I had
a super big line, but it was quick.
You know, like when you get to a certain age, they have to do like the eye test for the DMV. And so when I was helping my parents move, you know, I dropped my dad off and he had an appointment, fortunately. And so it was just like, I looked, I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, you don't have to wait this line, right? Like, you're going to be here for the entire day. He's like, no, 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 no. I was like, thank God. So it still hasn't been fixed. Still hasn't been fixed.
Not yet.
No.
I blame the foreigners.
Right. You know what? That's in Florida. That might be true. Actually, that could be true in Florida.
All
a lot
the
of
Cubans.
People, all the foreigners moving to Florida. All the immigrants. So
All those Cubans.
That could be accurate. Okay, let's put in some Lighthizer. How about that?
Oh, okay. Going nuts.
Right.
I love it.
Lighthizer is an interesting guy.
Thank you for coming on to explain this. I mean, my one frustration, I believe in what the White House is doing. I don't think enough Americans understand it. So I don't think there's anyone better at explaining it than you. I mean, you were the trade representative. What about our current system needs to be changed? Why is it important to do this, to institute tariffs, to rethink trade?
Oh my God. For real? How dare you? Make me listen to country music? That hurt my ears.
Tucker, and thank you for having me on. It's a pleasure to be here. I've been a fan for a long time.
I read Lighthizer book, but I don't know that I've ever seen Lighthizer. So this is the guy that wanted Secretary of State, but he got completely cock-blocked by little hands Marco Rubio took his spot. He's probably super chapped about it.
So I think you have to start with the proposition, has the system failed? And to me, it's an emphatic yes. I think of it in sort of two ways. One, if you think of the way trade is supposed to work, you're supposed to export in order to import that, and then you get the benefit of trade. You get actually, you do what you do best, I do what I do best, or I do what you do less best.
Right.
Sam's such an asshole.
What happened? What's she doing?
She comes in there, she's like, is it really the DMV or is it you? Is it me?
What?
Is it a me problem? I'm like, it's a line. What do you mean? How is it my problem? It's a line. I can't. What are you talking about? You go to the
now
DMV,
she's
there's like a
for the
super long
DMV.
one.
Nobody
well, listen,
simps for the DMV.
She lives. Well, I mean, I'm with her now, but she lives and has lived her life in a different city in Florida than I lived my life.
Oh,
okay.
She's got the good DMV.
So maybe here where I am now with Sam, the DMV is great because I'm assuming it's run by the city, not the state. And so where I used to live, it was fucking terrible. And when I went there with my dad a few weeks ago, it still was terrible. So they haven't fixed the problem.
Unfortunate.
You export, we import, and we get the benefit. We both have higher standards of living. That's not really it's evolved to. It's evolved to now where you have a few countries, the United States being the biggest, that have an open capital system and an open trading system, and other countries have an industrial policy that is designed not to increase the standard of living of their citizens, but to gain wealth. So what they're trying to do is
to gain wealth by a few people, obviously at the expense of the citizenry, which is the problem.
Is get wealth in order to get assets in the United States, in order to get technology, in order to get all these kind of things.
That's exactly right. All these big exporters, they're turning around, they're spending those dollars on American assets. They're buying up American companies. They're buying up American real estate.
Mm-hmm.
Buying up American treasury bonds.
It's interesting because Lighthizer is the only person I've heard so far that's really sort of, I guess, involved with this. That's made sort of I don't know if it's true, but has made a somewhat cogent argument about why the trade deficit matters. And
yeah.
He's saying that basically, it's funny because he's literally making the same argument that Gary
Stevens made. Exactly. He's
like,
look,
the
you're
same
competing.
fucking argument.
You're competing against Chinese oligarchs for buying stock in the stock market, and that's what's driving the price up.
Right. Which I don't know if it's true. If that's true, that's definitely a good argument for why we should try to be rebalancing these trade deficits.
Yeah.
Now, I would believe it's probably more likely to be true with China than it is true with that those African countries that are selling us diamonds. Right. I don't think that's the issue there.
The trade imbalance wouldn't be an issue if it wasn't being gobbled up by a small percentage of the Chinese population, right?
Right,
If
being
the
spread out,
Chinese, if it was spread out across the entire Chinese population, and the Chinese had a growing middle class, look, that we could even export to, because then they could afford our goods and services. Everything would be great. Everything would be fucking hunky dory. Yeah.
Right.
And they wouldn't be driving up the price of American assets either.
Mm-hmm.
That make you wealthy. So I think of the kind of failure points as being, one, because this system doesn't work, we have this giant transfer of wealth from the United States overseas, and that is in the form of trade deficits. And the way the system is supposed to work, no one should have.
Tucker always looks confused. He just looks fucking so out of it.
That's always that's his
fuck are you talking about?
I don't know why. That is his resting face, and it was weird because it's been his resting face for years.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess it's people just like it because he never changed it. I mean, he always has this confused look on his face. But.
Right. Ugh.
Large trade deficits for long periods of time. Things can happen. You can do it. You could have trade deficits with one country, surplus with another. But the notion of a country having hundreds of billions of dollars of trade deficits every year is not how it's supposed to work. We now are to the point where our trade deficits, they calculate them at about $700 or $800 billion. If you did it the way you or I would do in a sensible way, you'd probably be at $1 trillion or $1.25 trillion. So that's a transfer of wealth from Americans overseas in return for current consumption. And it has nothing to do with economics. It's entirely the result of industrial policy of other people and our being defenseless. So you ask yourself, what does that mean over a period of time? Why should I worry about that? There's a data point called the international investment position of a country. And that is how much, for us, all Americans own throughout the entire world versus how much everyone else owns here. That number is a negative $23.5 trillion. And if you said, what was it 20 years ago? It was probably a negative $3 trillion. So we have transferred about $20 trillion worth of our national wealth, and I would say the future income of that wealth, overseas in return for current consumption.
Can you explain?
So when they buy our companies up, right, they get the stock dividends and the profits sharing from the companies. So that's what he's saying, basically.
Well, yeah. I mean, I want to see what the breakdown is, because how much of that is just foreign countries buying U.S. bonds and stuff, which, I mean, is that stealing wealth from Americans?
I mean, I'd rather the income goes to, what is it? It's not a dividend, but interest payments. I'd rather the interest payments go to Americans, right?
Sure.
Why not?
Sure.
The interest payments are going to go to Chinese investors so that they can buy up other products and services or real estate or whatever. It's not good. Cut them off.
There was an interesting argument. I don't remember if it was Lighthizer that made it or someone else I was listening to, where they said that because the US dollar is the world currency, it means that we're always going to have to be printing a lot more dollars than any other country, because normally your country has to print the money that its citizens need, but now we have to print money that the entire world
other
needs.
Citizens need. Yeah, I know. That's exactly right.
Which is true, but then it's all, you get into the Thomas Sowell thing. It's all trade-offs, because obviously there's positives. There's a lot of positives to being the world currency too. So I don't know which one outweighs the other. I don't know what's the I don't know what the analysis on that is, but
Printing the money. I mean,
no. Be like, because some people have suggested. Now, I don't think Trump is going to do this because Trump has explicitly talked against this in the past. But some people have suggested that they think that the point of all this is to make the dollar not be the world's currency anymore, and that that's going to be better for Americans. I don't agree with that, and I don't think Trump agrees with that. And Trump has explicitly talked against that idea in the past. But
yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that's a big deal or not. I mean,
it changes a lot of how our economic structure works if that's not the case, right? I mean, then suddenly we're going to have a massive, we're going to have to definitely shrink the money supply significantly if that happens.
Yeah.
So
we're interested in is creating. We don't do some massive calculation on how big the money supply needs to be. We just use.
It just happens. Yeah, I understand.
We use price stability as the marker, right?
Right.
We're just trying to keep prices at an even level.
Yes.
Yeah.
And unemployment.
Yeah.
Explain that measurement one more time. It's what we own here versus what others own here?
So it's how much Americans own overseas.
Okay.
All over the world versus how much everybody else in the world owns here. And it's a real calculation. It's not something I did, right? It's a
Look, he's doing Stephanie Kelton's 2-bucket thing. He's like, there's the government sector and the rest of the world.
There's an issue about this. If you just look at the fact and say, okay, in that calculation, and I don't think he breaks it down, but if you say, okay, the amount of assets and wealth and things in America that are now owned by foreigners has increased substantially over the last 20, 30 years. I agree that that's probably a bad thing. Well, it wouldn't be a bad thing if there wasn't like rampant wealth inequality in the country, right? But since there is, it's probably a bad thing. But I think it confuses the issue if you say, well, if you put it into a calculation where you're going to compare it to what Americans own overseas, because like, well, what if you just don't want to? What if Americans don't want to own things overseas? Because fuck overseas, right? fuck the rest of the world. They want to invest in American things.
Yeah, and I don't know what it is because I'd like to know the breakdown of that wealth. Like if he's talking about treasury bills, I mean, that's just basically like an investment vehicle.
Right. Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
And they don't have good investment vehicles in a lot of these other countries. So they want to own America because they think it's more stable.
Right.
Yeah. Is it a bad thing that they own treasury bonds? I don't know.
No, that was my point. Yeah, I don't know if it's necessarily. That's what I'm saying. If you're talking about like China's buying up all the houses, I agree.
Yeah.
If you're talking about China's buying up all the treasuries, I mean, sure, I'd prefer an American gets interest payment, but is that really like a bad thing at the end of the day? I don't know. I don't think so.
Real statistic. It's been a real statistic. It's been around for.
If they're owning them and Americans are locked out of the market, I don't understand why both parties can't own stuff.
Well, yeah. It depends. That's what I say. If the stuff that is being owned is a physical object,
yeah, it's
like
different.
Property, right? It's different than saying it's like a treasury or something,
right?
So,
ever.
And what would that include?
So
that they own here.
So, well, I mean, so they own $23.5 trillion worth of stuff. But if you said, what is it mostly? It's probably mostly debt. A lot of it's debt. A lot of it is equity in our companies, real estate. Those are the principal
real
things
estate.
That they own.
Shit!
Those are the big assets. Debt is a big one, but also ownership and equity. A lot of it portfolio. Now, some of it is foreign direct investment, where company actually comes in and buys a piece of land and creates jobs. Right. But most of it isn't that.
It'd be interesting because, like, if you have foreign countries buying up stock, you definitely get into the problem that Gary was talking about, where you're competing with stock prices against foreigners. Which, if you own stock it's kind of like if you own a house and property values go up, that's great for you. But if you don't own a house, that's bad for you, right?
Of course.
So if you own a bunch of stock and now a bunch of people from other countries are buying a bunch of stock, bidding the price up, that's great for you. If you're young and new and you're trying to get into the stock market, it's going to make it harder because it's going to be more expensive.
Yeah.
Right.
Very depressing.
I don't know if he's saying debt. I don't know if that applies to debt though, to treasuries. I don't know if that.
No,
matters.
I think that's what he means.
Well, that is when you say debt, he's talking about treasuries. That's
I think he's talking about bonds.
Well, treasuries bonds, right.
Bonds are generally debt, but it could be corporate bonds. He didn't say explicitly.
Oh,
but
I guess you're right. I guess you're right. Could have been. I mean, usually when they talk about this, they're talking about government debt. So, because I don't know, but I don't know why that's necessarily. Is that bidding up the price of American debt? I don't think so. Right? It's not really how that works. That has a completely different mechanism.
Yeah, you're right. You're exactly right.
It doesn't work that way. So,
yeah.
I don't know if that's necessarily a bad thing. I know there was like this talk, it was a few years back, where there's like this weird idea like, China owns so much American debt. What are we going to do when they call it in? And it's like, that's not how it works.
Yeah, they can't.
They can't. It's like a 10 or 20-year bond or treasury or whatever they fucking own, right?
They can't sell it as a
They could sell it to someone else.
To somebody else, yeah.
Right, yeah. So that's not a thing. But I know people are concerned about that. But I do get a good sense, even if I don't agree with Lighthizer, I do get a sense that he seems like a person who is moral, which I like. He seems like a person who's telling you what he thinks is true, even if you disagree with it. So I wish he was more involved in Trump's cabinet than these other people were.
Oh, yeah. Trump probably talks to him, though. Trump talks to everyone. Did you see Trump had dinner with Bill Maher?
I did see that. And Kid Rock.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, together. Look at that.
Did you see, very funny part about that? So Trump has this dinner with Bill Maher, okay? You know who wasn't happy about that?
Who?
Laura Loomer.
Really?
Laura Loomer was
what is she ever
super
happy
mega
about?
mad. She was super triggered about that. Oh
She's
my
like,
God.
why did I not get invited to the dinner?
No, she's mad because Bill Maher made a joke about her like blowing Trump, like a year ago or 2 years ago or something. And she's like, how dare Trump invite Bill Maher to the dinner when he made mean jokes about me.
She's still bitter about it.
I don't know how anyone takes her seriously. It is bewildering.
So they're best friends now?
I don't know.
Trump and Bill Maher.
I haven't heard Bill Maher talk about it yet. Has he talked about it anymore?
I haven't heard.
I didn't watch Bill Maher last Friday. So I am
interested. I heard it from Kid Rock. Kid Rock was talking about it.
Right. Okay. Let's jump to some Peter Navarro. How about that?
That's it for Lighthizer?
Manufacturing. Peter.
You're like, fuck.
Well, they kind of he kind of goes on. As I said, I like him, but he just kind of goes like very technical for a lot of the conversation. So.
Senior Counselor for Trade and Manufacturing, Peter Navarro. All right, Peter. I think everybody wants to know, is this
Did he just flip off Jesse Waters? What the fuck?
Good for him. Jesse Waters had it coming.
Look at that.
He deserves it.
Senior Counselor for Trade and Manufacturing, Peter Navarro. All right, Peter. I think everybody wants to know, is this a long-term strategy, or is this just a negotiating tactic to get other countries to drop their tariffs on us?
That's a great lead-off question. I had to laugh when you're telling us about how Israel and Doug Ford and Vietnam say, hey, we'll drop our tariffs. They've been waiting for 40 years for that call in the Oval Office, and we never got it. But here's what's really important, Jesse. As bad as the higher tariffs are that these countries around the world charge us, the non-tariff barriers are worse. The non-tariff barrier, currency manipulation, the VAT tax distortions, export subsidies, dumping, counterfeiting and piracy, IP theft. It goes on and on and on. And that kind of thing is going to be very, very hard for our foreign nations cheating us to get rid of overnight. This is not a negotiation, Jesse. This is a national emergency associated with chronic and massive trade deficits that are brought about by higher tariffs and higher non-tariff barriers that take our jobs, that take our factories, that lead to massive trade deficits that result in massive transfers of wealth into foreign hands that jeopardize our manufacturing base and defense industrial base. So no, this is not a negotiation. It's a national emergency. And the president is treating it as such. And it's Liberation Day, Jesse.
So this is why, again, as I lose confidence in terms of the art of the deal, because we've had 3 people now that in the Trump administration. We got Peter Navarro, we got Bissent, we got Love. Like, they're all saying the same thing. They're saying it's not a negotiation. They're all saying it's not even about the tariffs. There's all these non-tariff things. It doesn't really matter if these other countries drop their tariffs to 0 because there's all these other problems, right? All this now, again, Trump, he's a wild card. He could always just do the exact fucking opposite what all his advisors say. But all the people surrounding Trump are telling him, fuck these countries. It doesn't matter if they drop their tariffs to 0. Go ahead. Okay.
Yeah. Tax revenue.
Yeah. So this is why I'm not confident on the bounce back for Monday or next week. So,
If the market bounces back, Trump's going to be like, everything's fine.
Well, then if the market bounces back with
tariffs on.
Yeah, if the market bounces back with him chewing nothing, with changing nothing, then obviously he's going to 100% go ahead with him. Why would he not?
Of course.
Yeah. Of course. Right. But I think Monday is going to continue. I think Monday it's going to go down, but not as much as it went down because people are still, they're waiting to see what Trump's going to say on Monday.
Did Trump?
And then whatever he says is going to dictate on Tuesday.
Has Trump talked to anyone over the weekend?
Like publicly?
Yeah, like made any comments or anything like that?
He hasn't.
That's remarkably restraint.
Isn't it interesting?
Yeah. For Trump, I mean, why is he not talking? Why is he not out there blabbing?
Because every second of the day, someone is calling him. Okay, he doesn't have time.
He's talking
to like a million different countries and companies. He doesn't have time to talk to the press.
Probably all on the phone.
Right. So now, I have heard Peter Navarro. He keeps bringing up the VAT tax thing. Okay.
Oh my God.
And I'm going to just say this briefly, like getting this big thing about it. I'm not even going to explain it to people. Okay. Because they don't need to know. I'm going to tell you, I read like a bunch of articles on it. I spent 30 minutes, maybe 40 minutes talking to ChatGPT, and it was doing its fucking best to try to explain to me this VAT tax thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I understand every part of the VAT tax from what ChatGPT was saying and from these articles. And it lined up. It wasn't like ChatGPT was just hallucinating shit. And then I even asked people on Twitter, I'm like, I don't understand this, right? So I understand the VAT tax. I understand how it works. I get it. I get the concept of the VAT tax. It's this tax in Europe that every step of the distribution process, they add a tax because based on the value added. So, from the farmer selling food, it's like there's a tax from the farm to the guy who packages the food there's another tax that gets passed on to, that goes on when the after it's packaged, it's, sold to a store to be sold. And then eventually it's sold. There's a tax that's, tacked on for the consumer. Okay. So I get the concept of it. And then I get the concept that all those businesses, okay, they can all get a rebate or a credit from the government for that tax. So essentially the only person that pays the VAT tax in Europe is the consumer. All the businesses get rebates essentially. So they don't actually pay the tax. Right. I get the concept of it.
It's fucked up, man.
Okay. Which, first of all, you say, well, what's the point of even doing that versus a sales tax, which is a whole other question.
Yeah,
right?
That's just bullshit.
Yeah. It seems like it's primarily exists just to create it makes it harder to to defraud the government then because it creates a paper trail. It does add another level of bureaucracy, which seems very obnoxious to deal with.
Right.
So for businesses,
the trail goes cold. You're like, haha, you didn't pay your sales tax.
Right. So it does seem kind of obnoxious for businesses that they have this extra layer of bureaucracy to deal with. And then I understand the concept that when you import a good into Europe, whoever imports it, that whatever business imports it, they have to pay the VAT tax on the import. But then when they sell the good to a consumer, they get the same rebate that all the other businesses get. So for the life of me, I don't understand the argument about how the VAT tax is unfair to American goods. I don't get it. And I talked to ChatGPT for 30 minutes, 40 minutes. It kept trying to explain it to me. I kept saying, but that doesn't make sense because X, Y, Z. Never get to the bottom of it. People on Twitter were trying to say things and I just can't get, I don't understand. I don't understand how it's unfair to American goods.
In America, if you're buying stuff for resale, you don't have to pay sales tax on it. The sales tax is only paid by the final consumer. So,
Right.
I guess that's something similar, right? You do have to pay the tax, but you get rebated.
You get it back. So at the end of the day, the only person that pays it is the final consumer.
In America, you don't actually pay it. You're like, look, I have a reseller permit. Don't charge me sales tax. And they're like,
Yes,
oh,
right.
okay, here.
Right.
No sales tax. It was for resale.
Right. But anyway.
Jesse, from an international trade system.
Happy Liberation
that's
Day,
exquisitely designed this international trade system, exquisitely designed, Jesse, to steal our factories and our jobs and our wealth through unfair trade practices, higher tariffs, more importantly, higher non-tariff barriers. Yes, Liberation Day, let us celebrate that.
All right. Well, CNBC.
Okay, so not a lot of confidence that these tariffs are going away next week.
Right.
It impedes U.S. market access, and that is where they landed.
You got a bet running on whether or not they're coming back or going away?
I don't.
Oh, okay.
I do not. As I said, I'm still 50-50 because Donald Trump is such a wild card. Like he could have every advisor around him telling him one thing, and then he just is like, fuck it. Just the exact opposite.
50-50 is the proper response because it is just, I mean, it's a coin toss.
Yes. The mind of Donald Trump is a coin toss. Okay.
Yeah. Someone could come in and tell them, oh, this is terrible. They're like, oh, I changed my mind. Let me make an announcement.
Am I wrong in thinking that when you talk about, J.D. Vance was the vice president was kind of detailing this as well, when you're undoing a system that's been in place for as long as it has, because you think it's broken, but you're breaking it and doing something different that other people haven't done before, that disruption, by design, prices will increase. Is that...
See, here's what's so interesting. I mean, you have a guy like Mark Zandi on saying that kind of stuff. He's like a Barack Obama operative behind a macroeconomic forecasting thing. And he was the same guy who said, and this is why history's on our side, Phil, he was the same guy who said during the first term that the China tariffs, the steel and aluminum tariffs, the solar tariffs, the dishwasher tariffs were all going to lead to inflation and recession.
And Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary of the United States, said low prices is not the American dream.
We had price stability, and we had real wages rising. We had robust economic growth. So, I mean, if you go through, again, as an economist, if you go through the adjustment process, the foreign nations who have to sell here, are going to lower their prices, and then the next thing they're going to do is continue to manipulate their currency. So our currency is going to get stronger. We're going to have more purchasing power for the imports. That's going to offset it. Yeah. As that's happening, the supply chains adjust and we come here. And then remember, as President Trump has said often and correctly, you don't have to pay any tariffs if you make it here. So it took decades for this to destroy America with this globalization of our supply chain. But I have this expression I call in Trump time, which was to get things done as soon as possible. Right. And what the companies who are going to prosper, if you look at how we're going to have a bull market in stocks, and we will, the companies who are going to prosper the most, this is who you should be looking at, are the ones.
All right, bull market in stocks. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. We can wrap it up now. It's over.
Right. This is the argument I want to provide. So you get both sides of it. That's the argument that they're giving. I don't know if I believe it.
This guy looks like he believes it. Look at the look on his face. He definitely believes it.
I feel like that guy. I feel very skeptical about this argument. Obviously this is very different than the targeted tariffs of the first Trump administration. So I don't buy what Peter Navarro is selling here.
Yeah.
There was an article that was making the rounds. I think this article is totally bullshit. It says, top Trump official so freaked out by tariff he wants to quit. This article is claiming that Scott Bessent was trying to run away from the Trump administration because he thinks that the tariffs are going to be disastrous. And I'm like, we just watched. I mean, I've seen nothing that indicates that. Every clip I've seen of Scott Bessent, I mean, he does seem a little nervous, but to me, the nervousness seems like because he doesn't know what Trump wants. He's 100% been saying he's on board with this process at every single interview. I can't imagine him running away from this at this point.
Yeah, look, he's Treasury Secretary. He's
Right.
not running away. What are you talking about? No, he's in.
No, and also in interviews from before he was Treasury Secretary, he's talked about the same thing, about the trade deficit being this big problem and we need tariffs and all this other stuff. So I think he's on board with this 100%. I think that article sounds like bullshit to me. So
Yeah, me too.
So.
Sounds like garbage.
I did have a video, another Scott Bessent video, but I feel like it's more the same at this point. So
Okay. I mean, sometimes people need to be hit over the head with it. So not me, though. I get it.
There you go. It's just him talking 2024 about sort of his thought process and stuff. The only thing that's kind of interesting about it is he talks about how, this is before he's Treasury Secretary, he talks about how he wants the global economy to be restructured into 3 buckets. There's like the bucket that is like our good friends and allies. There's this sort of like neutral bucket, and then there's the bad guy bucket. And it sounds like he wants all this. This is what he wants the Trump administration to do, is he wants to reestablish the world into these 3 buckets, according to his vision of what the economy should look like. Because we already do have those buckets, really. But
okay, cool.
Also, Peter Navarro keeps bringing up as an example in other interviews, as a non-trade barrier, he keeps bringing up Japanese people don't buy American cars. And
they buy Japan only?
Well, he's saying, he's using this as an example because he's saying Japan doesn't have an official tariff on American cars, but like 99% of the cars that Japanese people buy are Japanese. They don't buy American cars, right? So obviously he's saying it's an unfair thing. So I watched a whole video on why Japanese people don't buy American cars.
Is it culture?
Well, it is, but they gave 3 primary reasons. They said, number 1, there's a cultural idea that American cars suck because back in like the 60s and 70s, American cars sucked compared to Japanese cars. And this is sort of like stuck with the Japanese people. But there are two other reasons which are massive, which kind of makes me doubt Peter Navarro's entire way that he's talking about this. One of them is that Japan is a very crowded, population dense area. Okay. If you're in a very crowded, population dense area, do you want a giant SUV or you want some teeny tiny soy mobile?
Yeah, but they have small American cars. They could buy a small American car.
So here, let me show you this video here. They don't actually have the car. The car, here, let me show you. You'll see. You'll see if this is the car.
When it comes to cars, Americans seem to love.
Now, this video was made like, I think like 4 or 5 years ago. So it's before this conversation even. It was being taken place from like a Trump aspect. But they do talk about Trump's first term. Okay. Let's see where it is here. Oh, here we go.
Thing, space, balance, and most of those are higher-end European luxury vehicles and sports cars. This is partly because the Japanese have pretty specific needs. For one thing, space is incredibly tight. Wildly popular in Japan are the so-called K cars, which are tiny vehicles preferred by drivers who have to thread their way through.
So, just so you can look at this thing. Did you see any American companies making this weird, these tiny little cars? right?
I mean, I think they have some small Ford cars.
They're not.
Maybe
These are
it's
not
like
the hot ticket items being sold and manufactured by American car companies. So
right.
now, if you were to guess how much of the population in Japan drives one of these weird little cars,
20%.
40%.
40%. Wow.
Right. So 40% drives these little cars. So and then the third thing that they talk about was that apparently, so in America, when you go to buy a car, you go to the little car, you go to the car dealership, right? You look around what's on the lot, you find, you test drive something, you find something, you haggle the price, right? And then you drive away, right? That's how it generally works.
Yeah.
So in Japan, they're saying that that's not how it works. That actually, usually what people do is that they heavily customize their car before they buy it. They actually tell beforehand, they say, I want the interior to be this color, this material, look like this. I want the exterior to be this color, look like this. I want the GPS system or the electronics to be like this. Like there's all these levels of customization that don't really exist when you buy an American car, because most of the people in Japan, when they buy a car, it's actually made for them individually.
Yeah,
like
you can do that here, but
you can do that here, but it's much more expensive, and most people don't do that, right?
Right. Yeah.
And so but they're saying that most people in Japan actually do that. And so because that's the process, it makes much more sense you can't have American companies in Japan, but that's part of why so much of the car manufacturing is done locally in Japan, is because people want to be able to tell a factory to build them a car to their specifications and then get it, quickly. Which if it was in another country, if it was built in America, that would add, another 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month to the, however long it takes for a car to go across the ocean. So,
sure.
So anyway, my point is, I don't know if this is a good example.
We could do it though.
I don't know why Japan, the whole Japanese cars thing to me is not a good example of it's an example of you looking at like a number difference and saying, aha, there must be something unfair going on here. But then when you look at the causation of the difference, you're like, well, is there anything unfair, or is it just a bunch of different cultural differences or specific things that apply to Japanese people and their needs for cars that doesn't apply to American market whatsoever?
Yeah, I think the automakers could accommodate those cultural differences, but do they really want to? Is it like
profitable?
A big headache?
Yeah, exactly. They could do it, but is it profitable for them to do it is the question. So probably not is the answer. Anyway.
But that's fine. Who cares?
Well, I don't care, but that's the problem. If you're going to say they have a trade deficit, so therefore we have to slap them with a tariff now because of that.
No more Japanese cars in Japan. I think that should be the rule.
I see. I
Trump
agree.
can sign an executive order on Monday.
Right.
Saying only American cars can be sold in Japan.
Mr. Ubercross for $20. Thanks so much, Mr. Ubercross. Says VAT is okay. I'm ready here. VAT is unfair because it lowers the cost of production in rebates to the companies, as well as electric rebates to power companies. So the cost of the host nation goes down, giving them an unfair advantage in terms of costs. Does that make sense to you?
Look, I don't know.
It doesn't lower the cost of production.
I'm not a car
what do you mean?
manufacturer.
Hold on. VAT doesn't lower the cost of production.
Does a car manufacturer have to pay sales tax on all the parts that go into the car? Because if they do,
I don't know,
then the VAT does lower it if they're paying a VAT tax that's being refunded. So I don't know.
That's a good question.
Like when they do resale tax, it's basically if you're buying like a product, you're a Walmart, you're buying a product that you're going to sell. You don't pay tax on that product. I'll be right back.
But that would that's interesting because that'd be an argument for America should have a similar taxation policy. if that's the way it works, where like if you're manufacturing a good or something like a car and you have to pay sales tax on all the little parts, and then you say in the EU, they get a rebate for that sale. So that would, if that's what you're saying, Mr. Blue Cross, and that's the way it works, that would make sense. But then we should just be like, well, American businesses should just do that here then, I guess. Because that seems fair to do it that way. But I don't know if that's the case. If you didn't mean that, then I don't know what you meant. They spend less to build their products because part of the VAT goes back to them. Well, no. So wait a minute. Well, okay. If a farmer is selling their corn to a popcorn company, okay.
All right.
If a farmer is selling corn to a popcorn company, does the popcorn company have to pay sales tax on like the raw corn product that they're going to transform?
Yep.
Because that's the only way. That's the only way you could say that it lowers cost versus VAT. That's the only way that would make sense.
Yeah, you're taxing all the inputs.
Right, because they get the tax back. So why don't we just do that in America?
Tax the shit out of people?
Well, no, I mean, if you have a company that's buying a good, like, and it's transforming into something else. Well, actually, wait a minute. Hold on a second. Okay, so I guess you say, well, the business on the business end, I guess the businesses along the chain of distribution would end up paying less because they get that tax back. So it'd be better for them. But the final business is selling the product for the same marked up cost. So the good at the end of the day does cost what it's going to cost. So I guess the argument would be that businesses have a somewhat better thing because it's cheaper, but if you put the EU product next to the American product, it's going to have the same final cost at the end of the day.
Right. The company's just going to make more money.
The company would make more money. I guess that'd be the argument. Okay. If that's the argument, but that doesn't really have anything to do with trade deficit though, does it?
I don't know what any of this has to do with the trade. I just think the trade deficit is, I don't necessarily know why it matters.
Jose Calahero for $20 says, hey, it's my birthday. Cheers, Sitch and Adam and chat. Keep fighting the good fight.
Cheers. Happy birthday. That's awesome. Right. You made it. It's good to live. Living is better than dying.
I'm not saying to increase tax on local businesses. I'm saying that why doesn't the government in America give local businesses a tax rebate the same way the EU companies get a tax rebate? That's what I'm saying. Joe the Make for $10 says, quote, it seems fair to pass incremental production costs onto the consumer. Sitch, are you insane? Pass the cost of production onto the consumer for a second time. Grow the F up. Jesus. I don't know why you're so mad about that.
Grow the F up.
I don't know. I was very, very upset about that.
How dare you?
Right. So I guess, Joe, I don't know. First of all, I have literally no clue why you're so mad. I'm not saying to pass the production costs on the consumers whatsoever, because we're not talking about a production cost at all. We're talking about a tax. You understand that? There's a tax that the EU doesn't have a sales tax. They have a value added tax. And so they say every step of the way, the government is adding a tax to an object whenever it's sold to another entity. And whoever is the last person to buy the entity ends up eating the tax. That's the way it works. And I'm saying, if Americans are complaining about that, why don't we do the same thing as opposed to basically, but I think we kind of do the same thing, right? Because if a company, think about it this way, if a company that makes popcorn goes and buys corn and they have to pay sales tax on that corn, they're going to end up raising the price for the finished product to cover the sales tax that they had to pay to the farmer to buy the corn, right? So at the end of the
people
day,
pay for those inputs. So
I'm just saying, if
that's
true, if they don't pay sales tax on it, then this doesn't matter. And I don't understand how VAT could be beneficial or competitive. Okay. But if they do, and they raise the price to cover the sales tax for each input along the way, you understand that the end price is going to be the same. It's going to have all the sales tax along the way tacked onto it. The only difference is those companies, instead of getting a rebate from the government, they're getting the rebate from the customer. So actually, I guess it would be, maybe it would be better for the customer that way. Cause I don't know I can't think about it. My brain's broken. Okay.
Yeah, look, there's too
Lucifer,
many
Lucifer, I literally, maybe
like,
this is too complicated to talk about without showing you a chart. Okay. What I'm saying is, Lucifer, is that you have two situations where a product is taxed every step of the way. And in Europe, the businesses get a rebate for the tax. That's all I'm saying. And you're yelling at me saying, why would you want to add tax? I'm not saying that. I don't, you're just not understanding the way this works. Okay.
Well, we subsidize all kinds of shit like corn and stuff like that.
Right.
So, which I'm sure there are plenty of inputs that go into growing corn that people are being charged sales tax on, right?
Right.
Fertilizer, fucking water, soil. I don't know what else do they use in growing, seed, whatever, right? All those inputs go into it.
Right.
And they're like, oh, look, we'll pay for those inputs. Here's a huge fucking tax rebate for you. Thank you for growing corn for America.
Well, no.
God
They're
bless.
they're not saying that. Okay. Maybe this is too complicated without showing a chart. Basically what they're saying is the government. So, whenever you sell something in America, the government says we get a piece of that, right?
Right.
This is sales. That's what sales tax is. The government saying you sold something, we get a piece of that. That's what sales tax is. All right. And every time there's a sales tax, who pays for it? Does the business pay for it? No. Whoever's buying the thing pays the sales tax. Okay.
But
right?
the business gives it to the government.
Yeah. The business gets the money, but then they have to turn around and give it to the government.
Yes.
Right. Okay. So the difference is that in the EU, because I don't think people are understanding this, is that just like in America, where every step of the way, where someone sells something to someone else, the government says we get a piece of that. In the EU, the government says, hey, you know what? Yeah, every time you sell something, we get a piece of that. But if you're actually selling it to someone who's going to transform whatever you're selling into another product and sell it to someone else, you get a rebate. We actually don't get a piece of that.
Mm-hmm.
That's the only difference. Does that make sense? I feel like you understand this. I don't know what the confusion is with some people.
I understand.
Yeah. Okay.
It's all just semantics anyway.
I don't know what happened there, but
well, I mean, you can call something a tax rebate or a subsidy, right? It's basically the government stepping in and giving you money.
Oh my God, did you wait a minute.
What'd I do? Did I think accidentally?
Mr. Ubercross tried to mute Vinny and accidentally muted Joe the Mig, and it deleted his super chat.
I see.
I don't know what it says now. What does it say?
Maybe I should try to screen cap them.
What does it say?
Here.
I was like, why did you do that? Can you just read it? Just read the last Joe the Mig $10.
Yeah, they're on the screen.
I can't. On my screen, it's like 1080p. It's like like literally 10p quality.
Which there's two.
The last one.
Because the VAT is fucked up. Is that the one that? Did you read that one?
I read that one.
Okay. The last one is it's not the same. It's not how it works. Products shouldn't be taxed every step of the way. Excusing this with all kinds of subsidies misses the point. Okay. Well, hopefully you can come back in.
Well, but if it's a big if. If America is doing the same thing, then why would you not prefer? If you're just saying you want to cut, America shouldn't be doing that. Okay, well then it's the same outcome, and I would agree with that. It's literally the same outcome. I'm agreeing with that. So I don't know why you're so worked up about it, but
you don't know that he's worked up. I mean, he's just super chat.
They told me to F off. I was like, what the fuck?
I mean, but in a spirited debate way.
Okay. We're on the same side, trying to make the same argument. Okay.
We're only in favor of taxing the corporations.
That's
so that
true.
They pay their fair share.
The corporate overlords. You know what? I agree. I think corporations should have to pay sales tax, not consumers.
That's what a tariff is. Sales
There
tax
you
on a
go.
corporation.
Right. I agree.
It's great. Boss Apprentice for $2 says, everyone remember to support CT's GoFundMe. I think CT's trying to crowdfund a car.
Yes.
So she can have some transportation.
Yes. Jose Calero for $20. Thank you so much. Says, hey, it's my birthday. Cheers, Sitch and Adam and chat. Keep fighting the good fight. Thank you.
Sweet.
Right.
Happy birthday. Can you sing on Happy Birthday for him? You know that by the Smiths?
No.
Sing it up.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't know that song?
No.
I come to wish you an unhappy birthday because you're evil and you lied. And if you should die, I may feel slightly sad, but I won't cry.
Yes.
You don't know that song?
I don't know what you're talking about. Ukala, thanks so much for joining. Discipline equals freedom.
Yes. Welcome.
Thank you.
We will say happy birthday to you too.
Equal Shit for $5 says, Sitch and Adam are late enough. You can watch Adam's new Minecraft movie review. Come back and catch the start of the stream.
Thank you.
I haven't watched that
noticing.
yet.
Yes.
I haven't watched that yet. I have to check it out.
Yeah, you'll like it.
I do want to watch the Minecraft movie.
Look, if you want to go see it, we'll do a live stream on it.
There you go.
Yeah,
I do want to see it.
We
Maybe
can
we'll watch
talk
it
about
tomorrow. Sam Josh for $5 says, hey, friends. Mr. Young, could you explain what Zog is? I heard no one loves the Jews more than you. Well, there you go. We had that conversation. So, Jim Dandy for $5 says, come on, guys. Cash in on your captured audience in order to leverage them for political power and influence. That's the centrist way, guys. Please. There you go.
Oh, yeah.
True.
Oh, my God. It's so true.
True.
Oh, my God. I don't know. It completely goes against democracy to try to advocate for some. You're basically saying, look, I'm completely correct. I think you should vote in my interests. That's not how I conceptualize democracy at all. Right?
But you should.
No, you shouldn't.
Oh, okay.
Democracy is like literally a poll of how different policies are going to affect everyone else. I can't decide how policies are going to affect you, Sitch.
That sounds lame.
Only you know how policies are going to affect you.
Democracy is about getting the unwashed masses to support what you want to
policies
support.
That
you
are
know better.
In favor of me?
Yes, obviously.
Okay.
Right. That's what democracy is about.
I'm not a greedy buffoon, so.
That's a cuck answer.
says the greedy buffoon.
Yes, exactly. Empirical Madman, thanks so much for 16 months. Says Alaskan here. We have ranked choice for elections, including the presidential. Though there was an initiative to roll back, that was narrowly beaten. Who the fuck? What person's like, yeah, I don't like this. I don't like having more voting options. Fuck that. Like, who's voting against that? That's so weird. That's so fucking. That's NPC take, right?
Sure.
Sam Josh for $2 says nobody loves like I do. Like I do.
Nobody loves like I do. Like I do. Is that a song? That's great.
That's a song.
I love it.
Yeah. Sketch for $10 says Candace was let go for many reasons before even getting into the October 7th issue, i.e. she spent thousands flying to Romania to give a softball interview to Andrew Tate that would make Tucker Carlson blush. Yeah, I haven't followed super much the Candace Owens accusations about why she got fired from the Daily Wire and all that shit. So
I can't stand Candace Owens, so I
can't
a
either.
fuck.
That's why I didn't follow it. I was just like, whatever.
It's like
Good
Candace
riddance.
Owens is such a, I don't know, just
say it.
She just wants fame, money, and power. Like she's just like she doesn't give a fuck about you or anything.
Oh, I thought you were gonna call her the C word.
See you next Tuesday.
Yeah.
Can you say that on? You can't say that on YouTube.
I don't think so.
You cunt.
Oh my God. How dare you? But I agree.
I called you a cunt. You're allowed to do that.
You're allowed to call a guy a cunt.
You just can't call a woman that, otherwise you get in big trouble.
No, but I agree. I think she's a complete grifter. So I agree.
Yeah, look, all she cares about is her own status, her own ego.
Right.
And she thinks, she's basically like a narcissist.
Yep. Lethal Strain for $5 says,
Oh, go ahead.
Adam, honest question. Do you think this will drive interest rates down? I'm not buying anything right now at these rates.
Where's that? Oh, Lethal Strain. When you're buying, like, you're not going to buy groceries? Oh, okay. If you're stocked up, if you're prepared for that.
Right.
Do you think this will drive interest rates down? Well, look, I do think, it all depends upon if the pain keeps coming in the stock market, the Fed will lower interest rates. There's nothing preventing them from lowering interest rates. They have you literally have Trump screaming for them to lower interest rates. So I don't see any political downside for doing it. And yeah, they're going to say the economy is, or the stock market is an indication that the economy is leaning towards recession. And to avoid that, we're going to lower interest rates. Like they might even do a double interest rate lower at the next Fed meeting. So who was the guy who was, who wanted to bet me that there was not going to be 3 interest rate cuts by the end of the year?
Yes. Who? What? Wasn't it Alex?
Where are you?
Alex, where are you at?
Come back, Alex.
Right? Yeah. You still confident on that?
Come back. I think we only have like a gentleman's bet, but I think I might win that gentleman's bet.
Look, Joe's back in the chat. Look at that.
If
the temporary ban or
good. If yeah.
How dare you, Miss Ubercross?
Look, if they do 2 rate cuts at one meeting, oh my God.
Right.
You should just give me the bet at that point.
There you go. Lives in Deswall specifically for $4 says, I've got some space if you need to hide, Sitch.
That's good.
Thank you. I'll join you in Deswall's. He also says, Stug says hi. Hi, Stug. What's up?
Supposedly, look, if you are like looking for a bottom to buy, the thing that always scares me about the market is supposedly there are really only 4 meaningful days a year that if you miss out on, you really like it eviscerates your gains over time. So got to worry about missing those days.
Right. Ask a CEO for $5 says, if you want to know what's up, quote, A User's Guide to Reconstructing the Global Trade System by Stephen Mirren, chair of Trump's Council of Econ Advisors.
Okay.
There you go.
Somebody suggested a book that I actually got.
Was it the Class War book?
Yeah. Trade Wars are Class Wars, How Rising Inequality Distorts the Global Economy and Threatens International Peace by Matthew C. Klein and Michael Pettis. And I think I've read like maybe an hour. It's fascinating, totally fascinating.
Okay, cool.
He's talking about all these tax loopholes that people exploit, which I talked about some of those earlier.
He was also making the argument, wasn't he, about the same argument about like the all the assets are going to be gobbled up by people overseas, wasn't he?
I haven't. Oh yeah,
that
yeah,
something
yeah.
else?
Because I watched a talk of his. Yeah, you
Yeah.
sent me that talk that I watched, and
Right.
he did. He did make that argument in the talk, but I haven't got to that part in the book yet. So
Mm-hmm.
you gonna take
you know,
Sammy G to see Minecraft movie tonight? Is that the
well, I don't know
plan?
tonight. It's pretty late, but maybe tomorrow.
Why not?
It depends if she's up for it.
Okay.
We usually get done with these streams by like 11,
Are
12
you
o'clock at
gonna?
night.
Does she want to see Minecraft movie?
She'll see it if I want.
You guys are in for a treat, man.
Yeah.
God.
It's funny. I said today, oh, I'm excited to see the Minecraft movie. And she's like, oh, is it supposed to be good?
Did
And
you really?
And
I didn't know you wanted to see it.
Well, so I said it to her. She said, oh, is it supposed to be good? And I just let it sit there for like 20 seconds. I was like, it's 20 seconds where I'm going to let her think that maybe it's supposed to be good. And I was like, no, it is not supposed to be good.
The Mario movie was okay. Like this,
it was okay.
The Minecraft movie is like it's painful. Like it is painful.
Really interesting.
Yeah.
Right.
Just because the characters are just so unlikable. And there's like I'm king of like what the fuck am I watching here? What's going on?
Pensy Joe and Chad says, Sitch, if you love her, don't do it.
They
don't
have
take her to see Minecraft.
Yeah. She might break up with you. She's like, that movie was horrible.
Okay. Sammy's favorite movie is Transformers. She has a very different
Oh my
bar
God.
of reading movies than I do.
Minecraft movie's like 10 times better than Transformers. So.
Wow. Okay. First of all, the first Transformers isn't like the worst movie ever. So
It's horrible. Oh my God. It's horrible. God,
Wow.
that movie's so cringe. Usually you're the one that hates things.
I know. I could put up with the first Transformers movies. After that I couldn't put up with them.
Very bad.
Is it even the first Transformers, Sammy, or is it like the third one or something? One of those terrible ones I never even fucking saw. I don't even know why.
The first one is with Shia LaBeouf.
Yes, Shia LaBeouf. I don't even know why she likes the Transformers movies so much.
Which I want a Transformers movie that just has one of the Transformers as the protagonist.
Right.
Like that would be so much more interesting if it was like a detective story where one of the Transformers had to solve some mystery.
Oh, yeah.
It
and
could
I
be
called
like
Sammy
a remake of Chinatown with Bumblebee
with
playing
Bumblebee?
the Jack Nicholson character.
And every time he talks, he has to talk through like song lyrics.
That would be like far more interesting than any of these fucking they always drag the human in, and I'm like,
Right.
I don't give a fuck about this human.
Right. I found out, throw Sammy in the bus here. I found out she's a fake Transformers fan because she didn't know about Beast Wars.
What? Oh my God. How can you not know about Beast Wars?
I know. I did show her a clip of it, and she was disgusted by the the late 90s, early 2000s CG, which, that's fair. That's fair.
Oh, it's horrendous. Yeah.
It's horrendous. Yeah.
It's all about Dinobots. Weird way of talking.
She just shouted, no one knows about that. Everyone knows about Beast Wars, Samantha.
That's where I didn't see.
Beast Wars was a cultural icon of our time.
I didn't see the one where Optimus Prime is the ape. Because they did do a version of Transformers that actually has like Optimus Prime as an ape, right? I don't think I saw that one.
In the movies.
Yeah, in the movies.
They did do a Beast Wars one. No. I don't think he is the ape. There is the ape robot in it. I don't know what the fuck the plot is.
Well,
it's not
in Beast Wars, the ape war was Optimus Prime. So.
Well, no, he was not the Optimus Prime. Wasn't he the descendant of Optimus Prime or something?
I just thought it was Optimus Prime.
Because I thought him and Megatron, they were not the originals. They were.
Mm-hmm.
I think Megatron was just a guy who took Megatron's name. I thought Optimus Prime was like his great grandkid or so. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Wasn't chat? Back me up on this. Okay. Sammy says, Sitch, we have an age gap. It was big for your time, old man. I mean, that's fair.
We have Rat Trap. Who else? Who else is in there? Night Scream.
Night Scream. No, it was
no, you're right. Night Scream wasn't in Beast.
There's Waspinator.
Waspinator.
He'd always get blown up.
There's for the colony. Who's that?
Oh,
guy?
the ant guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God. What was the ant guy's name?
The communist character.
It was like Inferno or something, wasn't it?
Oh yeah.
Beast.
There is the
Wars
internet. We could just look it up.
Characters.
Exactly.
Okay. Let's see. So
I recently watched Beast Wars. I think my wife got like the DVD set.
That's hard to watch now. God, it's pretty rough to watch.
I mean, I thought it was pretty cool. I was
Inferno. Oh my God, I fucking nailed it. His name was Inferno. I can't believe that.
Did you really?
Yeah. So there was Megatron, Waspinator, Tarantulas, Pterosaur, who I think dies in like season 2. He does die. Yeah, you don't see him anymore. Rhinobot was a Maximal. Yes, I'm doing the Predacons
Rat
first.
Trap.
Okay, I guess we can do the Maximals first. Yes.
I mean, there was overlap.
No, Dinobot's the only one that switched sides.
You should show her the because Maximals is when they seriously upgraded the CGI. Maximals, the site CGI is like 10 times better.
Is that the new series?
It's after Beast Wars. It's not.
I never watched it.
Okay.
I never watched it. I only watched the Beast. I mean, I watched all seasons of the original Beast Wars. I think there was like 2 more Beast Wars shows that I never saw.
This is crazy. You were watching it when you were like
I was a child. I was like 5, and you were how old are you when you were watching this shit?
I was like 23. So
I'm 5, and I'm like, oh
this
my
show
God,
fucking rocks.
I know. I'm 5 years old. I'm like, oh my God, it's so sad. Dinobot died to protect humans. Remember that episode? That was my favorite episode. Like Megatron finds the valley that has like the original apes that are going to evolve into humans, and he's going to kill the humans, and then Dinobot dies to protect them. And I was like, oh my God, this is touching. Little 5-year-old Sitch is like, this is really touching. And Adam is like 24, is crying as he's watching Dinobot die.
Dude, I wasn't crying, but I
sad.
thought it was nice.
They brought him back. Remember, he comes back. He's like super powerful. He doesn't have memory.
Look, I'm a big robot fan. What can I say?
Remember Black Arachnia? That was like the chick, the evil chick robot.
Maybe it wasn't. Oh, it's Beast Machines. That's what the show was. So Beast Wars became Beast Machines.
Oh, okay.
Beast Machines has like way better. Yeah, okay. These are way better.
Graphics. That had a really good, the original Beast Wars had a really good pairing. And I don't know if you remember Black Arachnia, for some reason, there's this Silver Ball was his name. There's like this like wolf eagle Beast Wars character. And he was like super like, I am the hero. I am the White Knight. He was like such like a valiant character. And he like, for some reason is in love with Black Arachnia, even though she's like a total bitch.
Mm-hmm.
And he eventually makes her fall for him because she's like, okay, fine, I give up. I'll love you and become a good guy. And I was like, oh, there you go.
You're like, what a simp.
See, man, you just got to beat a woman down. Eventually she'll give in. That's the lesson there.
Okay. Yeah, you caveman it. You're like,
right. Well, no, psychologically, not physically.
No, you literally like kidnap them.
Yes.
Did you look at Beast Machines? Beast Machines it's like night and day. Like Beast Wars is, I mean, it's like Pac-Man versus Counter-Strike.
Yes, I know. I've seen like what it looks like. I know that the CG is like, light years better. Because didn't it come out in like the mid 2000s or something?
Black Arachnia is kind of, I mean, she's got like a kind of hot bod going here.
Look at
I don't know what's going on with his forehead.
Adam's
looks like she's a Klingon or something.
She did have a big head, yes.
Beast Wars.
That was
great.
That was
wake up on Saturday morning to watch that shit. You were probably watching at the same time.
Yep. that was the time period where all cartoons, their intros were just, it was like intense music with people shouting the name of the show repeatedly.
Exactly.
You had Beast Wars, dun 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 dun, Beast Wars. There's that. There was Spider-Man. If you watch the old Spider-Man cartoon, it was just Spider-Man, Spider-Man, radioactive, Spider-Man, and then it was like a rock guitar. Okay. Then there was the English version of Dragon Ball Z, was just Dragon, Rock the Dragon, Dragon Ball Z, to some like super sick fucking rock licks. Like, holy shit. You should listen to the Rock the Dragon intro, Adam. After I don't know if we can play it on stream. Oh my god, that was sick. It's so fun. I remember when I was a young lad. Okay, this is before, you have to remember, this is like pre-internet. I grew up, I'm watching Dragon Ball Z. You have this like insane, like super hardcore rock. Like it's like this crazy, like awesome, like power metal fucking song for Dragon Ball Z. I'm like, oh my god, this gets you so pumped to like punch somebody in the face, which makes sense for Dragon Ball Z. Then I'm like, for the first time, I think I'm like in middle school, and I see the Japanese intro for Dragon Ball Z. Oh my god, what a fucking letdown. Holy shit.
Oh, really?
Oh god. It's so like the energy level is like Rock the Dragon is like energy level like 20, and the Head Chala, the Japanese Dragon Ball Z song, is like in the 2 range. Oh my god, it's so like pathetic. It would have been better as K-pop. It's so, I don't know what it is. It's so pathetic. Beyblade's intro, Beyblades. All the intros were just shouting the names of the show. Big Bad Beetleborgs. That was another one. They just shouted the name of the show. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. They just shouted the name of the show again and again and again.
What was this wolf character? I remember they introduced this new kid.
I don't see what you're looking at.
The big blue wolf guy. He was pretty.
Was that the guy I was talking about?
I can't remember his name though.
The guy that was that Silverbolt?
Oh, maybe it is Silverbolt. Yeah. Oh, it says Noble.
He's blue?
Noble.
Noble.
Yeah.
There's a character called
Savage Noble.
Oh, that's in Beast. I never watched that show.
Oh.
That was in Beast. That was in the sequel.
How'd you not watch Beast Machines? You must have.
It wasn't on TV. I don't know what station it was on.
You got like a foosball table or something. You're like, I got no time for Beast Machines.
I would have loved that growing up. I don't know when did they start playing it? When did it air? What television channel was it on?
It was a successor to. I mean, I think it was on Nickelodeon. What channel was Beast Machines on?
No, wasn't it on like
Beast
WB
Wars
or something?
It was on the same channel as Beast Wars.
It was not on Nickelodeon.
Bullshit. It was a successor to Beast Wars. Beast Machine literally like went into Beast Wars.
You're crazy. I would have watched the shit out of it.
Well, they upgraded everything. They have all the same characters. They literally have Rat Trap.
I understand. I understand the concept of the show, Adam. I'm asking you. I don't know what network it was on, because I would have watched it if it was on the same network at the same time period.
If you watch the first episode of Beast Machines, they like talk about, they do some sort of transformation. It's so great. It's like, they bring in a new actor to play the same character, and they have to talk about the situation. They're like, oh my God, something happened. There was a disturbance in the Allspark, and now we all look way better. Oh, look at nice upgrades. When really just Nickelodeon got a new computer.
Right.
Nickelodeon's like, yeah, look.
So, the internet's saying it was on Fox Kids.
Oh, that's why your parents were like, no Fox in this house. Fuck you. Fuck you.
But I watched
You
it.
didn't get Beast Machines.
Though I don't know, maybe it wasn't, because I remember that I thought that the same network that I watched Beast Wars on also played Reboot, and I thought they played them like back to back or in close proximity, but I could be misremembering.
I honestly don't remember I didn't have cable at the time. This was one of the few channels I got on.
Well, then it must have been on. Then it must have been on Fox or another or
it was
WB.
on network TV.
Yeah, it was on network TV. Yeah. Was Reboot? Do you remember Reboot at all?
No.
Maybe it was a different channel. There you go. Our hilts hurt for $5. What's up? Says I once walked in on my friend watching Dragon Ball Z with Japanese music. It was hard to unsee. Yeah. Oh my God. The whole music scheme for it. I mean, it's very dated. It's hard. It's rough. It's very rough. That with like old lady grandma Goku screaming. It just. Listen, it's an aesthetic. Okay. It's just not what I'm into.
So do you want to see the Minecraft movie because you're like, you have played a lot of Minecraft and you want to see how they adapted it?
I want to see how they made it. I played a lot of Minecraft back in the day, and I want to see how awful the movie's going to be.
When they got that little table out, I was like, oh my God, Sitch would just be creaming right now. He'd just be.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna be like, I get that reference.
Oh my!
I know what he's talking about.
Look, it's a little crafting table. Holy shit.
Oh my God. I've crafted in Minecraft. Look, they're putting the blocks in the same order that you do in the game.
Oh, I don't know if that
But
happened.
in the movie. I know they taught that was in the trailer. Like there's a scene where Jason Momoa, like he's making buckets by accident on the table.
Yes. Yeah.
He's trying to make a sword or something.
Yes.
Listen, I even know it. Okay, I'm sure this came up in the movie, Adam. You got to have 2 blocks in the row in the middle, and then 1 block of wood at the bottom. Two metal blocks, and then the wood block at the bottom, and that's how you get a sword.
That did not come up, but
that didn't come up in the movie.
They didn't talk about it explicitly. I mean, he might have thrown some stuff on there.
That's crazy. They didn't talk about the crafting. Wow, how is this a Minecraft movie? They don't even talk about the crafting. This is shoddy quality. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna hate it, but I really, God, I want you to go with Sammy G just so we can hear Sammy G talk, so she can like look over at you like, yeah, we're really in this movie right now. This is happening.
Oh, I gotta give a shout out to our Hiltshurt. They have such good subject matters that they talk about. I saw their last video.
What's
their last video is big text. I laughed when I saw it. It says Renly Baratheon was not gay. Big text.
Oh, really?
It's all about how Renly Baratheon was not really gay. I laughed very hard when I saw that. They're very good at the subject matter that they choose.
There's like some really gay stuff in Minecraft.
Like actually gay?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Like the villagers are like gay with each other?
No, like there's one scene where Jason Momoa basically offers to make this guy's gay dreams come true.
What? What guy?
This storage unit auctioneer.
There's a storage unit auctioneer in the Minecraft movie.
Yes, who's totally gay, right?
Okay.
And he's trying to get a deal on the storage unit. So he's like saying, hook me up and I'll make all your fantasies come true.
Is this before he goes to the Minecraft universe? Is like the beginning of the movie? Like
no, in the Minecraft universe, he sucks a guy off behind the no. Oh, it's before.
Okay.
God, it's like a painful slog to get through the real world, but I did hear other people saying that the real world was the best part, and I was like, oh wow, okay. That's interesting.
Is it true? So Papa Meat claims that one of the villagers fucks that lady in the movie.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So that does
show it. They show
okay,
it
obviously
all.
they don't show it.
He's got her legs up over his shoulders, and he's
going, making a little villager sound.
This is what is so sad. So basically the lame subplot is kind of torture, but during the credits that comes back and it got the biggest laughs in the auditorium of the whole movie.
Villager like fucking the woman got the biggest laugh, or the subplot.
No, they're talking at the end of the movie, and the villager talks in a very like British perfect vocalization.
Oh, he has like an actual voice,
right?
Okay.
So it subverts expectations. Obviously, I always say comedy's about surprise, right? It's
you just ruined it. How dare you?
It's super surprising. Yeah.
Right.
Spoiler alert.
Thank you.
Do you want the other one? Because there's more spoilers. So, or should I?
Give me all the spoilers. I don't give a shit.
Okay. Well, that gets us a big laugh, right? Obviously, it's surprising. But then the chick who falls in love with him does the Minecraft people, and her impersonation of the Minecraft people is like even funnier. It's fucking hilarious. Yeah. So
that sounds racist.
I wish that there was jokes like that actually in the movie.
Right.
I was like, what the fuck? There are a couple funny things in the movie, but they're just basically gags.
Was there a lot of people in the theater?
I mean, it was so. Supposedly, I think it's already made like $1 billion or almost $1 billion. So like it's clean in house. But, obviously, Phantom Menace made like $1 billion, and that movie sucked. So,
how dare you? Okay,
just because a movie, just because a movie is, just because like a movie makes $1 billion doesn't necessarily mean it's good, right?
No, Transformers made like $1 billion.
Oh yeah, exactly. That movie was fucking garbage. I do think it's interesting because I'm like, what is the draw here? And it has to be that people are like, oh my God, I've done that in the video game like
it's
tens
just
of
children.
Thousands of times.
Yes, it's small children saying, I get that reference. I get that reference. I get that reference. But the thing that's
small children you can show anything to.
But that's why it seems stupid to me is that if you're a kid and you've played Minecraft, so you want to see the Minecraft movie, you would watch it and you'd get the reference. You don't need to have Jack Black look at the camera and say, Flint and Steel. Like, you get it. You don't need him to spell it out for you, right? So what is the point of doing the cringe?
Isn't that so the parents can know what's going on?
But they don't. You don't know what any of these fucking references mean. You don't know what the point of any of this shit is.
I was just wondering, like, what the parents were thinking when Jason Momoa offers to blow like the storage guy for a deal on the game console. I was like, is that in Minecraft? Is that part of Minecraft?
I almost wish I could have watched the movie with you because it'd be like, I'd be the kid. I understand all the references. You'd be the parent. Like, I don't know what the fuck happened. It's like a movie.
Yeah, look, but the references, if they embedded those actually into the story,
as opposed to just doing them.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Is the Ender Dragon even in the movie, or is it just the pigs?
The dragon is not. An Enderman is in the movie,
right?
And people complained about how the Enderman was easily defeated by the kid, too easily defeated. That's the thing. Like it's so weird because they set up Jason Momoa as a video game expert, like a washed up video game expert from the 80s. So you're totally thinking, okay.
Oh, is that why he's dressed like that?
Yeah. You're thinking he's going to be good in the video game, but he's not. Like, he's not really good in the video game. He's kind of just dead weight. They go for jokes instead of making him, which would have worked if he was like a complete loser in the real world, and then you realize, oh wow, he does have a skill set that is unique and useful in this very particular situation. But they didn't do that.
No,
they didn't do that at all. He was useless in the real world, and he was useless in the Minecraft world. So
they could have had, like, you remember in Jumanji, Robin Williams is like a little kid. He gets sucked in Jumanji, and then he's like an adult, and he's like a caveman, like a wild man, right? They should have done that. You have, like, you see some little kid get sucked into Minecraft, like, flash forward like 20 years. This is Jason Momoa now.
Oh, that would have been good. Yeah.
He's got like a bunch of like creeper heads and like pigment heads like that he wears like across his chest, like Rambo.
Yeah.
It's like, I've been out here in the wilds 20 years.
Yeah. So I guess There was like 6 writers on it, so
Oh my God.
they probably had many conflicting visions that never quite gelled. But look, it made $1 billion. That's all
It's
they
made
give a fuck about.
$157 million so far. Record breaking
That's it?
opening. Well, it just came out.
I thought it made more
It's
than
gonna make
that.
$1 billion in like one
I
weekend.
thought it made like $350 million.
Oh, maybe this is only domestic. So
Yeah, because it's like worldwide.
right.
China doesn't care about
They don't care
the
about Minecraft.
story.
Oh my God, you weren't kidding. Why is this
It's
movie
like
have so many
9.
writers?
It's like
the fuck? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 screenplay credits and 3 story credits. That's crazy. Let's see if any of these people written anything I've ever seen or heard of. First writer, nope. Second writer, nope. Third writer, Untitled Beyblade Project. Wow. Okay, that's exciting, but nothing
okay.
else.
Minecraft movie has made 157 million domestically and 301 million globally. So is
There
that
you go, yeah.
is it globally including domestically?
Yes.
Or is that
Well, does domestic part of the globe?
it is, but
Okay. Then
so
yeah.
many of these statistics are I mean
Right.
they're just like US thinks, no, we aren't. Obviously, we're better
Right.
than the globe, right?
That's
We
true.
don't
The globe
fucking
is
count.
us. Right.
So 300 million on the opening weekend? That's easily going to make $1 billion. It's going
yeah.
This movie's going to easily make $1
That's
billion.
very impressive. Yeah, I don't know. These people that wrote this, they've like not written anything. It's very strange. How do these people get like attached to these projects? No wonder it's bad.
Because they're just the writers. The producers are like, I want my story anyway. You think I want some strong-headed writer coming in here and with ideas about the story? Oh my God, there might actually be a story. Fuck that.
Okay, this movie had like 10 male writers and 1 female writer. Obviously, like they needed the DEI, the diversity thing.
Oh,
But
yeah.
she's the only one with the writing credits. Holy shit. She's the only one that's like written something I've ever heard of. She wrote Frozen 2, or she worked on Frozen 2, and she worked on Hidden Figures.
Yeah.
Everyone else has like nothing. This is crazy. Well, no wonder it was bad. Okay. Flint and Steel. Give me some good quotes. Some good meme
That's
quotes.
one of my there's like no quotable lines. There's no
Flint and
lines that you
Steel.
walk out of there.
Flint and Steel.
You think that's a quotable line?
That's that's a great line. Chicken jockey.
Oh my God.
It's just Jack Black saying things. Those are the quotables. Okay. Adam doesn't get it. He doesn't get the meme culture of today.
Oh no, I love fucking quotable movies.
Mm-hmm.
I definitely do. Obviously.
Ender Pearl.
I just there's no big quotable lines.
Wow. This guy. Yes. See, I would pay. I mean, maybe that's what they did. They just paid to have Jack Black like read the Minecraft wiki. That's all that movie is. It's just Jack Black reading the Minecraft wiki in a very like excited voice. Very excited Jack Black voice.
Mm-hmm.
I'm Steve. Yeah, there you go. That was another line. That was another big meme, right? Yeah, Adam's like.
There's just so much shit in that movie that I'm like, why the fuck is this in this movie?
Okay. I'm gonna see this movie. I'm like, this movie is amazing. Adam, you're crazy. This is fantastic movie.
I mean, it's tough because I want to bet you because I think, look, I can easily make some money, but the more I bet you, the more incentive that is for you to actually like this fucking
you're gonna bet me that I'm not gonna like it, is what you're saying.
I cannot imagine you walking out of this movie and thinking, oh my God, they really fucking killed it. That was great.
Did you see how many references were in that movie, Adam? It was fantastic. There was like 10 references a minute. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's all I want. That's all I want. I just want references in my movies. It's like TikTok content.
There was like the red Like the red coal?
Redstone.
The redstone. Okay.
Did he say it? How did he say it? How did he say the words redstone? Tell me.
He said, the redstone.
He became British. Okay, it's very interesting.
No, he didn't. He didn't say it. Look, I'm gaslighting you. That's
Okay.
he didn't say it like that.
Right.
He said it like the redstone. just like you thought he would say it.
Right.
Lame.
It's not lame. Look, lame. Look at this. Okay.
There's one thing where they were like, you could tell they were shooting for a line where Jason Momoa comes out.
Mhm.
He's basically going to sacrifice himself for the team. And he's like, honor my name in song.
Yeah.
He's like, and make sure it's heavy metal with real instruments. And it is, oh God. You can
They
hear,
actually play
like,
the song?
No
Oh,
song.
okay.
They can't afford.
Okay.
Come on, they're trying to make $1 million or trying to make $1
What
billion.
do you mean? Jack Black can do this song. That's why he's there. He's just there to be goofy.
All of Jack Black's songs are knockoffs that nobody's ever heard before.
Of
They're
course.
not like.
Right.
I think they did have a big popular song.
That's what I'm
in there,
saying.
but I
Have
can't remember
have
what
Jack
it was.
Black do the song. I loved how when Jack Black was in the one episode of Community, they had him do his cringy Jack Black songs as like a meta joke about himself.
Well, what was the game that Jason Momoa is expert in? Also, is like, like it's some super gay name for the game. It's like
Is it like a
City.
real game?
No, obviously not.
Oh,
What is it? It's like Hunk City
Hunk City.
Brawlers or something like that.
Oh, okay.
And it looks like he's got like 2 gay guys on the side of the machine.
I think you're
And
just a hater.
And I'm thinking, oh, Hunk City Rampage. I'm like, why?
That sounds like a gay visual novel.
Why is Jason Momoa so good at Hunk City Rampage?
That sounds
What-
like to me a visual novel where you're gonna get like it's gonna be like a bunch of like bear looking men and they're all like fighting each other in gang disputes. And if you like do the right choices, they're all gonna like make out and have a big gay orgy at the end. That's what that sounds like to me.
Yeah. I
Is
think
that the
they
game?
should have found another orb at the end of the movie that actually opened a portal to Hunk City Rampage. And then they go into Hunk City Rampage, and it's like a completely different movie.
Right, right. Oh, they find a magic orb. Is that how they get there?
Oh my God, I'm bringing here's the picture of the Hunk City guys. Oh my God. There's like so much. That's why I was thinking, I'm like, dude, this is like gay subversion shit, is it not? All the parents in the movie theater with their kids, and they're like, yeah, look, he's an expert at Hunk City Rampage.
It's supposed to be like one of those 80s, I'm guessing. It's supposed to be one of those 80s like arcade beat 'em up side scrolling action games. I'm assuming. Do they ever show him playing it?
Yeah, yeah.
Is that what it is? Is it one of these 80s
I mean,
side scrolling beat 'em up games?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Is Hunk City a real game?
I don't think so. I looked up the picture. I don't think it's real.
Look up.
It's fiction. It's fake. It's fake.
Look up Hunk City, and I mean, it's definitely like there's like a lot of gay memes here.
Well, if you type in Hunk City, I'm sure you're gonna see a lot of gay stuff. I don't
Hunk
disagree.
City Rampage.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
There
right
actually
here.
there is a looks like a gay visual novel called Hunk City.
Is it?
Or
Okay.
Hunky City. Yeah.
See, look, I knew it.
Well,
I was
there you
like,
go.
yeah, they're hitting it. They're like,
You think it was supposed to be that was a joke for the parents? They're like, ha, he played a video game about the gays. I mean, that's pretty subversive in
not
2025.
I don't think the parents are thinking, oh, this is, well, no, the parents probably were thinking, wow, there's a lot of gay stuff in this movie.
I mean, the shirt, he is wearing a pink shirt.
But I don't know that
says
the
Hung
kid.
City on it.
Oh yeah, you're right.
I mean, his outfit is very gay. He's wearing a very gay
yeah.
outfit. So
I'm sure a lot of gay guys are into Jason Momoa. He's like
there
ripped.
you go. He's a big guy.
Well, like this is perfect. And he does. I mean, he blows a storage guy in the movie. So
you're right. Maybe he was gay.
He blows a storage guy in the movie, and then
wait, does he actually do it?
And then Jack Black rides him like a gay man.
No. Does he when he tells the storage guy like I'll make your dreams come true? Does the guy actually goes through with it?
No,
he doesn't turn him down.
No, he doesn't.
Well, okay. I was like, wow.
Look, he does. He does. Well, I guess he doesn't really give him a deal on the storage unit. So.
Wow, he blows him, and then he's like, "That was terrible." You don't get it. You have to pay me extra now.
He didn't blow him. He did the storage deal, and if he gave him a good deal on the storage deal, he probably would have had to blow him. But in the movie, he doesn't actually get a good deal, so he probably just reneges on the blow job.
Gotcha.
But then Jack Black rides him like an ambiguously gay duo from Saturday Night Live. Rides him through the
piggyback.
Well, they're flying like, you know how they fly.
Yeah, I know how they would fly. Ace and Gary would fly like he'd be literally like riding on top of his pack. Yes.
But in order to get through this narrow crack in the bridge, in order to squeeze through this little butt crack, they have to flip around and like face one another and put their faces between each other's legs.
No, they did a 69.
They did.
Wow, this movie does have some. You know what?
Full gay thing to get through the butt crack.
This is incredible. I didn't realize how anti-woke this movie was. A lot of gay fucking jokes that you would not expect in 2025.
Oh yeah, it's done now.
Yes,
they're done with it.
Wokeness is officially dead, and Minecraft has killed it. I haven't heard anyone talk about that.
I mean, I wonder if they put the Hunk City Rampage stuff in there so that they would have cover for when they did the 69 scene.
How would that give cover? If he's
they're
gay,
like, look, we're
doesn't that make
pro-gay.
it worse?
They're like, look, we're pro-gay.
Gay. Does that make the joke worse?
If he's actually gay?
Yeah, wouldn't that make it more like? Because then you're like, oh, is Jack Black like
taking
uncomfortable?
Gay man.
Because he's like, oh, this guy's gay, and I got my dick,
No, Jack Black seemed to be into it. Jack Black seemed to be. Jack Black was going for it. He was the one that was like, oh yeah, finally, I'm in a movie with Jason Momoa.
I see. So it's kind of like, so there's a scene, you know how like, how Jack Black's like, right?
Yeah,
there's a scene where that scene, the 69 scene, he's like, cock and balls.
Totally. It's exactly what he does.
Gotcha.
He cock and balls it. Okay, you're gonna love this movie.
Where's that card? I want that meme cartoon.
Do you have a gay friend you can take
from Jack Black? Jack Black Steve
Cock
just
and
like having
balls.
sex. He says everything that's happening like in that voice.
Oh my god. That's hilarious.
There you go. Anyways, Gypsy Harlow for $10 says, for bringing on a great guest, first I was skeptical, but I was won over by his reasoning. Still skeptical about ranked choice, but from a cynical view that we can get it implemented across the board. Well, there you go.
Just don't rally with the child molesters and you guys are good.
Ranked choice.
Flint and ranked choice.
He's got to get Jack Black. Okay. He can sell anything. Metalworks 411.9 for $5 says, should make a distinction between traditionists that just want Israel to exist and ethno-Zionists that want to racially purify and ethnically cleanse.
Oh, that's a good idea.
That is true.
I mean, I'm kind of a Zionist, so.
There you go.
What's the big deal about being a Zionist?
Lethal Strain for 4 months.
It's a dirty word.
It is a dirty word. It should be
no
ethnic cleansing.
It's not.
Jack Black as the Zionist. Lethal Strain for 4 months says, where do you see yourself in 10 years? Quote, screwed by 3 different presidents. LOL. There you go.
Well, people are still voting for change.
Right.
Last election, you didn't have a change candidate. You were like, oh man, if I vote for either one of these, it's gonna be the same dude.
Trump was a change candidate, sort of.
Was he? I'm not sure, really.
Okay.
I don't think he got a change candidate last time.
I mean, it changed from what it was now, right? Definitely a change.
Yeah.
Alex S. for $5 says, Sitch, could the argument of child labor overseas be countered by saying that the kids could go into child prostitution if the jobs aren't available?
Oh my God.
I'm going to say...
That is not funny, but I mean...
I'm going to say probably not. I don't... First of all, I don't know if it's even remotely true, but I don't think an argument is going to be very persuasive to people. I think as soon as you bring up child prostitution overseas, people's brain just goes, stop! Yeah! They're not even going to process whatever you're saying afterwards. So no. Let's talk about prepping for 7 months. Says, Ayo, 7 months of free will. I'm going to invest all this free will into Melania free will coin while the free will market is on the dip. There you go.
That's what you got to do, man. Buy the dip.
I like it. Jim Danny for Joy says, Bitcoin bros resilient as ever, stonks for suckers. What is Bitcoin looking like? Did it go up? Did it go down? What happened? Is it going down with the market?
The Bitcoin, but it already pulled back substantially. So,
oh wow,
it didn't. I just looked at the Dow futures for tomorrow. Dow futures fall 900 points as Trump tariff market collapse worsens. That's a
Holy
headline
shit.
on
What
CNBC.
Wait a minute. What? It like crashed today.
What
It
did?
seemed like Bitcoin. It was
Oh,
like
it did?
it was like doing okay, for the last couple days. It was going up and down. It was in the 82,000. Then I don't know what happened today. It fucking went down to 78,000. It dropped 4%. It
Look at
lost
that.
3,600.
People
today.
are like, I gotta sell some Bitcoin so I can buy some
Interesting.
stock.
Oh, you think that's it? They think things are
Maybe.
going to pop around? Maybe. I think they're going to be wrong. But this will be the test. This will be the test to see if Bitcoin follows the market or acts, as a counter to the market. Lethal Strain for $5 says, it's been buy American lip service for the last 20 years, but there's nothing American to buy anymore. It's a bold move, Cotton. True.
Wow, all the markets are tanking.
Of course they are.
Asia down 9%.
Right. Trump should just get Jack Black to read the stock tickers as they go down. That'd be good, right? Apple, -20. Amazon, -5. Mr. Ubercross for $10 says, Argentina already agreed to 0% mutual tariffs with the U.S. Also, we have the most valuable marketplace in the world. Maybe it isn't crazy to charge an entry fee to use it. Yeah, if that worked, that'd be a huge win. But if these other nutnicks, if Lutnick and Bessent and Navarro get their way, they're saying they don't give a fuck if there's zero tariffs. They're saying they're going through. So, and if Argentina or any of these other countries say we'll give you zero tariffs, and they say we don't care, and they still slap them with whatever 30% tariff they're going to slap them with, are they going to stick with the zero tariffs thing? Or are they going to just eat that one in the face? I'm not sure.
The VIX is up 50%.
What is?
The VIX, the volatility index.
Oh, there you go.
That's insane. 45 on the VIX. Fucking hell.
Oh my God. Look at that jump. April 2nd. That's not surprising though, I guess, right?
Yeah. Market's going down.
I read these.
Up 82%.
And remember to check your
VIX.
email.
Of course.
Ferd Turgeson for $2 says, Lutnick is greasy as fuck. Use car salesman energy. Yeah, he has a bad vibe. That's true. That is true. Lethal Strain for $2 says tariffs are coming. He didn't say at what number. There you go. That's the wiggle room, right? I mean, they're going to do the 10% blanket. It seems like no matter what. I don't know how the country's going to respond to that. Brian for $5 says country of origin doesn't work because they just sent it to another country to do a small part of assembly, and now the country of origin changes. I mean, listen, I trust. Well, okay, I shouldn't say that. That's a lie.
You don't trust anyone.
I was going to say I trust the Trump administration and Elon Musk to devise a system.
Yeah, you're crazy.
That tracks the real country of origin, but that would be lying if I said that. So maybe you're right.
Don't lie.
Coding Jesus for 20 months. Thank you so much. Says greed and fear index is at record lows. Great time to buy. I'm putting 50,000 in Monday to start. Hopefully we'll go lower. Rebound will be crazy. Well, I mean, listen, Coding Jesus. You're a very bold person. I wouldn't put 50 down on Monday. I'd wait a little bit, but I guess if you wait, and I think it's going to keep going down. It's hard for me to imagine it's going to pop back up on Monday.
Everyone's saying that there's support at 4,700.
What are we at now?
Well, if these futures are right, 4,900. We're only 200 away. Like we could hit that support.
200 or 2,000?
We're 200. 47, 4,700 support. We're at 4,900.
Gotcha.
4,975. So I mean, got 275 to go.
Yeah.
Call me when Bank of America it's 350 because I'm
not confident. I think it's going to go down. I think it's going to go below.
You think it's going to go below the support, Sitch?
Yep.
Sitch is so
okay.
So confident.
Hold on. I think.
What if Trump comes out teary-eyed and gives a press conference just saying, "Oh, I'm sorry," apologizing, like, "Oh, I didn't think this would happen. I take it all back."
Adam, let's make a bet.
No.
Make a bet about the likelihood of that.
It's a hypothetical, okay? You can answer a hypothetical. You don't need to. If Trump did that, what would be the fallout? Would the market drop further? What if Trump said, "Just kidding"?
I was just joking. This whole thing was just a joke. You guys didn't understand. I winked when I said it.
What if Trump tweeted out the graphic of the guy sitting forward in his chair,
Right. I think, to go back to your question, I don't think it's going to drop below support before Wednesday. Because I think people are still waiting. They're still like, negotiation. If Wednesday rolls around and those tariffs all come out at the numbers that were presented on the chart, I think we're going below support. Would you disagree with it?
I was looking for the meme of the guy sitting forward. So say it one more time.
I said, I don't think it's going to go below support before Wednesday because people are still wondering if there's going to be a pullback on the tariffs, right? If they get a good negotiation going before then. But if Wednesday rolls around, and despite the fact that countries have already agreed to lower tariffs to zero, that all those tariffs go into effect at the rates that they originally came out on that chart, I could very well see going below support.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we're going to get, at some point, you get capitulation where you just get everyone who's so frightened that they want to sell their stock and everyone who is like, wants to short, has shorted like as much as they possibly can, right? They're out of money. And just the market can't go any lower. That is what makes support. That's what crystallizes support.
Okay.
Yeah. You've got every single player is just like spent. I'm all in. Everyone's like, okay, well.
Okay. We'll see.
But look, I think that process could happen tomorrow, could happen Tuesday, could happen Wednesday. The thing is, I think, maybe Trump is going to hold until that process actually happens.
Brian for $2 says they don't care about jobs. It's about production. Well, they say they care about jobs. I mean, maybe they don't care about jobs, but they're claiming they do.
That's how they're selling it. Yeah.
Right. Well,
Coding
I mean,
Jesus is going to get some good deals today. That's for
yeah,
sure.
but here's the problem. I don't know. How can you be certain what they actually care about? If they come out and they say, we care about these 3 things, and they keep saying they care about those 3 things, how are you certain that, like, well, they're not, they're lying about 2 of the 3 things, but there's this one thing, that's the thing they really care about. How do we know which is the real concern?
The one that I care about is always
okay.
the real concern, Sitch.
I don't know. I mean, I'm just asking.
Question.
I don't know the answer to that question because, I mean, as I said, when you look, I don't know what Trump really cares about because when I was listening to past things that Scott Bessent is saying, and I listened to what Lighthizer is saying, they do seem to be on board conceptually with this. We need to have a balanced trade deficit. That does seem to be something that they care about. I don't think they're lying about that. I don't think they'd be lying about that in the past, envisioning that they'd be in the position that they're in now. But I don't know what Trump cares about.
Trump cares about America, Sitch. So obvious. I don't know how you don't recognize that.
Dr. Fire, well, I mean, I guess, how can you think? Because right now the market is just responding to the anticipation of a bad thing happening. A bad thing hasn't actually happened yet.
Yeah, uncertainty. That's exactly what it is.
But if a bad thing actually happens, then the market's going to react.
Then we're fucked.
Right. That's what I'm saying. So
the market is reacting to a bad thing happening.
Well, yes,
Trump got elected.
Oh, okay. Well, people will have differing opinions about whether Trump winning the election is a good thing or a bad thing. So it's not like an unequivocally bad thing happening. Like, oh, the price of everything just went up like 20%.
Don't you remember the market skyrocketing when he won the election? All those people were like, oh my God, what a fucking mistake. Who bought at the top? Holy shit.
Right. That was a mistake. Dr. Fire for Canadian says, isn't subsidizing industry like currency manipulation, except you artificially keeping the cost of production lower than your competition? Yes, but it's better. Like, it's okay when you're doing it, right? So that makes it okay.
Oh, yeah.
Ginger Miss Prime for 5 Aussie bucks says Nike buys shoes from the manufacturer in Vietnam for $50 and sells them in the US for $100 and $200. They have heaps of room to absorb the tariff.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
What is Nike's profit margin? Because remember, a lot goes into Nike. It doesn't matter even if they upmark the shoe to $100. I mean, they got to pay for a lot of things. Besides their little stores, all their marketing, they got to pay whatever basketball player they pay to hawk their shoes. Let's see, what is Nike's profit margin? It's a good question here. Nike's profit margin is 9%, 9.4% last year. So not that high. Well, I mean high, but not like crazy. I was surprised the Apple's was so crazy high. That's interesting.
I'm looking up some diamond hand memes.
There you go. You look up all the diamond hands.
Do you know what diamond hands is?
Isn't that when you hold on to something like forever?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know why. Like, why is it called? I don't know why it's called that. But
I don't either. Come to think of it, like why? Oh, because you're holding.
Like you're holding a diamond. Is that the idea? I thought it meant like your hands were made of diamonds or something.
I guess maybe you're holding. Yeah, because diamonds don't move; they're immovable.
Gotcha.
Immobile.
Gotcha. Right. Okay.
Let us know in the chat what's up with this diamond hands meme. What the fuck?
I think it's just diamond hands is just like the idea is like you're holding a diamond, I guess. It says the opposite is called paper hands. I've never heard of that term. Paper hands is when you sell at the first sign of trouble.
Right.
This all seems like
on.
This all seems like a fucking mind
These
manipulation.
Are major paper hands.
This seems all like mind manipulation to try to like trick people into holding on the bad investments. Oh, if you hold on, you're a diamond. If you sell, you're like a paper loser. right?
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
This all seems like a trick to get people to just hold on to shit while like all the banks and investors are like, sell, 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 sell.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm rug pulling, you're diamond handing.
Right. It's like, oh yeah, your hands are made of diamond. Isn't that great? You're in diamond hand. So, of course, it says the term diamond hand was first used on Reddit. Sounds like a Reddit expression.
Yeah, those losers.
Right. Yeah. So it was used earlier. It really caught on during the whole GameStop shit. So
that's what this meme was from. The guy who is the meme stock professional, I guess, tweeted this out. And I think one of the meme stocks, maybe it was GameStop, went up like 50%. Everyone was like, oh my God. That's why this meme is famous. The guy sitting up in the chair.
The guy sitting up in the chair, man.
See, this is the difference between you and me. Since you know all the Minecraft memes, I know all the like stock trading memes.
Oh, I don't know. I feel like I know the meme you're talking about. You're just describing it like poorly.
Okay.
You're not talking. What? Okay. Who's the guy sitting up in chair meme?
Meme, yes.
Sitting up in chair meme. Oh, yeah. I do know that meme. No, that's fair. You described that correctly. I just couldn't visualize it. I know the meme you're talking about.
I mean, he's sitting. Look, he's chilling, right?
Yeah,
he's like, I'm just chilling, and now he's like, oh, I'm ready to do some business.
Yeah,
here.
things are getting serious. He's sat forward the meme. That was big during GameStop. I feel like that meme has fallen off dramatically. I haven't seen it being thrown around much anymore.
Well, this is the time to throw it around, man.
Okay, here we go.
You got to get people in there. Got to get some diamond. We need diamond hand.
We need some diamond hands.
All these paper hand motherfuckers.
Where's Steve? Where's Minecraft Steve? He's got the ultimate diamond hands, right?
Yeah, he does.
Did they talk about diamonds in the movie? Did he find diamonds? And he's like, oh, diamonds.
Yes. Yeah.
And they're like, what? Like, how is that useful? He's like, diamonds are the best resource in Minecraft. You can make diamond armor. You can make diamond tools. I have a diamond pickaxe. And Jason Momoa was like, why would you want a pickaxe made of diamond? That's stupid.
Jason Momoa wants all the diamonds because he's in debt. They use every movie cliche they can in this.
Oh my God. He's stealing diamonds. The classic multiplayer blunder. Jeez.
He's got he got an eviction notice and his car broke down. And I mean, the only one they didn't do, and it makes sense why they wouldn't do this since he's gay. Like they didn't.
They're terrible.
They didn't have him walk in on his girlfriend cheating on
him.
They should have done that, though. This is the type of movie that would have been great.
There you go. Zero Fuck says he wants the diamonds because he's gay. Diamonds are a girl's best friend.
I thought he wanted him to get out of debt.
I will see.
So he didn't have to continue blowing the storage guy.
There you go. I will see the Minecraft movie, Kenneth. I want to watch that Monday.
Are you really?
I was waiting for Sam was out of town for the weekend. I was waiting for her to get back. Okay, I didn't want to see it without her. I know she'd be very upset. I know she really wants to see this movie. She's a huge Minecraft fan. She's a huge Jack Black fan. Okay.
Is she really?
Yes.
Nacho Libre was amazing, but this movie.
Amazing might be overselling it slightly.
I mean, it's a screwball comedy, but at least it had heart. He was trying to help the children. The poor, hungry children.
What is the best Jack Black movie?
I mean, it's probably School of Rock is good, and Nacho Libre is good.
These are bad choices.
Well, what are you picking?
I don't know. I'm looking up the list. I mean, off the top of the head, I'd say Kung Fu Panda is better than both those movies.
Oh yeah, but I don't think of that as. I mean, he just does the voice. He's not actually.
Well, that counts.
Does it?
The best movie that Jack Black is a major character in. That's how we can frame this, right? A main character, Jack Black.
No. I think the cute panda sells it.
I disagree.
Yeah.
Kung Fu Panda counts as a Jack Black movie.
Oh my God, Jack Black was in Jumanji. That's hilarious.
He was in Jumanji. Yeah, he was in the remakes.
Because everyone's comparing it to Jumanji.
Yes. The first Jumanji remake is good. The second one
with
I didn't like so much. With The Rock. It was Jack Black and The Rock And what's his name?
Oh, okay.
The little black guy.
He was in King Kong.
He was.
So
He was in
Jack,
King
look,
Kong.
obviously it's King Kong. Oh, he's in Waterworld. Holy shit!
What?
It's Waterworld then.
First of all, Waterworld sucked. Secondly, Jack Black was in Waterworld.
I mean, it says Jack Black movies. He was in Tropic Thunder. Look, Tropic Thunder. That's the best Jack Black.
Oh,
movie.
yes. How did we forget? That's the most obvious choice.
Yeah.
Tropic Thunder.
Hands down.
How did we forget that, chat?
Oh, wait, he was in Year One.
Shut up.
I mean, he was, but
I know. Not a good movie. Tropic Thunder is the answer. I'm going to say Tropic Thunder is first place, and then I'm going to say second place is
Kung Fu Panda. You can't pick Kung Fu Panda. It's got to have Jack Black's face in the movie.
No, that's bullshit.
It's not. Those are the rules.
That's not the rules.
He was in True Romance?
He was
Holy
in
shit.
Demolition Man. What?
That can't be right. What the
He
fuck?
was wait, it says Wasteland Scraps. That makes me think he was like in
Oh yeah, totally.
what's that
He was
comedian's
like
name?
background.
God, I'm blanking on his name.
He was in Never Ending Story 3?
I never saw that.
I didn't even know there was a Never Ending Story 3.
Dennis Leary. I bet you he was like in Dennis Leary's like sewer crew.
Oh yeah.
Jack
We gotta rewatch Demolition Man.
Demolition Man. I have to show that movie to Sam. I fucking love that movie. That's
It's a
a
good
good
movie.
that's a good movie.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great product placement, man. Taco
Oh,
Bell cleaned up.
Oh my God, he was in. I totally called it. He has no lines. He's just like a gruff looking guy who's part of Dennis Leary's like sewer crew. And he looks like angry and dirty and not like Jack Black. It's interesting.
How do you not like Nacho Libre? He's literally trying to have sex with a nun the whole movie.
I don't dislike it. It's an okay movie. It's not a bad movie, but you love it. And now that you've explained the plot to me, I understand why you love it. I was like, why does Adam like this movie so much? And then I didn't like see. It was so obvious. It was right in front of me that I didn't see it.
He's trying to have sex with a
He's
hot
trying
nun.
to fuck a hot nun. Obviously, this is why Adam likes this fucking movie.
It's so obvious. Yeah.
Right. Jesus. You're very predictable here.
It's, there's no hot nun in School of Rock, so.
There is no hot nun in School of Rock.
But School of Rock is kind of endearing.
Right.
I guess I got to see Jumanji now.
Oh, you
He's
never
in
saw it?
Super Mario Brothers.
He's Bowser.
Oh yeah, he does play Bowser. Yeah.
He's Peaches.
The Peaches song was good.
Yes. Peaches.
Yep. That's probably how he got into this. How he got the Minecraft deal. They're like, oh yeah, you were in Super Mario Brothers. You know what to do with this.
He was not a main character in Tropic Thunder. He was one of the three main characters. Well, he was one of the three like main comedic people in the movie.
Yeah, he's on the fucking poster.
Yeah, I think that counts. I mean, I understand what you're saying. It's not a quote Jack Black movie, but as I said, it's a movie in which Jack Black is a main character. I think he's definitely a main character in Tropic Thunder.
Right.
Now,
Ben
he
Stiller's
is
technically the protagonist, but
Ben Stiller is the protagonist. Now, if you were to say Jack Black is probably the weakest part of Tropic Thunder, I would 100% agree with that. He is the weakest part of Tropic Thunder. So it feels wrong to say it's the best movie that Jack Black's in and he's a main character in. I get it.
That's fair.
But that's just the way it is.
We don't make the rules. We just live by them.
Right. I mean, I'm literally making the rules, but you're right. I don't make the rules. So
People still lose their minds over the blackface in Tropic Thunder. It's kind of funny.
I feel like
I'm so glad Robert Downey Jr. has always stuck to his guns on like, yeah, it's a comedy. Fuck you.
Yeah, fuck you. Him and Ben Stiller. Like, though, wasn't Ben Stiller? Wait a minute. Am I misremembering this? Wasn't Ben Stiller one of the white guys for Kamala?
Was he really? Oh my God.
Am I crazy? Am I misremembering this, guys?
Ben Stiller's one of the producers on Severance, and I think he directed a couple episodes.
So he wasn't White Guys for Kamala. He was comics for Kamala. So not as bad. And he made a weird joke, though I don't know if people didn't perceive it that day, where he said he wishes he was black.
Did he really? So he could be in the Black Guys for Kamala? Is that what he wanted?
I guess. I don't know. Interesting.
I mean,
okay.
This is the best blackface in any movie. He totally pulls it off.
He did a good job.
I mean, he looks like a black guy.
Ben Stowe's also one of the main directors of Severance. That's true. I started watching Severance, Adam.
Oh, did you watch
the
first episode?
I watched the first 4 episodes.
Okay, so did you get hooked? I mean, I watched the first episode and I was like, okay, I'm hooked.
Yes, me and Sam like it a lot so far. Yes.
So that's the thing. Like, this whole idea that you have to, it gets going around season 4. Like, fuck you.
No, yeah, you need to draw people in episode 1.
Yeah. Hook me on episode 1. Jeez. When he runs in and he's like, that's a perfect score.
Right. I am worried, though. I always get worried on shows that are heavily based around mysteries.
Oh, I know.
Because I'm always like, the payoffs are usually not good.
They had 2 episodes in the second season that were like, okay, they don't know where this is going. Like, they just seem like filler, like they were struggling to figure out, okay, well, how can we write something that's satisfying? Let's just needle around the edges here because we don't necessarily know what the big payoff is going to be.
Because the big payoff is, what the fuck do they make? What are they making, right? That's like the $1 million question. What the fuck does this company do?
Yeah.
Right. So
yeah, you're on episode 4.
Yes. Is that question answered?
Once you get to the end of the season, like there's a ton of other questions. So
do they answer that question in season 1? Like,
no,
what the fuck does
they
company
don't answer
makes?
that question in season 2.
Okay, that's what I'm worried about, is that we're never going to find the answer to that, and it's not going to be very.
They
good.
hint. Well, they do this. They make the severance procedure. They control that.
Yeah, that's established very early.
Right.
And we know that they're moving numbers that feel weird into a box. It's a very strange thing.
Yeah. Okay. What's going on there?
To explain that?
I
don't want you to tell me the explanation. I just want you to tell me, do they explain what it is?
Not satisfactorily. Yeah.
Okay.
It's still kind of open-ended, and you're like, is it open-ended because they don't want to give it away
or they
easily,
don't know.
or they just don't know? Yeah, that's the question that you're playing. So
right.
But look, there's going to be a season 3. I guess there's actually 3 seasons or 3 episodes that feel kind of like filler in the second season.
I will say Sam's gaydar is like tip top. Okay. Like the second that the guy from Transformers met Christopher Walken, she was like,
they're gay.
These guys are gay for each other. I was like, what are you talking about? And then, like, the next episode was like, they're gay for each other. I was like, holy shit. You called it. Oh my God.
Supposedly Ben Shapiro liked Severance or did a review of it and was saying it's the best show on television, which surprised me because I'm like, there's a huge gay relationship in that show.
Oh, is that like more of the plot going forward? I thought that was just like some random thing.
No, they go all the way, man.
Okay. Christopher Walken, man, he's like, I never got my Oscar or my Emmy. This is it. I'm going to be the gay guy on television.
Christopher Walken.
Everyone's got to be gay once.
Well, he didn't play a retard. That's the problem. It's a retard
That's true.
that gets you the Oscar.
Christopher Walken is the best, and it's weird because I don't know. I like the guy. I forget his name. The guy from Transformers. He's good in it. But like Christopher Walken is just such a good fucking actor. It's crazy to see him like interact, like be next to people. Like, holy shit.
They're like really good friends.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
He got
with that actor or like Ben Stiller?
John Turturro, that's his name.
John
right?
Turturro, yes.
John Turturro got cast, and John Turturro told Christopher Walken, "Hey, this show's really good. You should get in on it." So he got Christopher Walken involved.
Okay, see, listen, if I was Christopher Walken, I'd be a little worried here. I'm like, my friend is like, "Hey, you should really get in on the show," and then I get on the show and
You
I
can
have
play my
scenes
gay
with my
lover.
friend. I'm like, wait a minute, what's happening here? Somebody, what's going on?
There's so much fucking garbage material out there, though. You think Christopher Walken wants to be in Minecraft movie? No. Like,
I think Christopher Walken would have been great in Minecraft movie. Okay, Flint.
I mean,
and
he
Steel.
probably would have done it for the
That's
$1
what they
billion
call
paycheck.
the chicken jockey.
Nobody's getting paid the big bucks on Severance. They're all doing it because they're like, we're artists.
All artsy fartsy.
Our tours.
I can't wait for AI to be good enough that I can type in a prompt, give me the Minecraft movie, but replace Jack Black with Christopher Walken.
It would be so much better.
Oh my God. That's amazing. That's the best
Flint
thing
and
ever.
Steel.
Yeah. Flint and Steel. That sounds a little bit more like Captain Kirk, but whatever.
Flint and Steel.
Yeah, there you go.
There's your Captain Kirk.
Yes. Even good enough is just to get like, I want to make a compilation of Jack Black just saying all the things and then just replace it with like the AI of Captain Kirk,
God,
Christopher
you
Walken.
really,
It's all the like,
you really are excited about this Minecraft movie.
I'm excited for it like as like a dumpster fire. Like I know it's going to be awful. I'm excited for it the way you're excited for like a car crash or a train wreck. You're like, yes, it's going to be terrible.
I can't wait for you to come back and be like, what, Adam? I loved it. Oh, God, it was great. You didn't get all the high-minded Minecraft humor.
I know. This Minecraft humor is just so deep. You have to have a very high intelligence, Adam, to understand this.
Or you have to have played Minecraft for like 2,000 hours.
Listen, I've not done that. Okay.
Really?
No, not 2,000 hours. You just, Adam, you don't understand. You have to have a very high IQ to understand Minecraft. Okay.
You have to have a high IQ and a lot of free time.
Yes, right. I'm just telling you, the humor of Minecraft is extremely subtle. Okay.
That's so funny.
When Jack Black says chicken jockey, is very subtle why that's just comedic gold. Options for $5 says, maybe I suck at math, but careful using profit margin. The tariff is on imported price of the good. Target's profit margin is based on all costs. Yes. Right. So I guess it would be, well, the tariff is going to be a cost, right?
If your markup is 20% on what you're importing and the tariff is 20%, you're going to be like, okay, well,
yeah, it's obviously a big problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's going to happen?
Is it a big problem?
I mean, if your markup is 20% and your profit comes from that 20% and then the tariff is 20%, where's your profit going to come from?
Well, look, if you're an importer, you're probably got a bunch of different products, right? Some at 10%, some at 20%, some at 50%. So you're just going to be like, okay, well, anything under 10%, I'm not importing anymore.
Right.
Yeah. And you can buy these other products, these other substitution products.
Nomad for 23 months. Thank you so much. Says the Minecraft movie beats Super Mario Brothers at the box office, according to the Video Games Award channel. LFG suffer Nintendo now lower the Switch 2. Is that true? That is kind of shocking to me if that's the case.
Yeah.
Mario box office opening weekend.
It did good on Rotten Tomatoes by the audience score. I think it has like 80% audience score.
No, I think that's not true. So it says Mario made $377 million worldwide opening weekend. And you said Minecraft made less. Huh?
I thought 310, but I mean, these numbers are I could have just.
Oh, but I guess
an
it doesn't
old-
include today, right? Because it couldn't.
Yeah, they're
Okay,
still
so maybe
tallying
they can make
today.
up to. Okay, maybe they can make up it. I guess we'll find out. I would be very surprised by that.
Why? Minecraft is way more popular than Super Mario Brothers. Minecraft made 2.8 billion. That's a lot of cheddar.
Well, I know Minecraft. I believe Minecraft at one point was the most played video game in the world
Yeah.
before Fortnite. But I still think Mario is far more recognizable character than like the concept of Minecraft, right? So
Yeah.
I assume it would make more money through a movie. I mean, don't get me wrong. I think the Minecraft movie's gonna make a shit ton of money. A bunch of kids are gonna run out to see it and then give it like. When I was a young kid, when I was like 6 or however fuck old I was, when the original Mario Brothers movie came out, I loved that shit, even though it was trash. Okay.
Yeah, you can sell kids anything. It's
Yeah,
great.
right.
They'll buy any fucking shitty movie.
Yeah.
Like, just put the Minecraft guy in there.
Little kids eat those
They don't
references up.
Fucking know.
They're very excited. Okay.
They're like, oh, look, he blew the guy, the storage guy.
Okay, maybe not that part, but. Matt Geddes for 11 months says, quote, the Chinese don't buy anything. Deaf are buying up U.S. debt and Intel. Oh, there you go. That's true. That's a good point. Ferd Turgeson for $2 says future markets and Asian markets are collapsing. That's not surprising. It's not surprising. Loser Doman for $2 Canadian says, does this mean I can buy a new Aprilia for cheap? Yes. Whatever that is. I don't know what that is. It's a scooter / motorcycle. Okay. Ostracy for $2 says, boo, Tucker, boo, hiss, boo. Yeah, oh my God. How much money is the Skibbity toilet movie going to make, Adam? That's the real fucking question.
First of all, I'm going to see the Skibbity toilet movie like the
I know
day it
you
comes
are.
out. That movie's...
Even though it's going to be Michael Bay, acclaimed director.
Why you got to ruin it? Is it really Michael Bay? Did Michael Bay?
Yes.
For real?
Yes.
Oh my God. Why does Michael Bay have to ruin everything cool?
What do you mean? Skibbity toilet. Well, never mind. I take it back. I was about to say it's perfect for him, but he would ruin it because he couldn't just make it. He couldn't just make it Skibbity toilet. He's gonna insert some stupid like.
There's gonna be some
human Shia LaBeouf retard
yeah,
character in Skibbity toilet. You're right.
Comes in to make it fucking relatable. Oh God, please stop with the relatable fucking bullshit.
Yeah, yeah.
They did that with the Minecraft thing. The two, like the kid character, the kid that's like the relatable character. You're like, oh my God, this is so fucking bad.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody cares. Nobody's relating to your relatable character.
I hope there's no way that he's going to make the Skibbity toilet movie super serious. Has Michael Bay ever made a super serious movie? It's going to be goofy as fuck. It's going to be super goofy. Jim Danny Fajara says, will nobody think of the cheap Chinese junk? That's true. That cheap Chinese junk, that has feelings too. And we're just throwing it out.
Yeah, we need that cheap Chinese junk.
We do.
That
you ever
keeps
go to those
our retailers in business.
It keeps.
How do we drive the mom and pop shops out of business if we don't have that stuff?
You ever go to those home goods stores? You see all this. It's just like crack cocaine for women.
It's so true.
And it's just like all this like knickknacks, all
like,
these things that
why
a
the fuck
man would
anybody
never
buy?
buy.
Yeah.
And then you see like a line of women. They're like, listen, I need these matching plate set. Okay, with these matching coasters. They got little, rabbits on them or whatever.
Think how cool it'll be when all our dishes match. You're like, what? We're throwing away all the other dishes? Like our dishes are not going to match because we're keeping all those other dishes.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
No, but we could have a special meal.
Hazel for 10 months. Thanks so much. Says this whole... Sam said, don't bring up my home goods crack problem. It was a subtle joke. Azrael for 10 months says this whole tariff situation is really showing us who in MAGA has a brain and who are total Trump simps. Wow. It is interesting. The thing that's interesting to me was going into this, I would have thought that most of the people would just say, are the deal, are the deal, are the deal, are the deal, right? But I saw a lot of MAGA people, they seem to be just as anxious or nervous about it as everyone else because they're not actually saying are the deal. Some of them are, but some of them are just saying, listen, who cares if the price of everything goes up? That's not important. Well, we tell this is more important. Everything's going to crash and, it'll be totally fine. You don't need to buy all these goods anymore. And I was like, wow, I didn't see this coming.
There's got to be these people posting before the election about inflation, like fighting inflation being super important to voting for Trump. So
I'm sure they did. Yes. Right.
Which is directly opposite of that.
Right.
Oh, it's no biggie. Don't worry.
I said this
it.
during the election. I said, how the fuck? I said Trump's main plan to battle inflation is to put tariffs on everything. How does that make any sense? People are like, shut up, Sitch. I was like, okay.
Well, you can make an argument if there was going to be some sort of targeted tariffs. I think that most people are just bewildered by
the blanket tariffs.
The tariff. The whole using the trade deficit and then the whole time divide by 2 it's just no,
it's silly.
Doesn't make any sense.
Right.
So now everyone thinks Trump is the mad king, except for the super MAGA people who they'll never be. Well, maybe they will see it as soon as they look at their 401k down 20% in 5 days.
I mean, you go to the grocery store, if prices go up, 10, 20%, I think we're going to feel it.
You're going to be like, holy fucking shit.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you're not retiring tomorrow, oh God. Yeah, if you're not retiring tomorrow, obviously I wouldn't stress out about it. But I did see some people on Fox News asking somebody about, people are worried that are retiring tomorrow. And I think it was Besant who was like, just don't worry about it. It'll be fine.
Oof.
I know. I was thinking, what? Can you imagine? Because they're kind of forced. They're like, look, I got to take money out. This money is money I'm going to be living off of. Although you should be, if you're getting ready to retire, you should be moving stuff around. So
out of the market, yeah.
Yeah, you're mostly in cash anyway, so you're prepared.
Or something that's like not going to, like treasuries or something that's not going to change, right? It's fluctuate.
Yeah.
Sodos for $5 says, if we're lifting our policies from 1920s, I say we go all the way. It is now legal to sell your stock and withdraw from the banks. That'll fix this mess. There you go. There you go. Mr. Rush for $5 says, it sounds like Trump was right. Sitch has grown tired of winning. Please, no more winning. What was that in? I don't know. What was that in relation to? Right about what?
Sitch, look, he nailed it. You are super sick of winning. It's obvious. You're salty.
True. I am.
It's the saltiness in your voice.
Well, listen, it's boring.
Sitch hasn't had a lot of wins, so he's not used to it.
No. You have it backwards. Okay. Listen, when I used to play...
Too many wins?
Yeah. I used to play Super Smash Brothers, the original Super Smash Brothers, even though it came out like a billion years ago, in college with my roommate, okay? On the original N64. And even though, like, I don't know, like Super Smash, whatever the one right before the Switch was, like the one that was prominent, we were playing the old one. And we played that game so much, Adam. Okay. I never had N64 growing up, so I had to like get all my N64-ness out in college. We played the game so much. We got so good at that game that we couldn't play anyone else because it was boring. Okay.
Really?
It was boring. I got tired of winning. If I played anyone else, the original Smash Brothers, it was so disgusting
because they would
that
win?
It was boring. No, because I would destroy them. It wasn't even a
okay.
challenge. Okay.
I gotcha. So
I got tired of winning.
You did get tired of winning. You
Yes.
let other people win just so you would experience the loss.
So all I would do is I would just, whenever I played someone else besides my roommate in Smash Brothers, I would never play Pikachu, who was my main. I would always just play a random character. I'd play all the worst characters just to make it fucking remotely enjoyable because I was so tired of winning.
Right.
Okay.
Look, that makes sense. You weren't prepared.
Donald Trump is my Pikachu, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
There you go. Mr. Gross says it was a joke. Yes, I know. But thank you.
Oh my God. That was a joke?
It was a total joke.
I couldn't
being
tell.
sarcastic. Joshua for $5 says, I pirated a production copy. Did Momoa tell Henry to stab the gas in the testicles in the final release?
Oh, yeah. Oh, no. Wait a second. Really? Oh, no, he does. Yeah, no, he tells him to stab him.
There's a joke I heard someone else say that, like, he asked Jack Black something about, like, the gas testicles or something. It's like something about, like, the noise they make. And he says, how do you know that? And he says, don't ask.
That is stabbing. Is this actually in the game? You stab him in the testicle to fly or something?
No, you can't ride a
go
gas.
up. Oh, you can't ride a ghast?
Well, unless in the, I don't know, maybe in the new, like I haven't played Minecraft in a long time. I don't know if they updated it. In the back in the day when I played, you just killed them because they tried to fucking murder you. You couldn't ride them.
Right.
So
they shoot fireballs from their mouths?
They shoot fireballs and they scream at you. I assume they had the horrible cat scream in the game where they go, right?
No, they didn't really scream in the movie.
What?
Look at this. They've already broken the lore, Sitch.
Are you talking? They didn't have the gas scream in the Minecraft movie. How is that fucking possible?
Well, they spend a third of the movie in the real world doing some fucking like 1980s nostalgia shit. They don't even get into Minecraft until...
Does it take place in the 1980s? Or does it take place in modern time?
It takes place in the 1980s, which makes no sense either, right? They didn't even have Minecraft.
Okay, because I assumed it did from the way that Jason Momoa was dressing. But then when you said he was like a wash-up, I said, oh, maybe he's like, he just never moved on. So he's just dressing like he's still in the 80s.
Oh, no. I guess you're right. He was washed up in the 80s and it takes place in the present day. I think Jack Black goes into Minecraft in the 80s.
Oh,
which is still a little, I mean, Minecraft was invented in 2009, so.
The update allows you to ride them, but those are now happy gas. Oh, well, there you go.
So you don't have to stab them in the testicles?
Happy
I didn't even know
gas.
those
Look
were
at that.
testicles.
I thought they were little legs, little things that like hang down.
Yeah, little vestigial legs.
Yeah, like tentacles or something. So wait, the gas doesn't make a sound in the movie at all?
No, not really.
Even when they stab it, it doesn't go like,
Well,
that's crazy.
They don't
That's like,
really show him stabbing him. They just,
so
he
weird.
tells the kid to do it. So
The
stab
ins-
him in the nuts.
Okay. That's so bizarre. Like that's what the gas, for references, that's what the gas is known for, is for like fucking screaming at you and he freaks you out. You'll be in the nether trying to avoid walking the lava and you just hear like, and you're like, oh fuck, because the gas is about to blow me up.
So it's just going to be like, this movie was so unrealistic.
And this movie is very unrealistic to the original Minecraft game. So there you go.
So fuck that shit.
I actually wrote a short story about Minecraft.
Did you really?
Yes. It was about a...
Wow. Holy shit.
I don't know if I still have it. It was about...
Can I read it?
I don't even know where it is. I don't even know if it exists anywhere. No, I'm serious. I don't know where it was. It was about a train company. So I don't know if, I'm assuming this does not come up in the Minecraft movie, but in the game, if you go into the nether, you travel faster than if you travel in the normal world. So like if you take 7 steps in the nether, you go like 49 steps in the real world. If you come out a portal, another portal.
Wow. That's a big difference.
Right. Yeah. It's like so the distances
like
are like
super fast walk.
Right, like distances are compressed by 7 in Nether. And so the short story was about how all these like transportation companies, when they found this out, they would all build trains that would go through the Nether because it was so much cheaper because you had to lay less track. But then the offset cost problem was that building the Nether was hyper dangerous. It's always like horrible monsters.
They were all paying out insurance claims.
Well, so the story was about because what they would do is like they would basically build the tracks, but they make them entirely enclosed so they are safe for the passengers. But the story was about the workers when they'd first build the tracks and like how awful it was, and like how they had to it was about like all the workers
would
the
Chinese.
Well, not like the Chinese, but they were basically just like they'd come up with all these little tactics to like deal with like the pigmen. Like, how do you get a pigman off the track? Like, don't touch them. Just briefly shoo them away. Like, don't look at the Enderman in the eyes. It was just like all the things that they had to do essentially to build the tracks out. It was just like a silly little short story I wrote. Anyways.
No, that would have been great. That would have been 10 times better than the movie.
It was like a 1920s, the guys on top of the skyscrapers bouncing on the beams, and you're like, holy shit. It was like
the guy's name John Galt?
His name was John Galt, yes. His name was Steve Galt, actually. Lucifer Doman for 2 Canadians says, has anyone seen Solo Leveling? You should. Sam watched it. She likes it. I never got into it. Our Hilter for $2 says, Sitch, check DMs. AI is scary good. Oh, sorry. I didn't see this earlier. Let me see. What's going on here? Tim Pool addresses rumors about his relationship with Ian on Timcast AI. Oh, no.
Ian what? Some
Here,
drama?
Let me send this to you.
Is Ian still on the show? Oh, no, this is obviously a joke.
Yeah.
Like an AI thing.
Oh, wait, it's available on YouTube. Wait.
Oh, good.
Okay,
Throw it in the watch together.
Okay, let me bring up the watch together.
No, let me bring up the watch together.
I left it.
Why would you do such a thing? So silly.
Let's jump to this next story from CNN. Ladies and gentlemen, I have good news. If you are concerned...
Hey, Tim, before you do that, maybe we should address the rumors going around about our relationship.
Yeah, I don't get what the big deal is. Ian and I have been close friends for a long time. It shouldn't be surprising to anyone that we cuddle sometimes.
Tim, are you sure it's just cuddling? I've caught you and Ian at least a dozen times making weird noises in the bathroom together, and your excuse is always that you're unclogging the toilet.
Shut up, Elad. You come on this show and have no idea what the hell you're talking about. Look, it's just like that scene in Brokeback Mountain where you got 2 normal dudes and it's a cold night, so they decide to warm up by sharing a tent together.
No.
I think you're forgetting a pretty important part from that scene.
Okay, fine.
Oh my God, Phil.
Look at the Phil AI. Oh, it's so good. Oh my God.
I think you're missing a... Yeah, see, that's good.
It's like that movie Friends with Benefits. Ian and I are just friends, but we benefit from each other's warm embrace. I like to play with his hair, and there's nothing else going on.
I don't have a problem with that as long as I get to be Justin Timberlake. But I don't get why you keep dancing around the fact that our relationship is purely erotic, and the only reason you still have me on the show is for my body. I mean, you're wearing the graphene butt plug I made for you right now.
Ian, the only reason I wear this is to hold in my farts during the show. You, of all people, should know how bad they stink. I'm done talking about this. Let's go to the Super Chats. From Real Dylan Danger. Great show tonight, guys. It got a little weird at the end, though. Thanks for checking out this clip from Timcast AI. Make sure to watch the show live Monday through Friday at 8 p.m. Subscribe to this channel, and we will see you all there.
That was amazing.
That was. I mean,
Holy
that was
shit.
pretty realistic. That was very believable.
Well, it's crazy because the voice, I never would have predicted that. The voice is far more a giveaway of it being AI than the visual is.
Oh yeah.
Which is crazy. How did
AI voices?
Was it just, did they take real footage and they just use like an AI lip sync thing? Or was it the footage like all AI generated?
You can use footage to train them. I think. So they probably just take a lot of footage of them on the show,
Mm-hmm.
and the AI learns how to do it. And so
that was good. That's
then
good.
you're
That was
just
crazy.
prompting. You're basically just saying,
right.
Have them say this and give them little moves.
See, but that's scary. If they can just fix the voice, if they can get the voices like correct, this shit's gonna be like impossible to figure out what's real anymore.
Yeah, that's horrible, isn't it?
It is hard.
Even Phil, like, he's got the shadow on his hat.
I think you're forgetting a pretty important part from that scene.
Okay.
I think you're forgetting a pretty important part of that scene.
It's so funny. Oh, thank you, our Hills, for sharing that. That was great. Oh my God.
It is great.
Yes. Hennessy for 36 months. Thank you so much. Says, Sitch, do you not have the star on your license? I've done everything by mail to renew my license. Last time I was at the DMV, I was in and out in 30 minutes. So I believe, I don't remember if it was when I had to switch over to a real ID that I had to come in. I think it's something, if I recall correctly, the way it works in Florida is, unless they changed it, was every other renewal you have to physically go in. So like you get a renewal you can do online, and then the next renewal you have to go in, and then the next renewal you can do online, then the next renewal you have to go in.
Oh my God. In California, they make you come in every 20 years.
Well, I think that it is every 20 years because I think is it 10 years per renewal, right?
Do you have to renew your license every? Oh, I guess you're right. No, it is. Driver's license is like 10 years.
So
That
I
makes
just
sense.
assumed that star was there to identify, the fact that I'm part of the chosen people. I didn't know it meant anything beyond that, but. Sade Ray for 5 SGD says if the economy crashes, the resist libs were right and people are going to have to change their mental models of how they thought Trump would be good. I mean, are they though? Does anyone ever change their mind about anything?
Look, I think we're kind of in that process. I'm seeing some cracks. Some people are like, "Oh man, it really is hard to have conversations about how." I mean, how is Scott Adams dealing with all this? How's he spinning this as like 10D?
Are the deal. Don't look. He literally says, I listened to him a few days ago. I don't know what he said today. I listened to him a few days ago. He's like, don't look at your stock portfolio. Just don't look at it.
He is big time wanting to decouple from China too. So I mean, he must like this. Finally, someone's coming in and punching China around.
He actually did something that was kind of pretty bad for him. I usually disagree with Scott. This is the first time he did something I'm like, that doesn't seem honest. Where he just kind of, I mean, remember, Scott Adams has a degree in economics. Okay.
Yeah.
And so he mocked the process when people, when the tariffs first came out and people were like, how did those numbers come up? And then people realized it was like the trade deficit.
Right.
Scott like mocked that by just pretending like it was too complicated to explain. He's like, oh, well, you do this, and then you do that, and then you divide it by 2, then no, and blah, blah, blah. Like he was like making it seem like it was this very complicated mathematical process. And I was like, but it wasn't. That was why people were criticizing it. Like everyone understood it. It was very weird.
Everyone knows how fractions work, right?
Yeah, I thought so.
You put the 1 over the 3, and that means 1/3.
Like he was just downplaying it. He didn't even want to address it. I don't know if he ever did address the fact that it doesn't make sense. I mean, I would assume the argument would be it doesn't need to make sense because it's all part of the deal. You want just a big number to open up negotiations, right? So the number doesn't have to make sense.
Yeah, of course.
I assume that'd be the argument, but. Ken Tompkins for $5 says, hearing all these billionaires rail against wealth inequality makes me really think they believe what they were saying / sarcasm. There you go. Check Scott's tweets in the last 24 hours.
Oh, no.
Uh-oh. What did he say?
I mean,
What did Scott say?
Maybe I should bring this up just to kind of immortalize it.
I mean, what am I looking at here? He's got a lot of tweets.
He's still tweeting. Like, I don't think I've tweeted for days.
Oh, really?
Although I just tweeted out that
Mhm.
God damn it.
He tweeted out Joel Pollack, who said Trump's tariffs could liberate economies worldwide. Amazing threat. Well, there you go. Trump is going to liberate the world. Okay.
Yeah, he's a hero.
Mm-hmm. Dun, dun, dun. Joe Make for $5 says 10% correction has been predicted by investors for the past 6 months. Okay. Yeah, everyone's been super expecting this correction anyway. So this was a good excuse. Everyone's been, but see, that could be
First of all, we were at 12% on Friday, and the market is going to add, like, if these futures are correct,
what's it going to
add another 3%. So we're going to be at 15%, which is
50% over.
Yeah, 50% over the 10%.
Right, right. But see, that could be actually the fact that everyone was expecting this correction. Everyone has been, jonesing for this correction for a while now. That could actually play negatively because, yeah, a lot of people might think, oh, it's just the normal correction. I'm not worried. Uh-oh.
Corrections, I mean, it is highly unusual to have 3 massively down days in a row. So,
see,
usually there's like a reprieve where everyone kind of chills out to see what's going on. This is like people running for the doors. They're like, "Fuck, get me out of here!"
Mm-hmm. Booster Domer for 2 Canadian says, I have 2 Japanese SUVs. They are huge. Well, there you go.
Well, that's cool.
Yes. Jonesing dates you hard, Sitch. It's okay. I feel old too. Really? Jonesing. Did I just accidentally release my age when I said that? People not say jonesing anymore?
We're not allowed to say jonesing?
Well, it's not that you're allowed to. It's that like a thing. The kids, they don't say jonesing. I'm jonesing for something.
I mean, I still say jonesing.
Okay. I don't know. I don't know what the children are saying. I know what the skibbity toilets are saying. Ginger Must Prime for 2 Aussie bucks says, oh my God, it's CTT, critical trade theory. It's true. It's pretty funny. I did see that, yeah. I think I read Mr. Ubercross for $10.
Is it okay to say no cap?
I don't think people say anymore. That was like, then no cap went like, that like exploded and then just went away very quickly.
Oh, okay.
Right.
No cap is over?
I feel like it's over. I feel like
jonesing jonesing is still around. So, man, that's some staying power.
Well, I feel like a lot of new terminology, it comes and goes so much faster than like terminology when I was younger. I had a little bit more sticking power. I guess because of social media and everything, but. While reading, because I didn't. Mr. Ubercross for $10 says, so then these EU companies get a rebate. We currently don't have a rebate. The EU can then sell their products at a lower rate, knowing they also get a rebate after the sale. That's for the VAT tax, or the VAT. It's like saying ATM machine, but you know. Boss Apprentice, thank you so much for $2. Says, remember to support CT's GoFundMe. That's right. Liz and Des Walls for $2 says, hashtag justice for Joe the
Hell yeah, I agree.
Justice
for Joe.
Justice for Joe. Liz and Des Walls for $5 says, I am completely correct and you should vote in my interest specifically. There you go. True.
No, one won't do it.
Joe the Make for $10. Thank you, Joe. We should ban Joe more often by mistake.
No.
Long-term interest rates follow the 10-year. The Fed could drop to 0 tomorrow, and it wouldn't change most rates. The markets think inflation is still a problem.
Okay. You don't think the Fed dropping interest rates to 0% is going to affect mortgage rates?
Long-term interest rates.
I think it will. I think if the Fed drops interest rates to 0%, the bank stocks are going to rally. because that's obviously going to. People are dying to fucking refinance their homes. Oh my God, they're all in mortgages for like 6 and 7%. They're like, some of my friends are in a mortgage for 2%. Please let me refinance. Like those people are probably right now going, thank God Trump destroyed the economy.
I guess that's a good point.
Trump destroying the economy is going to save me $50,000 in interest next year.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they're telling themselves.
Loser Gentleman for 2 Canadians says, please wrench Joe the Mig so it never happens again.
Do it.
I think it's better this way. Joe the Mig's giving us money. We should do this more often. We should like ban someone and they come back and they give us a bunch of money.
He gave us a bunch of money before he was banned. So
that is true. Joe the Mig for another $5. Thank you so much. It's a Minecraft movie where Steve is annoying as fuck and they don't build anything. Is that they don't build anything in the movie?
Not really, and that's weird. I mean that would be, I mean, just from you talking about it, I was like, there's so many other possible hooks here. Like if you built something elaborate that was going to get destroyed, you'd be like, oh fuck. There'd be some tension there, right?
That's so the entire game of Minecraft there's only 2 elements. It's exploration and building.
Yeah.
And there's no building in the movie. It's very strange.
They explore stuff that Steve built off camera a long time ago.
Well, I guess, do they ever show them like putting blocks down? Like how does that look in the movie?
Course.
Okay. I was gonna say maybe that looked weird.
That's in the
like,
trailer.
They put the blocks down and make something? I don't remember.
Yeah.
Okay. So then there's no excuse. Then they should show people building shit.
They do some digging and it turns into like a little block, and then they take that little block and throw it somewhere and it turns back into a big block.
Oh, okay. That's cool.
Yeah.
I like that. Yeah. They get out. Yeah, that's weird. Really didn't include that. Joe Maker $2 says, watch Transformers 1. It's actually amazing.
Okay, don't give him the wrench.
You didn't like Transformers 1?
No, that's the one with Shia LaBeouf. That's
no.
awful.
He's not talking about that. He's talking about there's some CG
okay.
Transformers movie called Transformers 1.
I'll check it out.
I don't know what it's on.
Okay. Yeah. I'll check it out. Fuck yeah. I'm dying for a good Transformers.
Okay.
An actual good Transformers.
Check it out. Lives and Does Well specifically for $5 says, make Adam watch Megas XLR. It's the most glorious 2000s thing ever. Chicks dig giant robots. Yes, Megas XLR. I mean, I remember it being good. I don't know if it was actually good, but I remember it being good when I watched it.
Isn't that so? You know, you're like jazzed about a movie, and then you rewatch it, and you're like, oh fuck this movie.
I worry that for most cartoons I saw when I was younger.
Yeah.
Megas XLR is a funny, like, weird show where this guy who I think works, if I recall correctly, he works in a junkyard, and he's just this like random kind of like fat gamer kid from the mid 2000s, and he like finds a giant robot that's in the junkyard, and he like just attaches his car to the top of it. He's like a car nerd, and he just makes it run through his car. So now he has a giant robot that only works by driving his car. And it turns out it's actually like some giant robot from like Aliens or something, and part of some massive like space war. But now he has to be like involved in the escapades because no one could drive the fucking robot because he transformed it into like piloting through his car. It's funny. It was a funny show.
I don't see the car on the robot.
It's like right at the top. If you look at right at the top.
Oh yeah, I guess it is.
He's got a little. He's got like a little red sports car on top of it. That's how you drive. Yeah, you pilot it by being in the car. Yeah.
That's okay. What kind of car is that? Looks like it might be a Mustang.
I don't remember. And his name was Coop.
Oh wait. Yeah, it doesn't.
He looks kind of like Guy Fieri. So.
That's hilarious.
Yeah, it was a funny show. I remember liking it when I saw it. There's a hot chick in it.
Oh, boy, I love it already.
There you go. Back when you were allowed to have like hot chicks and cartoon shows for children. and have the characters like lusting after her.
Yeah.
Also one of those, I think that was like the first thing I ever saw. I think it's kind of a trope now where like there's a villain, like one of the villains is like himself from the future. He like, I don't remember why. He in the future becomes evil and he has to like go into the future and fight himself once he becomes evil.
He has to
It's kind of
convince him to
interesting.
chill out, to chillax.
I don't remember why. It's been so long, but it was good though. Good show. Mike Hassan for 32 months. Discipline equals freedom. Thanks so much. Lives in Deswall says it still holds up. Look at that. Says Beast Wars was my favorite cartoon as a kid. Didn't know about 1984's Transformers until years later. Beast Wars was first on Kids WB. Then it and Beast Machines was on Fox Kids. Well, there you go. Yeah, I probably watched it on Kids WB then, probably. Because I never saw Beast Machines. So maybe that's why. Maybe you saw it on Fox. And I saw it on WB. So I never knew that there was another one. Yeah, I mean, I knew when I was watching Beast Wars, I knew the old Transformers cartoon like existed. I knew the concepts of it because I think I actually had a who was the purple jet guy? I don't know. I had a really cool Jesus, I just unlocked a core memory I forgot I had. I had a very cool Transformers like purple jet. So I knew about it.
What was that guy's name? The jet guy.
Let's see. Shockwave. I just looked it up.
There you go.
So I had a Shockwave toy. Yeah, it was a very cool toy. And I think they still had like commercials for like the Transformers toys, but the old cartoon was not on television anywhere when I was a kid. You couldn't see it. So is it Shockwave? I'm looking it up and I don't see this at all. The hat. Behow? Was it Starscream? That wasn't Starscream, was it? Starscream toy.
Oh, Starscream. No, that's the bat. That's the bat.
No,
Starscream.
Starscream was like gray. Purple.
Really?
Jet Transformer. Tell me the name.
You'll never find it.
I'm never gonna. I was just curious as what it was.
Oh yeah.
I can't actually even find the toy anymore. That toy was probably. I don't know what happened to it. I just gave it away. It's probably something. I don't even see it. Some super rare Transformers toy. It was pretty cool. Anyway, so yeah, I was aware of the concept, but I never saw it. And then years later, I think I saw the old cartoon. I was like, oh, this is so terrible compared to Beast Wars. I was not impressed.
Ostracy for $5 says, was building a mostly new PC this whole stream. And for the last 3 hours, I thought I bricked my 4090.
Oh, no.
Luckily,
I'm glad you didn't, though, right?
It was just a cable. Disaster averted.
There you go. That's good.
I bricked some motherboards and ended up like sending them back. I was like, oh, something's wrong with this motherboard.
That's terrible.
What are you going to do?
What are you going to do?
Cocoa Beans, a member for 19 months, says, first we mine, then we craft. Minecraft! A real line from a Minecraft movie. My brain cringed out of my skull. The EFAP breakdown is only 8 hours.
Only, yeah. That sounds like the line from a movie. So
first we mine. Yeah, no, I was like, you got to tell the adults in the room like what Minecraft. But look, they all have kids. They all brought their kids to the movie. They all know what Minecraft is. They're like, holy kid, my kid is obsessed with this movie. That's why they do these movies, is so the kids will make the parents promise to take them to the movie. Promise me, promise me.
Yeah, of course.
Promise me you'll take me to the movie.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't promising you shit. Go fucking clean your room. Loose for the Doberman for 5 Canadian says, when I was buying on the Silk Road. What? Oh my God.
Oh no.
BTC was 22 cents. Wish I would have kept 1,000. Wow. More importantly, did you keep any of what you bought on the Silk Road? You have my return address. Loose for the Doberman for 5 Canadian says, Sitch,
What's up?
will you get a Switch 2? Would love your opinion on the system. Uh-oh.
I'm probably well,
Just what you need.
I didn't really have any interest to pay for a Switch 2. Though I did see the trailer for the Donkey Kong game, and that does look pretty cool. Not cool enough for me to go buy a Switch 2, but it did look pretty cool. See, I don't understand. Nintendo was smart. I don't understand why the other games aren't doing this. All these games, they have these giant open worlds, Adam, okay? Right. And Nintendo was really smart because usually you have these giant open worlds and but you only have you can't walk everywhere, right? There's always mountains and shit, invisible walls. And then Nintendo, they have their Zelda games and they're like, you can climb anything. You just literally can go anywhere in the map and climb anything. I was like, that's very smart. Okay. And then now they have this Donkey Kong game where they're like, you can basically punch and destroy any part of the map or almost any part of the map. I was like, that's cool.
Great.
Yeah. I can't find this toy. I'm now beginning to think that the toy, the Transformers toy I had.
You imagined?
No, I don't think it exists anymore. I think it was part of the Bearstein universe. I don't think it's a real character anymore. So I don't know if I'm going to find it.
How to make Harabin in Minecraft. Interesting. MetaWorks 41190.
Skywarp. Oh, maybe it was Skywarp. These are the right color.
That doesn't sound right. MetaWorks 41190 for $2 says Adam was Harabin in the movie. He's like a ghost. It looks. I looked up Harabin, but I don't. He doesn't look like. He doesn't look like a ghost, but I think there was. I think this guy was in the movie. I mean, he's got a head like a jack-o'-lantern, though. According to this thumbnail.
I don't think they put him in the movie, so. He's supposed to look kind of like Crazy Steve. But it's just like a meme. It's just like a weird meme.
There wasn't any noticeable Harabin character. Nobody screamed out, "Oh, it's Harabin. Oh, great. We missed you." Steve is a roundling, so he's not even really a Minecraft person.
Well, yeah, it's supposed to be human, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't Skywarp. This is the wrong color. I appreciate everyone trying to figure this out. I'm telling you, I think he's gone. I don't think it exists anymore. I think he got deleted by the Bearstein universe shift. Because I looked at a bunch of Transformer toys. None of them look like the right one. Okay. Where were you?
It's not Starscream.
Starscream wasn't purple. He was gray. Wasn't he?
Starscream is purple in the Beast Machines.
Oh, well, I don't know. It wasn't purple.
And I believe he's a jet, even though that.
Oh, you're right. They did make him purple in the.
Even though that completely goes against.
Right. He wasn't in the original though. Wasn't Starscream like a tape or something? Like in the original Transformers? Was he even a jet? No, he was. No, he was a jet. Someone was like a tape.
Starscream.
Yeah, it wasn't. I don't think it was a Starscream toy though.
Rhinox.
It was not Rhinox. No.
Rhinox turned into the tank.
No, tape. There was like a Transformer that turned into like a tape.
Like Scotch tape?
No, like a cassette tape.
Cassette tape?
Yeah. Right? Am I crazy? Wasn't Was there not a transformer turned into a cassette tape? Am I like hallucinating this? Was this also part of the Peterson universe?
I do not remember any cassette tape.
Soundwave was a boombox. Thank you, David Puff. That's what I was probably thinking of, the boombox. Yes. Okay, anyway. Who's for $5 says the market shall continue to crash until morale improves. There you go.
True.
Ishidox for $5 says still streaming. AI won't replace you because you're already machines. Well, thank you. Look at that. It's true. OCR for 2 Bucks says I bought the dip and then I bought the dip again. Very bold of you. Very bold of you.
Well, you're going to get another chance to buy the dip today.
Right.
Save some money to buy the bottom because it's getting the bottom is hard.
Do you remember the episode of Beast Wars that for some bizarre reason, Starscream's spark was also sent back in time inexplicably and possesses Waspinator? And for one episode, Waspinator is like a badass because he's possessed by Starscream.
I don't remember this episode.
That was a good episode. I
Sounds
liked that
good.
episode.
Sounds like there's a lot of great lines in that episode.
Yes.
Waspinator.
Waspinator, yes.
That's exactly right.
I can't believe I can't believe I fucking remember that. God, the Megatron voice, that guy, oh, he had the best Megatron voice.
He does.
So silky smooth. So much better than this is like blasphemy. So much better than the original Megatron voice. He had the perfect like douchey asshole villain voice. OCR for the one. Dr. Adam Refriended Brigadier General for $5 says, "Are you having Dev and Sargon on stream soon? Sargon seems close to the point of no return. Would be great to hear him explain yourself."
I thought Sargon was ripping on Donald Trump recently about Donald Trump making all of Europe hate him.
I mean, that would make sense.
How's that?
What's the point of no return?
Sounds like he's on his way back.
Right. I don't know what you mean by that, but I mean,
sounds
I went
like
down and
he's
talked to Dev and
returning.
Sargon. Yeah.
Dev has long since passed the point of no return, so.
Right. What do you mean? What does that mean, huh? I was a big fan of Uncle and Jackie Chan. Everyone was a big fan of Uncle and Jackie Chan. Who doesn't like Uncle? Jackie.
I was just joking around about Dev. I don't nobody
clip that, send it to Dev. Okay.
Yeah. Or if you do, clip this part too and make sure you add it on.
No,
Make
don't
sure you
don't
do the
send
addendum.
it. Don't send it to. Yeah, Waspinator had the Skeletor voice. That's true.
Tell him Sitch and I were arguing about January 6th for 2 hours on stream.
Saul for 2 hours says,
he'll
"Have you
like
heard
hear that?
Have you heard the rumor that people like Kyle Kalinske are spreading that Trump will declare martial law on Easter? It's based on his border executive order that says he might invoke the Insurrection Act of 1807. I had not heard that. No, what the fuck? That's the thought. That's the okay. Donald Trump is going to declare martial law on Easter. That's very Christian of him. So there you go. I didn't know that.
That's crazy.
I don't know. I'm glad I know.
That can't
now.
be true.
I mean, if Kyle Kalinske said it's true, that's, gotta be, right?
Oh my God. You've fallen for the Kyle Kalinske gaslighting?
I did. Saul for 2 hours says, "I sent you both a political article that says tariffs can harm national security instead of promote it because missile production relies on supply chains. So we might have less missiles produced going forward." Yeah, I guess if you just cut it off like immediately, yes. I mean, you should be a gradual process, obviously, to get everything that you can that's possible, either domestic or in the hands of, well, I would say the hands of allies you don't think you were going to get rid of anytime soon, but with Donald Trump, that's all a wash. So who knows, right?
I've heard a bunch of people saying too that China might steal all our intellectual property and start selling like knockoff iPhones all around the world. But they
try to do that anyway.
Yeah, they do anyway. And who wants to buy a Chinese knockoff iPhone? Like when you're buying an iPhone, you're worried that you're going to buy a Chinese knockoff.
I don't know.
Nobody
I don't
wants
like
that
I don't like
shit.
Apple products.
Well, just any product, any knockoff Chinese product, you're like, no, I don't, no thanks. I want the fucking real thing.
Right. Saw it for another $2. Thank you. Says to clarify about Mangione, I was referring to his federal terrorism charge. The jury decides, by the way, not his New York State murder charge, since New York doesn't have the death penalty. I agree with Asmongold that could make him a martyr. Oh, can you get? I didn't even know. Can you get a death penalty for a Fed? I guess you could for a Fed terrorism charge if you kill someone. I guess that makes sense. What do you feel about that?
Is his name really Mangina?
It is Mangina, yeah.
Wow.
Mangina. I mean, it will, yeah, it would 100% make him a martyr. I guess the question is, would that lead to people doing the action more because he is a martyr, right? As opposed to just him languishing in prison till he's like 80 and looking like a shriveled up prune.
With his 14 wives that all get conjugal visits with him.
What if you don't give him conjugal visits? What's the rules on that?
That's probably like cruel and unusual punishment.
I don't know. Can the government
get so much action
deny conjugal visits? It's so funny. Adam goes straight to the heart of it. You know, I'm thinking about like the martyr thing. Adam's like, can he fuck? Because if he can't fuck, he should die. And I'm like, okay.
Well, no, a lot of people will be upset. Well, no, a lot of girls will be having sex with him because he's like a hero to them.
According to
But
Google
a lot
AI,
of people are going to be mad because they're like, he has more sex than me.
There you go. The guy, so isn't his back all fucked up?
Hey, that's why he did it, right? His back's all fucked up, so he couldn't have sex.
Maybe he couldn't have sex. Maybe that's what drove him crazy.
That. So
he can finally get sex, and now he can't. It's like it's the ultimate Henry Ironhead. Okay,
he couldn't get he could get sex because he seems to be a decent.
I guess he's a good, decent looking guy. Yeah,
and but he couldn't do it because he was physically incapable. That drove him crazy. So then he did this thing, and now he's going to get like 10 times more sex. Like women are going to be.
No, he's going to have 10 times more opportunity for sex, and he still can't have sex because now he's both in prison and his back's all fucked up.
That's exactly right. Yeah.
Right.
So he's going to be even more depressed. He's going to be like, "Send me to the electric chair. God, end my suffering."
Okay, I'm going to read this to you, and I want you to know this is in the Wikipedia article. Okay. And I had to read this sentence like 3 times because it seems really bizarre. So I looked up the Wikipedia article for conjugal visit. Okay. And I want you to know I'm not making this up. It says under the United States section, the 3rd paragraph, it says, as of 2008, conjugal visit programs are now known as extended family visits or family reunion visits, because mothers, fathers, and other family members may attend the visit as well.
Okay.
What the fuck?
Look, sometimes they want to watch. They want to make sure you're enjoying yourself during your.
I was like, am I misreading
conjugal visits?
What the fuck is this? They're like, oh, what's happening in these prisons? Okay. What the fuck is going on here, Adam? They're like, oh, in case your mom and dad want to.
No, that's not what's happening there.
That's what it says. That's what it says.
Yeah, but they're not. What does conjugal mean?
That was a joke. Conjugal means, supposedly, I didn't even know this. Conjugal just means permitted several hours.
Yeah, it's just like it's like a long stay.
Right. I thought it only meant like fucking. I've literally never heard it in a context outside of fucking at all.
Yeah.
So that's why I was like, what? You're talking about your mom and dad? What is happening here? What is happening in these prisons? Yes.
Relating to marriage or the relationship of a married couple. Conjugal.
According to Reddit, only 3 states actually have conjugal visits. And one of them
California's
is
got to be
California, California, Washington,
Definitely.
and New York.
That's right.
Wow. So there you go.
Washington
New York-
State? Wow.
Well, they're very hippie. So according to AI, it says the government can't deny conjugal visits because they're considered a privilege and not a constitutional right. So they could deny this guy.
What? Bullshit.
It says in New York, conjugal visits, also known as the family reunion program. Oh my God, they're really pushing the incest in New York. Jesus. Are allowed but have strict requirements. What is requirements? They got to be in jail, not prison. Both the inmate and the visitor must either be married or engaged. Okay, so they got to be married. The inmate must have security clearance, background check for the visitor, good conduct. The inmate must have a clean prison record of good behavior. The inmate must be free of any STDs. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Only 2 per month, Adam. You only get 2 a month.
Terrible.
Right. This is so weird. The way this is written, because the whole thing is written for fucking, and then it says family members who participate include legal spouses, children of the participant, minor children of the participant, step parents, or grandparents, or foster parents. It's so weird. Like, why is this written so fucked up? What is happening? Am I being gaslit here? Is this part of the woke agenda? Is this part of the queer theory? What's happening here? Why are they
Maybe
pushing
so.
incest on the prisoners? Conjugal
What are they in
visits are
prison
not
for?
allowed on Rikers Island. Death row inmates are not entitled to conjugal visits.
Oh, that sucks.
Right.
Well, I guess sucks for them, but probably shouldn't let them have conjugal visits if they're on death row, right? They've done something terrible.
What is this? It looks like there was a bill. Oh, maybe this is in response. There's a bill this year in New York to get rid of conjugal visits. So there you go. So, okay, Adam, if Mangina can't get conjugal visits because they make it illegal, how do you feel? How does that change the things? Do you think you should get the death penalty, or do you think you should just languish in prison forever?
Death penalty.
There you go. You're not worried about the martyr thing?
Martyr? Him becoming a martyr? Nah,
Right.
Everyone will forget about it. They can't even keep a slang term more than 2 weeks, so
There you go.
he's gonna be forgotten like yesterday's trash. No cap.
That's good to know. Solve for 2 hours says, expanding on my point about tariffs making domestic products more expensive, it's also about the equipment used to make final products. Think of a cake. The inputs or the ingredient in the equipment is the oven. Yeah, it's gonna make it. But that's the thing, I think, when people talk about like American goods. I mean, so many American goods are, they rely on both ingredients or equipment that are not going to be made in America. So everyone's going to get hit by it somehow.
Not me.
Well, everyone that's like a business owner who's selling something.
No way. I'm not getting hit by any of this shit.
Okay. I'm glad.
I'm above it all.
Right. Arithmetic for $2 says 2 things. Arithmetic for $4. Read them both together. 1, more automated factories coming back to the USA still brings a significant number of jobs back to the USA. How is doing this going to depress wages if the total number of available jobs increases? If anything, this will increase wages because these would be higher skill positions. And 2, unemployment may be low, but labor force participation is down 5% since 2000. That's roughly 17 million people who have left the workforce entirely. Wow. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, they always talk about that. People are
17 million moochers, right?
Gone. Yeah.
Make them work in the robot factories. Make them work as robots in the robot factories.
Yeah.
There you go.
Gotta work.
Wordsmith for $2 says the difference with VATs is that U.S. manufacturers have the price in tax on inputs, and the end user still also has to pay VAT, where the company in the VAT country gets to rebate on tax of input, double taxation. Wait, what? The difference? U.S. manufacturers have to price in tax on inputs. Right. Okay. Yeah, I understand. That was kind of what Mr. McCross was saying. Because they have to pay sales tax on all the various inputs, right? If that's true. And they don't get a rebate for that. Solid for 2 hours says, one more thing. Even if tariffs could be used as a negotiation tactic, which I acknowledge is possible in theory, it's always a huge gamble that harms both sides and should not be used lightly. Yeah, it is. I mean, it is a huge gamble. That's why the Fox News lady was saying, like, you know, it's a game of who blinks first. And as you said, it's a game of chicken. So it's 100% what's going on here.
Chicken is not a fun game.
No.
But I guess it is fun when Trump's playing with other people's money. Then it's super fun for him. Everyone's selling off, even Asia. So where's the money going? It's all going into T-bills, right? Or no
So
cash.
according to ChatGPT, very reliable source of information, it says the United States sales tax is primarily designed to be taxed on end consumers, not on businesses purchasing goods or services for resale or as components of manufacturing. To prevent multiple layers of taxation, businesses can utilize resale certificates when buying items intended for resale, allowing them to purchase these goods without paying sales tax. However, the taxation of business inputs, goods or services used in the production of other goods or services, varies by state and can be complex. While many states offer exemptions for certain businesses' inputs to avoid tax pyramiding, which is the tax and double layers thing, these exemptions are not uniform across the country. Some states do impose sales tax on specific business purchases, such as equipment, supplies, or software, particularly when these items are not directly incorporated into products for resale. Well, that would be true, though, also for the VAT tax. If a business buys something that's like a machine to make something else, they have to pay the VAT tax on that. That's going to get past the consumer. The inconsistent taxation can lead to increased production costs for businesses, potentially placing them at a competitive disadvantage compared to businesses in states with more favorable tax treatments. It's estimated that businesses pay a significant portion of sales tax, for example. A report indicated that businesses pay around 43% of all sales tax collected. Given the variability in state law taxes, it's crucial for businesses to understand the specific sales tax regulations in each state and where to operate to make purchases. So the answer to the question is, I don't know, because it depends on each state. There you go.
You can never know.
You can always know.
Nothing is really knowable.
But you can never know. Interesting. We're learning things, guys. So Doge for $5 says, as we go to sleep now, just know this was all sold to Americans as the alternative to wokeness and DI. I wonder how they'll feel about those topics now. I mean, the economy crashes.
Sports are looking pretty good right about now.
The economy crashes. They're going to be in favor of trans women in sports.
I like to see some trans women in women's sports.
Right. Living as Wall Street for $2 says, what are you doing, step prisoner? Exactly. You're just stuck between the bars, step prisoner. Let me pull you out. Okay. Anyways,
what?
That's it.
Wait, what? The Soul Doge. Oh,
I read
did you
that
already
one.
read that one?
I did. That was the DI one.
Well,
I read them
step
backwards.
prisoners.
Yeah.
All right.
Got to keep you on your toes. See if you're paying attention.
I was paying attention.
I
Notice
get
how I totally caught that?
Right.
Thought you missed it. I was trying to keep you on your toes.
Oh, okay.
All right. It looks like the market's going to be down big tomorrow. So get ready, you guys. Don't go crazy.
I thought it was going to bounce back on Monday. What do you mean?
Baby steps. Well, why are you talking about old shit? That was like Friday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I thought Trump might come out and try to talk people off the ledge, but I guess he hasn't really come out and said anything. He's like hiding. He's like, oh shit, everyone hates my guts. I'm fucking hiding.
Right, right.
I'm only talking to Kid Rock and Bill Maher.
Wait, when did he have the meeting with Bill Maher? Was that this week or was that last week?
I don't know. Wait.
How ridiculous would it be? That must have been last. Could you imagine? It's like Donald Trump
Bill
is
Maher
taking,
has dinner with him when the market's crashing.
Yeah, like Donald Trump is like taking time away from like talking to all the world leaders because he's having a fucking dinner date with Bill Maher.
He's not fucking talking to world leaders. That's
You don't
bullshit.
think so?
No
You
way.
think it's all bullshit? What do you think he's doing? You think? Oh,
All
he's
these
playing
guys are
golf.
like-
That's right. Wasn't he playing golf the other day? He's just fucking around on the golf course.
Yeah. All
Okay,
these
I
guys
guess
are
you're right.
hardened leaders. They're like, they think Trump's a joke.
Oh, okay.
You think Putin respects Trump? Get
No.
the fuck out of here.
I don't. Yeah.
Yeah. You think Xi respects Trump?
No.
No, of course not.
According to the Daily Beast, it says Trump has another miracle golf victory at his own course. Well, look at that. There you go. Amid the carnage wrought by his decision to this is from the Daily Beast. Right? Amid the carnage wrought by his decision to start a global trade war and send the stock market plummeting, President Donald Trump experienced a personal victory after winning a round of golf at his own golf course. There you go. Look at that.
I mean, this is like our mayor leaving Los Angeles to go to fucking Sudan or something like that while the whole city was on fire. Playing
You're right.
golf?
Is that interesting? Isn't that interesting? That's exactly what's going on, but it will not be perceived to that effect.
Oh, it's going to be perceived that way by all of his critics.
Well, by his
definitely.
critics. On Saturday, Trump won the second. He didn't just play golf at him. He won. Okay. Trump won the second round matchup in a senior club championship held at his own Trump National Golf Club in Jupiter, Florida, which means he advances to the championship round held on Sunday. Wait, is he playing a champion? Wait, did he do?
He played a championship round today.
Wait, is that today?
That's
or do
why
they
the
mean next
market is
Sunday?
collapsing right now.
Trump
Everyone's like, holy shit, Trump
golf
is just
champion Sunday. Please tell me that was next Sunday, not this Sunday. Please, God, tell me that was not this.
Why do you want it to be next Sunday?
If Donald Trump really is like spent the weekend golfing, I've lost any respect I've had for Donald Trump at this moment. This has changed my outlook on everything. It's all like, oh, he could making deals with world leaders and doing stuff. It's like, no, he went golfing. He won a golf championship. He spent the last 2 days just playing golf. I was like, oh, that's great. Okay. That's wonderful. Okay. If that's true, I can't read this stupid fucking article because I'm getting blocked by the Daily Beast and no one archived it yet.
Unfortunate.
Oh, here we go. I found it. Okay. Oh, Donald Trump claims to have won. Okay, wait. So he won on Saturday, and now he's a golf championship on Sunday. And then here's the article, the next article. Donald Trump has claimed, also from the Daily Beast, Donald Trump has claimed he has won yet another golf tournament on Sunday. Look at that. With President spending all weekend on the golf course while global markets continue their downward spiral after the announcement of his controversial tariffs. As he headed back to Washington, Trump told reporters about Air Force One that he won the senior club championship in Jupiter, Florida, his very own golf club. Look, Adam, can you believe it? Donald Trump won a golf championship. Isn't that impressive?
Yeah, I never would have thought he'd be out talking up the market if I knew that he had plans to golf all weekend.
Right.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I guess I should have looked at the presidential schedule.
Okay. So that means one of two things. That either means A, this is all bullshit because he knows he's going to come out and just go back on all the tariffs, or there's no fucking chance that there's going back on the tariffs whatsoever because he's wasting his fucking time golfing and it's all bullshit. So, and the market's going to just crater.
Is it a waste of time golfing? I mean, he won.
Yeah, that's a good
That's
point.
not a waste of time.
That's good. Listen, the markets are, everyone's afraid of the markets, the tariffs, and he's like, I'm just gonna go golf. Right. There you go.
We'll
I was
see
like,
the
I don't know. Did you
capitulation.
see the meme? There's like it was like Trump saying, you will own nothing. You know how people are saying like the right is now saying you'll own nothing and be happy.
Yeah.
And then there's a meme that's hilarious where it was like Trump was like, you'll own nothing but the libs. There you go. Okay.
Oh,
well, there you go.
Range.
Check the date. The date's today. Well, technically yesterday because it's past midnight. So, yeah. So there you go. Donald Trump won. Anyways.
Good for him.
That was horrifying.
Anyways.
Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. You who have made it to the end of the stream, you are the true heroes. You are the true
Hunk City
free will
rampagers.
leaders. The true Hunk City rampagers. You are the true people who would never ever say flint and steel or chicken jockey in a movie degrading into references. You are the true isekai protagonist who would never, ever, ever go golfing while the world's economy was collapsing, but instead would actually work to try to improve the situation.
Unless you were going to win.
Unless you were going to win. Anyway, thank you so much. I'll see you all on Tuesday.
Stay safe out there. Don't jump out any windows. Bye-bye.
Stick and Jackie.
Flint and steel.
Market crash.